You are listening to Queen of Blood and Blasphemy, Book 4 of the Tidecaller Chronicles by Levi Jacobs, read for you by Kelvin Myers. And only in that last moment, choking and dying, did I see. All the wisdom I had gained was but lies, and those lies pointed to a deeper truth, to the unity of all things. I knew if I could just dig deep enough, climb high enough, I might grasp those knots, might gain power over even the highest and mightiest among us. And I wanted that power, oh, how I wanted it. But my arms were as infant arms, and my wings as fledgling wings, muscles never used, for I had spent my life learning, when what I needed to do was unlearn, to doubt, to find what is concealed rather than celebrate what is known. And so we need the floods, and so we must be drowned. So we must shatter the mirror warped in the casting, rather than believe what it shows. For I was not strong enough to see through its reflections, and neither will be this world. Ujayan Immersion Chronicles, Entry 213, deciphered. 1. The sea is dark today. I lean against the iron rail of the Dale Clipper, feeling its strange craftology thrum beneath the hull, and watch the gray headlands pass. I have always found comfort in the waters, in the sharp scent of brine and constant slosh of waves, but this morning I see only a reflection of my own thoughts, choppy, disturbed, opaque. In my hands I clutch a worn roll of parchment, slack with the damp in the air, as my father must have held it, and as I know Hiana once did. And only in that last moment, choking and dying, did I see. All the wisdom I had gained was but lies, and those lies pointed to a deeper truth. A line from entry 213 of the Chronicles, the one that seemed like nonsense because my father recorded it in code. We deciphered it our first day out of Serante, using my name as the key, and have been reading it ever since. Not to puzzle out its meaning, for once the words feel pretty easy to interpret. Not to remind myself either. I have it memorized by now, like I memorized so many of the other passages on the journey from Duran. I read it to find that deeper truth. I watch a sodden gray shirt float past in the waters, half submerged, refuse of the society I grew up in. I feel a kinship with the monk who wrote this passage, whoever he was. So much of what I knew before I escaped the temple has turned out to be lies. And I've gotten a taste of those deeper truths, too. The secret abilities of hierarchists like Narimes, the hidden unity of the male and female faiths I was taught were enemies, and the power that comes from uniting their magics. I reach out again, focusing my concentration, seeking a particular stream of blood inside. And if I could just dig deep enough, the passage reads, I might gain power over even the highest and mightiest among us. The meaning is clear. If I unlearn everything I'm supposed to, if I gain the muscles the author says he doesn't have, I should be more powerful even than my enemies and their hierarchism. I find the stream I'm looking for and push my awareness down it, across an ocean and through two bodies, seeking the blood I first tasted while battling for my life across the highest balcony of the Ujayan temple, the blood of Narimes. I find only blankness, where in every other connection there is now a richness of sight, the constant stream of thoughts from water sight, the deeper current of feelings from blood sight, and the unity of these two in the intuitive knowing of the heart. This is the fullness of our unified sight, something I usually struggle to not get overwhelmed by. But with Narimes, and I know this is him, know the tang of his blood, there is only blankness, like the slate-gray ocean over the rail. I press harder, look deeper, pushing myself to grow stronger, to see the unity of all things. I squint against the backdrop of overcast sky. Narimes' blood isn't blank exactly. I feel a texture there, like plaster spread on a wall, slightly rough and uneven. It's not the perfect absence of a bloodborne, but a man-made block put up against intrusion. A water blind and a blood blind too, blocking all possible sight. I shove my awareness at it, scrabbling for edges, try to sharpen my focus, and slice through. Nothing. I can break through water and blood blinds now when the person holding them loses concentration. This blind never slips. Hierarchism. It has to be. Even Narimes couldn't keep his concentration this perfect all the time. It feels as solid as his blind that first day he came to spar with me in the temple, when I was still caught between seeking a house and proving myself stronger than anyone else. I laugh, the sound lost in the chill breeze blowing off the headlands. I feel like that novice some days, still full of anger and suspicion, still too weak to do anything about it. I let go, panting, after another few seconds of trying to break through. The strength I'm seeking is different now, but I need it even more than I did back then. I need it to kill Narimes, to break through his blind and stop his heart, but that's not even the main reason. I need this strength to stop the floods, to control the monocle like the Chronicles talk about, and to stop my enemies if they try to trigger the floods early. I want to believe, even if Narimes or Miara or Yeolat has found the monocle, that they're not as close to uniting the ways as I am. That politics or craftology or whatever else they try is never going to give them as deep a unity as the one I'm seeking, as the kind Yemla told me we needed before he died. My heart clutches at the thought of him, slumped over the side of a boat in Sarante, Dale arrow through his neck. Another ally dead. And for what? Calm swells through one of my blood bonds, and I hear gentle steps behind me. Tewo. The peace I feel in him is a welcome antidote to my own churn. The waters are strange today, he says, gazing past me to the sea. I nod, spotting a broken chair bobbing in the water. There is something off about the ocean, but it takes me a moment to find it. Calm, I say, even though there's a breeze. We had to engage the ship's craftology to get close to shore, or lose a whole day trying to tack against the breeze. Perhaps the mother is offering us a lesson, he says, still looking out. I see what he's getting at a second later, and am grateful that Tewo's not the kind of person to spell it out for me. That would be Deshawn, or maybe Anon. I sigh anyway, because I know he's right. I wish I could be calm. There's just so much riding on me to figure this out. On us figuring it out, he says, laying a hand on my shoulder. And anyway, it is not actually up to us. It is up to the mother to guide us. We just have to stay in touch to notice when she does. I bite my lip rather than speak my doubts. At this point, the mother, or Uj, or whatever you want to call it, seems as likely to wash us all away as help us stop the floods. And so we must be drowned, 213 reads, for I was not strong enough to see through its reflections, and neither will be this world. If I'm to believe Ujaism, those words came from God. Thank you, Tewo, I say at last. I wish staying in touch felt as easy as it used to. It will, he says, so confident, so faithful, that I can't decide if he's deluded or I am. We should reach port in 15, Isong says, coming to the rail with one of the Dale's strange instruments in his hand. Have them slow the drive by half. Okay, I say, finding my connection with a sailor named Neshma and guiding him to manipulate the ship's controls. With unified sight, I can also catch Neshma's thoughts on the matter, wondering where we're going, what we're going to do with him when we get there. I send him reassuring thoughts. I've gotten to know all 10 Dale sailors on board, pushing them like this. Neshma's one of my favorites. The thrum weakens beneath us, though the ship glides on, its sleek lines cutting the water like no Sarayan vessel could. Begdo clears his throat from behind me. If you don't mind, Alethea, I'll make my way to the river post once we're docked. I'm eager to hear how the temple received our delegation. I hold back a reminder that Astresia has been getting updates through code all along. The delegations we sent back to the rebel temple and guild house were of mixed genders, on my insistence, so we've been able to stay in touch at the instant speed of blood code. Begdo's listened to the updates with more than a bit of mistrust. He's still an old monk at heart, even if he decided to follow me, which is one of the reasons I didn't want him in either delegation. The other reason is that, if we do end up going to Saray, he's exactly the kind of monk the Sarayan temple might listen to. I haven't given up hope that I can unite the monks and Therakins in Saray, too. According to Yemla, I need to unite as many people as I can. I'm about to ask Begdil to check the river post for news from the Sarayan temple, one place the sisters don't have access to, when Akifte calls from the crow's nest, where he's taken to spending long hours. Ahead! Do you people see that? I look back to the water, straining to see anything different. It's hard without much sunshine, but Isong lets out a low whistle, just as I catch something too big to be regular trash floating in the waters ahead of us. Is that an ox cart? Begdil asks. How did it get out here? Too big, Isong says, leaning against the rail and straining his eyes. Alethea, have Nishma turn us 2 degrees port. Whatever it is, we don't want to hit it. I do, and let Estrija know we are getting close, carefully ignoring the sensations our blood connection brings. She and Anon have been spending a lot of time below decks this last week. She appears a minute later, along with the disheveled-looking Anon, smirking around a lit clove. They get to the rail just as the thing in the water rolls, like the whales that breach off the western coast, revealing a sloped edge covered in shingles. A house, I say, my chest tightening. Parts occasionally fall off seaside roads or off barges crossing the strait from Bamani. But houses? What in coffers, Anon says slowly, is a house doing out here? There's only one thing it can be, but before I can force the words out of my mouth, Akifte calls again. More ahead! A whole river of them! All eyes turn to the water, where I can just make out what he's talking about. A current of lumps spilling out from Jito Bay, too big to be refuse or ox carts. Each one tightens the strap of worry across my chest. One by one, my allies turn to me, varying degrees of distress and doubt in their eyes, wondering what this means. I, for once, don't have any doubt. I wish I did. I take a steadying breath. A flood, I say. It's the only thing that could do this. Impossible, Begdil says, shaking his head as we glide past the gutted house, clothes and chairs and beeswax candles drifting from its gaping doorway. Could have been a landslide. Jito is built on a bay, like Saray. They might have had heavy rains. We would have seen the clouds, I answer, watching as we cut closer to the river of debris. The corpse of a pig floats next to the spreading ruin, skin only starting to discolor. We've stayed in sight of land. Any storm big enough to do this, and this recently, we would have seen. Anon blows smoke. Then what was it? There's only a slight tremble in his voice. Our enemies, I say quietly, turning back to the waves. Our enemies or our God. Those are the only options. More importantly, at the moment, Isong says, practical and unshaken as ever, do we continue on or turn around? On, I say, feeling the tightness in my chest settle into determination. The ship can handle it, and we need to see this. 2. The debris only thickens as we pull into the bay, houses and fencing mixed with barrels of wine and bales of smoked tea. Whatever it was clearly hit the city's dockside warehouses. Jito is the closest independent port to Saray, which is why we'd been coming here in the first place, to resupply and gather information without drawing attention. Looks like we'll be the least of the news. We stick to the plan, I say to my friends, all of us gathered at the foredeck, as Isong relays steering directions through Estrija, and we dodge the worst of a city turned to shipwreck. Estrija, Begdil, Isong, you get off and gather information while you trade for supplies. Could just fish for 'em, Anon drawls, nodding at the wreckage in the harbor. Anon, Estrija scolds, but I know my friend well enough to see humor is just his way of dealing with it. Like Tewo has gone quiet and Isong strictly rational. And me? I take a breath, sorting it out. I should feel panicked or maybe defeated, but somehow seeing this, seeing the floods actually happening is reassuring. Like I've spent so long thinking about this moment, fearing it, trying to prevent it, that at least now I can let go of that. The floods are here, they're real, whatever that means. We're not crazy, and my father wasn't crazy to think they were coming soon. Now we just have to do what we can. And that's where the strap of worry comes in, ratcheting tighter around my chest. I have been doing what I can, and it hasn't been enough. I duck below decks as Isong gives Estrija final guidance into port. This is part of the plan too. If our goal is not to draw attention, the last thing people in a port half a day's sail from Surrey need to see is a girl with violet eyes, even if I'm not wearing Ujayan robes. I also don't need to be there because I have combination blood and water sight. I settle into one of the bunk rooms Akifte and I were attacking only a week ago, finding my breath and focus, and letting it sink as deeply into my mind as my body, in a blending of monk and theracant meditations. I can't help thinking, as I do, of my lover bound to a bed in the next bunk room over. I hate keeping her there, but Miara refuses to release her blood push, and I don't trust the woman nearly enough to let her have eyes and ears in my team. Even if it means Gaxana is still a prisoner, and I spend even less time with her than I did on the road. I hate it. I hate Miara for it even more, and I especially hate that I need the woman too much to just slip into Saray and kill her, even if that would free Gaxna. Miara knows where a monocle is in the Deol. She is an inside ally against Narimes and Yeolat if we need to take action in Saray. And she controls the entire Sarayan guild of Theracants, a powerful force if I can convince her to ally the guild with me, and a powerful enemy if not. I need her for all that, and because she understands hierarchism, is a hierarchist like all my enemies. If I ever want to defeat them, if I'm ever going to break through that impossible wall keeping me from Narimes, I need to know what she knows. And so my lover lies bound in the next room. And so my heart feels incomplete, even though I finally let Isong in. And so I once again hate myself for choosing my mission over my love, even if I would do it all over again. Even if I keep making that decision every moment I don't drop everything to go hunt Miara down. Soon, I send through the bond to Gaxna, as I so often do, even if all I find on the far side is the blankness of a bloodborne. I want to believe, somewhere in there, that she can hear me. As soon as I've gotten the monocle, as soon as I make sure we're not all going to die, then it's your turn. Promise. For now, I need to find out what happened in Jateau so we can make a plan. If it's one of my enemies, this means they've not only found a monocle, but a way to control it. The thought makes me sick. Still, it would give me a goal too, a person to track down and kill, and a clearer path to getting a monocle than I've ever had. If it's not one of my enemies, if it's not one of them, it must be my God. The thought hollows me out like a rat in a ripe melon. I roll my shoulders, trying to let the feeling pass. I can't think about that one right now. Information first. I gather my concentration and push it through the bond to Isong. His consciousness blooms in my awareness, overwhelming me with sensation. The creak of the plank as he follows Begdil onto the stone dock. The ache in his chest from his still healing arrow wound. The smell of smoke on the air. And the awful sight rising behind a handful of people gathering at the end of the stone dock. An entire city erased to 50 feet above the water's edge. What was once surely a thicket of wood houses and cobbled streets, now a bare mud slope strewn with debris. Like some giant mason rammed his trowel into the city halfway up and scraped everything below it out to sea. No, that last thought was Isong's, part of the deluge of theories and notions streaming from his mind as his perceptions stream through the blood. There's just so much coming through the bond, now that my sight is both blood and water, that I sometimes feel like a new swimmer cast into a rain-swollen river, struggling to stay upright. Isong's mind is particularly hard for me, because his thoughts come fast and sharp as knives. Anand's is slower, if no less perceptive, and Tewo is actually kind of relaxing to inhabit, but Isong is what I need right now, to help me catch every nuance of what's going on, because the people waiting at the end of the dock don't look happy. I notice, in a flash of tightness through the abdomen that I'm not sure was his or mine, that they're armed. The man in front carries a hefty knife, blade bare, and 2 or 3 of the men and women behind him clutch spears and swords, though none look particularly comfortable doing it. Peace of Ujay, Begdil says in his grave tone, approaching them first. Jateau is not formally a vassal of Saray or its faith, but leading with a monk still seemed like the best move, especially when we arrived in Adale Clipper, symbol of the people who have slowly drained wealth and trade from ports like this, concentrating their growing merchant influence on the larger ports. What's your business here, monk? The man with the knife asks in cold tones. Come to check your god's handiwork? And what's with the ship? A woman with sodden hair asks behind him, eyes rimmed red. Or have you so openly sold your faith to the Frost Eyes that you sail in their ships now, too? Peace, Bigdal says again. We have nothing to do with what happened here, and have only learned of it as we sailed in. Have faith in Ujay, brother. He would not allow this to happen. Have you not brought supplies, then? A thinner man calls from the pack behind. Aid for us and ours. I lost my wife and half my family in that flood, and the house we slept in. His eyes are as hollow as the woman next to him, and my heart twists as I, or Isong, notice the arm not holding a spear clutches a small child to his side. Isong lets out a groan, and I realize I am letting too much of my emotion back through the bond to him. Too much of the pain I feel for this man, and the fear behind it. The fear that this is only the beginning. We'll figure this out, Alethea, Isong says in a thought clearly meant for me, and I take reassurance from his confidence in the bond. Trust me. You're hurt, Astresia says to the man in front, and though I struggle to stay afloat in the river of Isong's consciousness, I also get a taste of her concern coming through the bond with her. The more we connect, the more I realize the woman has a heart of gold, no matter how sharp her tongue can be. No wonder Gaxna loved her. Stay back, witch, the man barks, leveling the knife at her approach. We need none of your kind here. Please, she says, spreading her hands. I am a healer. I can help you. See to your wounded. Will you see to my husband, face down out there in the waves? The sodden-haired woman snaps. Or to my 5 cousins, caught trying to unload their catch when the waves came in? Can you bring back my eldest boy, who swam out there trying to help them and hasn't come back in? Did the water come all at once then? Isong asks, and I can feel his earnestness in wanting to know what happened, even as I know it's the wrong thing to say. You tell me, Frost Eyes, the woman spits, turning to him. Likely your craftology that did it, isn't it? Got Saray and all these in your pocket. She waves a hand at Astresia and Begdil. And now you come to see whether you can flood the rest of us? Well, it didn't work. We're still here. She levels her spear, and her red-rimmed eyes go dark. Now leave us to it. We've got enough to do without your help. Please, Astresia tries again. We are not from Saray. We're the ones who left months ago, who disagreed with the Dale coming in, with the leadership in the temple and guild. Isong is a dissident, exiled from their lands. We want to help you and to understand what happened here, to stop it from happening again. Prove it, the man in front says, his voice cold. If you're of the old faith, the real faith, and not these snakes they've got running Saray now, prove it, or we'll have you off our dock one way or another. Uncertainty rolls through Isong's bond, echoed in Astresia and Begdil, but I don't wait to see what they say. It won't matter. These people need something more than words. I burst out of the lower bunk and up the stairs, running toward the dock. To the depths with secrecy. They deserve better. Here, I say, running down the plank and meeting their eyes with my violet ones. Am I proof enough? I am Sturgjohn's daughter, Alethea Viola, the one Nerimes tried to kill, the girl with the man's powers. A heresy, the Saray Temple calls me, though my father never thought so. Come. I hold out my hand. I can read your waters if you need proof. No other woman could do that. That's not technically true anymore, but we don't need details here. We need trust. The man eyes my hand without lowering his weapon. And you travel with a Frost Eyes and a witch in addition to this monk? He gestures at Begdil with a knife, who spreads his feet in Windcarry's wave stance. No, this cannot come to a fight. Not least of all because we need to understand what happened here, and because these people have had trouble enough already. I travel with anyone loyal to my cause, I say, leaving my hand extended. This Frost Eyes has saved my life more times than I can count, and this witch betrayed her own oaths to fight the floods when she saw they were wrong. I was raised to see them both as enemies, and that is part of the poison that's spreading in Saray. I've learned to see past it. The leader flexes his chin, though the red-eyed woman behind him still holds her spear at the ready. The man with the child steps forward. I'll take your test. He seizes my hand with his, rough and calloused. What am I thinking? Of course, I see so much more than what he's thinking. I feel the exhaustion in his body, sense the grief he has shoved into the recesses of his heart. and read the bone-deep worry he has about where he will live and how he will care for his child. My heart breaks in an instant. If Isong's consciousness was a stream of sharp-edged thoughts, this man, Jung's, is a lava flow of pain and loss. I drag in a breath, pulling myself back from the bond. A red-winged blackbird, I say, my voice unsteady. I meet Jung's eyes and hope he sees something more than another threat in mine. You were thinking of a red-winged blackbird. I was, he says, sounding odd despite the situation. He steps back and pulls his child to his chest. The lead man glances at Jung, then drops his weapon. Perhaps you are what you say you are then. But you've just happened to come now, less than a day after we get flooded? Yes, I say, holding back the questions I'm burning to ask, that I can feel on Isong and Estresia's tongues too. Trust first, then questions. We had no idea what had happened here until we saw the debris in the water. We are freshly come from Sarante and out of touch with the news. Sarante, he grunts, and strangely this seems to be the thing that fully convinces him as he puts his knife back and glances at the others, who put up their weapons. What in deeps were you doing there? The same as we do here, I say, relief loosening the knot in my chest. At least this won't be a fight. Searching for answers, until our enemies came to besiege us. We escaped using their ship. Surprise registers on their faces, looking back at the sleek Dale ship. Now that I think about it, Isong says, before they can react, there may be a connection between that and this. If it was our enemies who caused this flood, they may have guessed we were coming here, tried to time it to wreck us in port. The red-eyed woman sucks in a breath, gaze darkening. So you're the ones who brought this on, and we're just the collateral loss of their attack? I wouldn't put it past them, I say, but we don't know for sure. If you could tell us more about how it happened. Wasn't your enemies, Jung says quietly, shaking his head. There isn't anyone in this world who could do this, and we all know that. Know what it has to be. They can, Estresia protests. We've seen it in our visions. The monks have too. That's what we were seeking in Sarante. A tool to control the floods, to stop them. The same tool that, in the wrong hands, could cause them. Jung nods, but the cast to his eyes doesn't change. I don't need the bond to know what he's feeling, because I feel it too. The gutted sensation I first felt in Sarante, wondering if it might be Ujay who's doing this. Whether we've been found wanting, as so many civilizations have before us. Whether it isn't just our time. So we have a few questions, Isong says, if you don't mind, to try to understand who might have done this. What difference does it make? The red-eyed woman asks. It's done. It won't help you, Estresia says, and I switched to the bond with her because I could use some of the passion I hear in her voice. But the difference is that we can stop the next one if we find out who caused this. Stop them from attacking another city or coming back for the upper part of yours. I take a steadying breath, feeling the determination in her, and pull myself back from that hollowing doubt. Yes, we can do this. We can stop Narimes or Yelat if they're the ones behind it. And if it's my god instead, the chronicles say we can stop that too. How did the waters come? Isong asks. Was it gradual or all at once? A tidal wave? Tide just didn't stop coming in, the headman says. Looked like a king tide at first, but then it just kept coming, first over the piers and then up the streets, and all the while the sun's shining and the sky's clear as a bell. We managed to untie most of the boats, get people moving uphill. Then the water stopped and... He chokes, and the woman behind him continues, her voice cold. And then it went out, all at once, like we were in a tipped pan of water and somebody set it right again. Ripped the houses right off the streets, and the ships, and everybody with more than a foot in the water. You can see how it went out, there and there, she says, pointing at the slopes of the bay to either side, where a rising line of debris and bare earth marks the wave that passed. Like a tidal wave going out. So I don't know if you think that's natural, or something your monks did up in the temple, or some kind of punishment your god's putting on us, the headman says, but we can't stay. Not with our boats gone, and the bay ruined, and those waves ready to come back any time. He looks past me, at the open water beyond the ship, and for the first time I see emotion behind his stoicism. Fear. I can't, anyway. I'm taking mine and everyone who wants to come and moving up higher." Others nod behind him, and I don't know what's worse, not being able to reassure them the waters won't come back, or the defeated look on the faces of the people picking through the mud behind them, like it doesn't matter if the waters come or not, that their world has already ended. "We will stop this," I say, meeting Jung's eyes. "Whether it's God or man or something else, we will stop it. Thank you for trusting us with your story. I'm sorry we can't do more to help." "We have gunpowder to trade, at least," Isong says, "in case you have goods to sell, at whatever rate." The headman just laughs, nodding out at the sea. "It's all out there. Nothing to sell you." An idea comes to me. We have money too. Ravas from Duran. Vital Ravas. 50 coins on the neck of anyone wounded will speed their healing and lend strength to anyone else. Worth more than their weight in gold if you need to sell them. They will help you rebuild. I focus inside, calling one of the sailors to bring up coins. We still have most of the bull's 40,000, so I ask him to bring 10,000, a fortune in the arena, and hopefully enough to make a difference to these people. I wish I could do more, but we have our own battle to fight. "You can do this," I say, reaching out my hands on impulse. "You can survive this. We can, together. We've done it after every flood they've ever sent to us, and we'll do it again now." The headman considers for a moment, then takes my hands, followed by Jung and the red-eyed woman and the 3 others who have been silent watchers. It would be overwhelming, the flood of fears and doubts and pain I feel in their bond, but for once I don't focus on what I see in the bond, but what I can bring to it. My hope for stopping the floods, no matter where they're coming from. The trust I have in my friends to help me do it. The determination I feel in all their hearts through the bond. I pull all that in through our bonds, then push it out through the hands clasping mine, into the hearts of these people who have lost everything. Their faces clear a little, and I feel a small echo of hope return in the bond. It may not be much, but at least I've done something to help. Now to do the rest. 3. "We need to attack," Ikifte says, slamming a fist into his palm. "Hit them in Saray before they know we're coming. Kill them all and take the monocle for ourselves." "We don't even know if they have the monocle, big guy," Anon says, leaning against the stern rail and watching Jateau dwindle in the distance. The sea is still unnaturally calm despite the wind snapping our sails, but we are least out of the worst of the floating wreckage. "Does it matter?" Akifte asks, pacing around the circle where the rest of us sit. "They have tried to kill us how many times, and each time we stay quiet. What if they don't have the monocle, and by killing them we only liberate Gaxna and Alethea's temple and the city of Saray? That is still a legendary feat." Astresia clears her throat, saffron skirts arranged neatly around her on the polished ironwood deck. "We still need the one who has Gaxana if we don't find a monocle on our own. And I still have hopes Miara can be swayed to bring the whole guild house to our cause. Small chance of that happening if we assassinate her." "I want Nurimes gone as much as the rest of you," Begdol says from the far side of the circle, his back stiff in still the waters. "More, probably. But if this flood isn't his doing, we don't have the time to waste on it. We need to focus on finding a monocle, not picking our enemies off." He glances at me as he says it, and I feel the same pressure I felt from Astresia when she said all their visions of surviving the flood pointed to me. A tightening strap across my chest that says if we can't just kill someone to stop the floods, then it's on me to learn to control a monocle once we find one. It's the pressure that drives me back to Nurimes' impossible bond every day. And every time I fail, it gets tighter. "That is the problem," Isong says, his hand warm in mine. "We've known we are out of time for a while. Alethea saw it in her visions, then Astresia in hers, even Akifte in the cloud slugs of the forest. But this, today, what we saw in Jateau." He glances away, and I get a flash of the worry and fear he stuffed under his castle of logic. This is real. This is the floods happening now. If the choice is to sail to my homeland in the hopes Miara can lead us to a monocle, or stop first in Saray and make sure our enemies haven't found one, and we don't have any clear idea which is better, we need to take the faster one. At least then we can leave Saray knowing we're not abandoning the monocle. I shift next to him. I agree. But before we make that call, does anyone have any thoughts on Jato? If what we heard and saw seems more divine or man-made? The sails snap above us, and the breeze tugs at my robes. What they described was strange, Estrija says at last, but without knowing more about how the monocle works or how the actual floods happened in the past, I don't know that I can tell. I nod and see others do the same. Lacking that, then, I say, Isong's right. Saray is closer and seems as likely as the Dale to get us a monocle. I just pray to Ujay and Jaya it's not the wrong choice and costs us our monocle. Estrija twitches at her skirts. It is, except for the matter of Miara's vision. You believe her about it? I do. She has no reason to lie to us about it, and all her actions so far say the same. As for the visions themselves, the Bloods never lie. It's how I knew I had to seek you out, and why I never lost faith in Sarante, even when it seemed certain we were going to die. The strap around my chest tightens a little more. The Bloods never lie, like the waters never do. And so we must be drowned, for I was not strong enough to see through its reflections, and neither will be this world. I stretch my neck to either side. If only I had something to do with this pressure, other than worry and wear myself ragged trying to break through Narimesa's blind. I know part of me wants to go to Saray just because it would get me back on land and in action, instead of having to suffer through more of my own circling thoughts. Isong clears his throat. The chronicles are never clear on whether there is just one monocle or many. Miara could be right and there could be one in Saray. We've even considered that we might be able to make more if we had the knowledge. If your people had the knowledge, right? Anon asks, fishing in his pocket for a clove. Nobody else on this continent is smart enough to do it. Maybe that's what Miara saw, is somebody about to make one up there. I shake my head. She said it was already there, that it was the reason she was trying to get Gaxna to lead me up there. But still, the nearest Dale port is what, 3 weeks away? Something like that, Isong says. Saray is less than a day. I think we have to do it, even if Miara says there's nothing there. I'm still not sure I trust her anyway. And what? Begdil asks, body still as a stone in meditation. The 7 of us attack the temple and guildhouse, hoping to kill their leaders or force them to divulge the location of their most prized artifact? It is a fool's errand. I vote for the Dale. The way is longer, but Miara at least knows where the monocle is there, and they will not be expecting us. They shouldn't be expecting us in Saray either, Estrija says. Now that the other sisters are gone, Miara should be the only one tracking our location, and she claims not to have spoken to Narimes or Yeolat since their divide. Claims, Begdil grunts. I doubt her word is of much worth. For once, I agree with the man. Estrija shrugs. We can check her true loyalties if we go. I can meet with her, use the water sight Alethea has taught me to read her thoughts. She'll never expect it coming from me. I stare at her. And put yourself in the middle of the Sarayan guildhouse? Estrija takes a steaming cup of tea from one of the blood-born sailors without looking, scent of green tea sharp on the breeze. Believe it or not, I do think most of the sisters there are still trustworthy, and I will know the ones who are not. Many of them stayed more out of distaste for splitting the guild than any loyalty to Miara. No, Anon says, the smirk dropping from his face. You're not going in there, not alone. And what, Anon? You're going to come and protect me from a guild full of witches? She pats him on the leg. Don't forget I'm one of them. I'll be fine. He grimaces but doesn't say anything else. I may never get used to them being together. That would be good, I say, if you feel safe doing it, Estrija. If we do end up going to the Dale, we need to know if we can trust Miara. Safe enough, she says, sipping at her tea, especially considering the alternative. And besides, if Miara has the monocle and this allegiance has just been a careful trap to get you, Alethea, that should be apparent too. It's a theory we've talked about more than once since leaving Sarante, that Miara's whole story could be a lie to lure me in, because her visions say I'm the only one who can use the monocle, and she already has it. That she'll use Gaxna as leverage to make me do whatever she wants with the monocle. Or that she doesn't have it yet, that the monocle really is in the Dale, that will be her plan once we have it. And if she isn't a real ally, I say quietly, heart stuck on Gaxna even with Isong at my side, and she doesn't have the monocle, then you can kill her. Tewo's eyes widen, and even Anon looks a little surprised. That's cold, he says. She's had Gaxna prisoner for what, 2 months now, at least? I ask. She'll never let go, not as long as she needs me. Can never let go, really, unless she dies. If we don't need her, then as far as I'm concerned, she's more than warranted death, even without Gaxna, for murdering Reggiana and selling the guildhouse out to Narimes to start with. I know I sound cold, but my heart is cold on this one. Cold with a rage that started out lava hot and stayed in my heart until it hardened into something much heavier, but no less angry. The second we don't need her anymore, I want her dead, by my own hands if I can manage it. My fingers twitch. That would be an excellent way to release the pressure I feel. Isong clears his throat. Good. Estrija's a natural choice for checking Miara and the guildhouse. That leaves Yelat and Narimes. The chosen has to be my task, I think, Begdal says. We shared a house once, though he was elevated a year before me. He might believe that I come in repentance, or at least under a flag of parley. And if he doesn't, Anon drawls, all you gotta do is keep him busy enough for me to steal the monocle. Estrija sets her teacup down with a clink. What? Anon says to her. You think Begdal's gonna be able to do it? And Narimes is the one that's probably gonna have it, right? He's the top of whatever little club they've got in Saray. He already cut Miara off, and he's just using Yeolat for whatever money the Dale are giving him. So if somebody has the monocle, it's him. And if he does, he grins, I'll find it. I can be your porter or something, he says to Begdal. We'll figure it out. Begdal scowls at the idea, but it's a good one. I definitely couldn't make it in, and we don't have the strength to attack the temple directly. And Anon's right. Even if Begdal gets Narimes to talk, he's never getting the monocle out of him. Unless Begdal kills my old enemy. I make a note to mention it to him. It's not something he'd want to talk about in front of everyone. Good, I say. We're all committed to checking Saray first, then? One after another, my friends nod. We heard news of a giant Dale ship in the harbor, Isong says. One of Yelat's arks, I'm sure. I will get on board and search it, and if she isn't in the temple, I will make sure Yelat doesn't have it on her person either. Something gleams in his eyes. We have old business anyway. Ekifte gives his particular laugh. Ha! A blood debt! I wish you well, brother. There is a darkness in his eyes I've never seen from Isong. I eye him. Will you be able to leave her alive if that's what we need instead? Of course, he says, and the angry flush in his bond disappears as quickly as if he were an Ujjain monk using the icing technique. But it's like you said with Miara. The woman deserves to die for crimes she committed 10 years ago, if nothing else. If we don't need her, the world would be better off with her dead. I nod. Then I wish you good hunting. I wish I could be there with you. I roll my neck, pressure still tight around my chest. That covers Miara and Narimes and Yeolat. We're looking for monocles first, and if they don't have them, then we want them dead. While you're doing that, I'll use the immersion to search Drowned Saray. That's where Yemla saw the monocle in his vision all those years ago. No, Isong says, just ahead of everyone else. You're too recognizable, he says. It's been years since anyone in the Dale saw me, and Estrija and Begdil have plausible reasons for coming back. You, if anyone sees you at all, word will travel back to Narimes, and every overseer in the city will come after you. No, we can't risk it. I take a breath and exhale through my teeth. He's right, but I will go, Tewo says. The monocle is something my people have searched for years, and Old Saray is one of the places we have never dared to go. It would be an honor. I force myself to unclench my jaw. They're right. They're right, but if I had my way, I'd go to all these places. To suss out Miara, to confront Narimes, to break into the Dale ship. Anything just to feel like I'm doing something. So what then? Am I supposed to just stay on the ship and wait for you all to come back? You'll be with all of us, Estrija says, voice soothing. You have our blood now, and the full vision of blood and water sight. You can follow us as closely through the bond as if you were there, without risking being caught. Monitor all of us and pass information back and forth without getting caught in wherever you are and what you're doing. You're the only one who can do that. Besides, she says, face softening, I know how to command Miara's attention. She won't be able to hold Gaxna while I'm there. I know she's just saying it to soften the blow, to get me to let go of my itch to do something, but it works. If I can be with Gaxna, the real Gaxna, even just for a few minutes, I take a shuddering breath and let it out. That would be almost as good. I know it's not right, that she should mean that much to me, but maybe that's what love is, or just what I am. Okay, I say. How do we do this? 4. It is disorienting to see the streets of Surrey again. The red awnings stretched over crowded market lanes, the porters and food carts and pack animals jostling for space between the Blackwaters' leaning 2- and 3-story buildings. Disorienting to smell it, too, after so long away. The pungent waft of fish curry and the sharp tang of Bomani citrus, layered over the human and animal waste that runs black through the waterways, amplified by the ever-present damp of the sea. It is more disorienting to see it through Isong's eyes, the bond carrying with it not only the sounds and scents I remember so clearly from my time in the city, but also his rushing stream of thoughts. Everything here is new to him, and each new sighting sparks questions in his mind about me and my life in Surrey. Which is a strange irony, because these same cries of hawkers and ring of hammers, that laughter echoing from Wet Leg Alley, they remind me of Gaxna and the days we spent here stealing our meals and searching for clues about my father's death. I take a breath, letting the connection fade, and open my eyes to the dim interior of the Clipper's largest bunk room. Dust motes hang in the single bar of light that shines through the porthole, the Clipper as quiet as Isong's connection is loud. Gaxna sits next to me, her eyes glazed and body stiff from blood push, but here with me nonetheless. Bloodborne can still see and hear, even if they can't move themselves, and so I've resolved to spend my time down here, next to her. I wear a glove on the hand that holds hers, to block Miara from spying on me through the bond of touch. She knows we're anchored near Surrey because of her connection to Gaxna, but we've kept her from overhearing any of our plans, and Miara's bloodborne sailors are long gone. I probably shouldn't risk even this touch, in case Miara reads my thoughts through the glove, but I need it too much to resist. Maybe Miara is an ally anyway. Gaxna would laugh at that, or scowl. Wish you could see what I'm seeing, I murmur to her, as I keep just a thread of Isong's awareness open in my mind, walking through the Blackwater. It still looks like Surrey, but quieter somehow. There are more overseers in the street, that much I've noticed, and fewer Daranese, maybe fewer merchants in general. But maybe you saw that too, when you escaped. Unless she didn't escape, and that was another part of the lies Miara told with Gaxna's mouth. I hate not knowing. Isong passes one of Surrey's many public fountains, and I smile, remembering the day Gaxna and I sat there while 6 overseers passed by, searching for me. If Isong just turned his head, I could see our last hideout. Surprise comes through the bond, and I realize my thought turned into a blood push. Sorry, I send. Being with you this way is still strange. I'm just glad you're here, he sends back. Am I still heading toward the warehouse? Yes, I send through the bond, forming the thought like I might compose a sentence to write, rather than the half-formed fragments that make up my regular stream of thought. But there's a faster way if you take that lane sloping down. Head for the cliff you see in the distance. He glances up, and I get another moment of disorientation, seeing the temple of Ujjayi perched on the limestone promontory like a gleaming marble bird of prey. The river Thel spills white from its mouth, tumbling down the cliffs to the sea. I almost died on that cliffside ledge. Lived my whole life in that temple except the last few months. Gaxna was a prisoner up there too, and my enemy still walks those flooded halls. I can sense him right now through the bond, though his blind blocks me from seeing anything more. It seems impossible somehow that the temple could look the same with all that's changed. I glance through Anon's bond. He and Begdil are still on the way up there, passing into Old Surrey. Anon! I send through the bond, when I see him snatch a banana fritter from a passing cart. What? He sends back. Gotta stay in practice if I'm gonna steal a monocle. I can't hold back a laugh, echoing in the quiet of the bunk room. Anon is as reliable in his own way as Isong. Just don't get caught, okay? Hey, he sends back in a hurt tone. This is the Scourge of Duran you're talking to. The one who stole your chronicles from Hiana's own mansion? You could at least not eat it while they can see you. Live a little. I shake my head and switch to Estresia's connection. She is up in the court district, meeting with an old friend over lunch before she goes to the guild house. I almost lingered just for the food. They're talking Therakin politics I'll never understand, but the food is delicious, and the enjoyment coming through Astrasia's bond is intoxicating. The woman has apparently missed her pickles and sour cake. I take a breath and let it out, trying to ease the tension in my shoulders. Everything is going according to plan so far. They all left on one of the ship's rowboats early this morning and hiked over the headland to Surrey, leaving me alone with Gaxna and the 10 Dale sailors. Those we keep tied up, even though Astrasia and I have their blood, since neither of us has the concentration to handle them at the moment. I'll get them some exercise and food later. I huff a laugh. This is what I'm down to, while my friends infiltrate palaces and hunt down enemies. A bored shepherd, like the kids I see tending sheep on the grassy headlands. Only my sheep are bloodborne humans, and my pasture the narrow walls of the clipper. At least I have Gaxna. I squeeze her hand tighter and open the bond again with Isong. To find him bashing someone's head against the wall, his blood a sudden boil of anger. Isong, what are you doing? He pulls the head back, lolling on its neck, leaving red on the wall. Isong doesn't hear me, slamming the head into the wall again. My breath catches at the brutality of it. Isong! Where is the controlled fighter I've always seen, flowing through his perfect forms? His hands slow, and waves of shock and embarrassment roll through the bond. Alethea? Yes, what are you doing? The emotions disappear, walled over by logic. Creating identities, I just got a little carried away. The body slumps from his grip, smearing blood down the alley wall. My heart thuds like my blood has turned to sludge. Is he dead? No, I don't think so. He bends down, and I tense as he grips the man's neck, then relax. Yes, there is a heartbeat there. Did he attack you? No, he's about my size and shape. I led him away from the warehouse so I could take his place. He takes a breath, and I feel that castle of logic settle heavier on his emotions. Sorry, I just got caught up in the moment. This place has me shaken, and after all the Dale we fought in Sarante. I nod, even though he can't see it. It happens to all of us. It took me forever to learn to stay controlled in the temple, because I always felt like I was fighting for my life. Did you get his information? Yes, mostly. I've been trying to teach Isong water sight, but I see in the flash of his memories that he mostly got it through conversation. Just as good. The man is about Isong's height and size. I watch as he quickly switches clothes and binds the man. I shouldn't be this surprised. I've lost control in plenty of fights myself. I've just never seen it from Isong. Wasn't sure he could lose control. You'll tell Astrasia where the body is? Yes, I send. This is part of the reason Astrasia's killing time in court. Because, without me in the city, we needed someone to get this man's blood, and blood push him out of trouble as long as Isong's impersonating him. If she can, Astrasia's going to walk the worker all the way to me, so I can read his thoughts and give Isong whatever information he needs to keep playing the role. Add him to the sheep I'm already tending. I sigh, leaning a shoulder against Gaxna in the dim bunk room. It would be so much easier if they all had water and blood sight, but I have to remember it took me years to get this far. Turns out my teachers were wrong about needing to be a specific gender to use different powers, but you do still have to put in the time. Isong gets the switch done and walks out of the alley, back to cool logic and confidence. I chat with him a little more, getting the basics of his plan. The worker he knocked out, Sambo, is actually part of the Ark's permanent crew and is scheduled to go back out with the evening tide. Till then, he says, I guess I'm back to just being a laborer. I get a flash of memory through the bond. A line of workers marching out of a massive, ringing factory in a twilight city surrounded by dry, red peaks. Good luck, I say, realizing he's never told me that much of his past. I've always stayed out of his thoughts out of respect for his privacy. I can't now, at least not until I get better control of this flood of information. A woman flashes up in the stream, her rust hair cut unevenly, running a meeting with Isong in a candlelit room with a circle of pale-eyed workers. For a moment, I feel the softness of her lips on his. Yasia, his first love. I close the bond and focus myself back on my actual surroundings, on the dusty beam of light and the quiet rasp of Gaxna's breath and the unsteady beat of my heart. Well, I say to her, that was strange, but I guess we all have our own pasts, right? I might see Astrasia in the same way if I looked into Gaxna's thoughts. Part of me is glad I'll never have a reason to. see enough in Anon's bond as it is. I glance there now and see he and Begdil are getting close, Anon hauling the monk's possessions up the path of insight, tended gardens of seagrass to either side. I have to take another deep breath to keep my emotions focused as the temple gates come into view, tall and forbidding and carved with the massive, spiraling sign of our God. How many times did I wish I could run out of those gates and never come back? How many times since have I dreamed of walking through them again? You will, Anon says, my thoughts apparently slipping through the bond. Only when you do it, you'll have the whole city behind you, and all these beggars will be down on their knees asking forgiveness. I laugh to see that his imagination includes him walking next to me, taking gold and jewels from the kneeling monks. There's not that much gold and jewelry in the temple, I'm afraid. Part of our vows. Then they won't mind me taking what's there, he thinks back. Porter, Begdil says from next to him, you'll stay with me through the initial meetings. I would keep my tools close. Meaning he wants me to hear through Anon. Begdil and Akifte are the only ones on our team who didn't give me their blood. It would have made this all a lot easier, but I'm also not surprised. It's amazing the old monk has bent his beliefs as far as he has. He was amenable to the idea of killing Narimes, however, if the man turns out to not have the monocle or any useful information. I think he can do it, too, if he uses surprise to his advantage. Hierarchist powers or not, I doubt Narimes could recover from a solid gut the fish. It'll take a few meetings to get to the Chosen, Begdil goes on. You'll keep your mouth shut and do exactly what the monks tell you to, till I send you to our chambers. The temple gates are closed, something my father would never allow, but open as they draw near, Anon's footsteps crunching on the layer of loose sand over the stone steps. An overseer stands inside the gate, face impassive. Seer Begdil, he says, the address already speaking volumes. That the man knows Begdil and knows he joined the rebel temple and still recognizes him as one of the faithful, but not with any of the honorifics age or service has earned him. Just seer, same as a newly elevated novice. Overseer Hemlin, Begdil agrees, tone just as even. I come seeking waters with the chosen. Seeking waters is our term for a conversation while sharing minds in water sight. I warned Begdil that Narimes is capable of partial blinds, but ultimately agreed with him that it would be the proper thing to do. I doubt Narimes will meet with him anyway. Hemlin considers for a moment, glancing at Anon. Anon, for his part, is as calm as any monk in the folds of concentration. Say what you will, he knows how to keep his head under pressure. I'll call for an elder. You will stay here until then, in my sight and unarmed. Begdil raises an eyebrow. Since when did we treat our brothers like enemies? Since they abandoned the faith, Hemlin says, no trace of anger or other emotion in his voice. I shiver through the bond. I had forgotten how cold Ujjayan monks could be, how cold we are trained to be. Thank Ujjaya they kept me from ascending the ranks. I have become so much more than I could have here. Hemlin gestures at one of the ornamental streams that cut through the sand and seagrass gardens, babbling with the same current that flows through the entire temple, connecting it, sparkling and warm here in the noon sun. I hold my breath. We expected this, and Begdil promised he was good enough to control his thoughts, unblinded, to not reveal anything. But if the overseer asks Anon to join him, Begdil steps into the water, and Hemlin does too, likely sending a message to the theocrats for someone to come. I wonder again if it's realistic to think Begdil can get an audience with Narimes, if it wouldn't be better for Anon to slip away now, before they throw Begdil in the pits for being a rebel. What did Narimes tell me all those months ago when Howe was the one on trial for not agreeing with his decisions? Dissent is the ultimate heresy. The thought just makes me angry now. For the 100th time, I wish I was the one standing there, even if it would be suicide. That would get Narimes to come. And I can think of no better way to relieve this pressure I feel than sinking a fist into his face. I glance at the rest of our team while Anon and Begdil wait. True to his word, Esong works with other Dale in a warehouse like the one Gaxton and I broke into so long ago, shifting wooden crates. Astresia crouches over the man Esong knocked out, lips pursed as she works blood to heal the worst of his wounds before sending him to me. And Tewo is most of the way to the Fist of Ujjayi, the only part of drowned Saray still visible above the waters, his mind peaceful, breath in rhythm with the oars. I choke when he glances toward the city, however. Floating between him and the spidering docks of the Blackwater is something so large that ship doesn't do it justice. It is at least 5 times as long as the biggest ship I've seen and towers 100 paces out of the water. Tewo squints, catching my interest, and I count 7 levels of portholes before the top. I goggle at the empty bunk room, my senses filled with Tewo's consciousness. 7 levels? Plus however many more below the waterline? The Clipper has 2 total. An ark. It has to be. Isong talked about these, said that it was the Dao's whole mission, to build ships to withstand the floods. A mission Yeolat twisted to benefit the richest and most powerful in their society. I knew they were large, but I never imagined they could build something this big. It sits high enough to look down on the Blackwater and much of the lower city. You could fit half of Surrey on that thing. What is it doing here? Isong had said they were building them on supports at the very tops of their peaks in case the waters rose that high. Why would they put one in the water? To intimidate, Tewo thinks at me, my thoughts apparently slipping through the bond. That has ever been their way. They fired cannons when they first came to our islands, thinking they could scare us into submission. It is just a ship, Alethea, still nothing compared to the width of the ocean. I shake my head. He's right, but I don't think it's to intimidate, and I doubt it's to save anyone here if the floods do come. We got word they were installing strange instruments in the temple. Maybe it has something to do with that. Perhaps, he sends back, but their crafts can never replace the mother's wisdom. We will find the monocle first. I know it. I sigh. I wish I had your faith. It is not faith. The Dale have known of the floods longer than anyone, had the tools to search for the monocle for decades. And yet they follow my people around, taking us prisoner so that they might search where we have been guided. Let them build large ships. For all their tools, they are still blind. I love the confidence I feel coming through his bond. I remember feeling that way about Ujay in the months and years before Narimes came into power. Like if there was one thing I could count on in life, it was my God and the power he manifested in the waters. And I still believe that. Maybe more than ever now, having experienced the deeper power of combining blood and water sight. I just think our God, whatever we call them, may have decided to turn that power against us. History says they always have before. We would know, Heo says simply. Maybe not the Dale or those of Duran, but you and I, Alethea. We would know, and we would be saved. I want to argue with him, and I want to agree with him, and maybe most of all, I want to believe that Ujay or Jaya is going to do the saving for us, that it's not on me. It's just that all our holy visions say it is. I hear my name echoing through another bond, from Anon. Tewo, Mother bless your work, brother. I will check back in. He nods, but I'm already closing the bond and opening Anon's. Hey! Yes, what? Look. I look, entering his stream to see the temple gardens and the waving seagrass, a new monk standing in the water opposite Begdil, spreading narrow arms wide. Begdil, old friend, to what do I owe this visit? I suck in a breath, recognizing the narrow face. Not just any monk. Narimes. 5. Surprise tightens in my gut, excitement quickly following. We got to him. Even if everything goes wrong here, Begdil will have a chance at his life. My hands grip the bed frame. I wish I was the one standing there. It is high time we talked, Begdil says, voice the even keel of a monk in his concentration. As one temple. I am not the one who split us, Nurimes answers in the same tone, plus a touch of condescension. That is a matter of opinion, Begdil answers, and I break into a smile. Not only because it's what I would say, well, maybe a little more polite than I would have done it, but because it's a senior monk saying it, the head of an entire temple on my side, when all my memories are of entire temples set against me. Your reactions at the wedding, Begdil goes on, indicated you saw the veracity of Alethea's insights. I could kiss the man. Surprise registers in the bond with Anon, and some distracted part of me notes that I really need to learn how to control my thoughts. The rest of me focuses on the conversation happening here, on the sight of my enemy just a few feet from where Anon stands, cheekbones stark as ever. Nurimes purses his lips as if considering. Indeed, I did, and she was right. I did all those things, as chosen have ever done, for the good of the temple, for the good of the faith. I would expect you to understand that by now. Allying us with the witches, our sworn enemies? The word witches makes me cringe, but I was right to send Begdil. I still don't think this conversation has much chance of changing things, other than learning if Narimes has the monocle. But Begdil is just the right blend of traditional views and the changes the temple needs to make. I did not ally, I subjugated, as we have ever sought. Begdil just gazes a moment, gathering his thoughts. I am sure you remember a time when it was different, when we were yet novices, and the split between us did not seem more than that which has ever split men and women. A difference, and yet an attraction. Is that not split enough, Brother Begdil? I do not hear word of your little sect allying with the witches who left. Begdil hesitates again, choosing his words, I'm guessing. He knows he can't be as direct as usual here if he wants to accomplish anything. I have come to believe, he says at last, that it would be in the best interest of the temple, of the faith, if we were to look more to our commonalities than our differences. Narimes folds his hands and takes a few slow steps on the gravel. You are lucky, brother. Duty never called you to marry as it has me. One of the drawbacks of the theocratic path. So let me tell you something your insights may not give you access to. The sort of thing you can only learn from experience. There is no commonality between man and woman stronger than our differences. Only a power struggle, disguised and tangled by desire in many cases, until the struggle simplifies to you against her, and then it will be war as open as the one we wage against the Thericans. Marriages are ever thus. Sturgjon appeared happily married until the plague took Iwanala. And perhaps that is why we are here, Narime says, spinning in place with that surprising grace, and walking in the other direction. Sturgjon's weaknesses. I intend to take a firmer hand. But you did not come here to debate love. He steps into the water, and I suck in a breath. Here it is. The sharing of waters, when two monks talk with blinds dropped, connected by water, ostensibly holding no secrets from each other. There is, of course, always the technique of just not thinking about anything you don't want the other person to see, but it's much less reliable than a blind to block out all intrusion. Still, Begdil assured me he could do it, and for all the man's relative unpleasantness and outdated views, I don't doubt his ability as a seer. That doesn't mean I don't hold my breath when his feet touch water. Don't expect every second to see Narimes' eyes widen and for him to snap orders for a contingent of overseers to come capture me. That is the worst we risk, I think. Narimes undoubtedly knows almost everything else we do. But it seemed worth it to try to draw information out of him, temple head to temple head. Narimes' face doesn't change as they connect through the waters, so Begdil must be keeping his thoughts in check. I came to talk of the floods, he says, following the script we discussed. I am sure your new immersions have been the same as ours. We need a plan, brother. The threat is bigger than our differences. The Chosen's face stays blank. And what is your plan? To come begging to me? Or will you tell me, as head of whatever you're calling yourselves, that faith alone will be enough? That I only need repent, and we'll all be saved? What else could there be? Begdil asks, and I wince. He's the right monk for this talk, but that doesn't mean he has the subtlety of someone like Astresia or even Anon. He's trying to lead Narimes to the monocle, to whether they have it yet, but his question feels a little too obvious. Narimes doesn't bite. A firm hand. That is what instills faith and keeps it through hard times. I think you'll find I run a much tighter ship than did my predecessor. Begdil's face stays smooth. Sturgjon did not have monks disappearing in his own city. I haven't heard anything about monks disappearing, but then, if they are, the temple would likely be trying to keep it quiet. I am not disappearing them, if that's what you're implying, Narime scowls. If anything, that's the witches reacting to how I've shifted the tides. We have seen something else, Begdil says, returning to the script. In our latest immersions. A tool. Something sent by Ujay. The details are never clear, but I thought if we could reference our immersions with yours, we might gain some direction. This is a better dig for information, but the tension in my belly still says Narimes knows everything and is just playing with us. By that, the lean man says, I infer you do not yet have one? Begdil shifts his stance. I do not even properly know what it is, brother. Ah, a lie. Your first, I think. Admirable for one more given to a seer's insights than the theocrat's poetry. Still, I think I see the truth behind it. You don't yet have a monocle, which is why you've come here, to see if I do. Well, maybe your chronicles will help. You've brought them? I have not, Begdil says, but my mind rushes through what Narimes' words mean. He's either bluffing about being interested in the Rebel Temple's new immersion chronicles, or he doesn't have a monocle either, or he has one and thinks new chronicles might give him insight on how to use it. I grit my teeth in frustration. Basically, it could mean anything. Easy enough, Narime says, cool as a barrel bottom. Why don't you call for them to be brought? We should have time enough for that, at least. I don't need to be connected to Begdil and Watersight to see his discomfort. Anon's thoughts register it too. I will not without a promise of the same from you, in a neutral location. A neutral location? Narimes nods at the overseer, who strides towards the gates, and I feel a spike of concern from Anon. Stay, brother, I send. We knew this might happen. We're not in a neutral location, Begdil, Narimes goes on. You came to me. Maybe some time in meditation will inspire you to call to your brethren. Or if you stay long enough, maybe they'll come on their own. I can't sneak out of the pits, Anon sends. Not if they're like Gaxna said. They won't send a senior monk to the pits, I think back, praying it's true. And I'm not convinced Narimes doesn't already have a monocle. We're going to need your skills. The overseer shuts the gate, but ironically, Anon relaxes at the thought of burgling the temple. Begdil is still stone-faced. You're taking me hostage? A full brother of the faith? Not hostage, Narime says, stepping out of the water. This is your home, Begdil, not some abandoned silk factory in the highlands. You just need some time to remember that. Hopefully, it will encourage our lost brothers up there to do the same. Never in the history of our faith have we locked up one of our own. I'm not sending you to the pits, Narime says, and a little of the tension leaves my belly. But you will have to stay in your rooms. I'm sure you understand. I understand that you have always lied and forced your way into power, or murdered, in the case of our rightful chosen. Ah, now the words come out. Would you rather I murdered you here than kept you as bait? Begdil's face stays stony, but his eyes dart. As I thought, Narime says. Not ready for your final immersion either. Hemlin, you will see him to his chambers? He turns to go. Narimes, Begdil says, using his name for the first time. Please. We shared a house once, ages ago. You must see this is bigger than a power struggle between our temples. The floods are coming, brother. So they are, the chosen of Ujjayi says, but I disagree. A power struggle is all this has ever been, Begdil, and to the winner goes the world. 6. I take a minute to breathe, though I know I need to check in with everyone else. A minute to find all the tension Narimes has put in my body, a tightness in my shoulders, an ache in my chest, a tension to my lower back. I find it and trace it back to my heart, to the ember of hate that still burns there for the man who had my father killed. I also find a glacier of fear there, grinding against my determination, whispering that Narimes already has the monocle, that he's the one who attacked Jateau, that he's one step ahead of us, that all my allies and plans won't be enough, that he will win and remake the world in his image. I let out a shuddering breath and gripped Gaxna's hand tighter in the dimness of the monk room. I know he wouldn't let the world drown. He needs people to power his hierarchism. But part of me thinks no one stopping the floods would be better than Narimes turning them to his advantage. What did entry 213 say? And so we need the floods. And so we must be drowned. So we must shatter the mirror warped in the casting, rather than believe what it shows. If anyone sees the world in a warped way, it's Narimes. And if it's his vision for the world or shatter the mirror, then yes, shatter it. Maybe that's what my God's after, if that's who flooded Jateau, stopping us before we get the power to control a world we're not worthy of. Floods, Gaxna, I say to my lover in the silent bunk room. Maybe we should just sail out to one of the pearls and lie on the beach till we all die. She says nothing, and I don't add the after I kill Miara and free you, in case Miara is listening. The thought, perversely, eases the pressure of that glacier in my heart. Estrija promised she would occupy Miara enough that Gaxna might be herself for a few minutes. The thought of having my lover, my real, unblood-pushed, just herself lover, here with me, alone, even for a few minutes, that sounds almost as good as the pearls. I focus through the bond to check on Estrija, but she's still making her way through the city toward the guild, partially distracted with blood-pushing the Dale worker Isong is impersonating out of the city and over the headlands to me. At least him coming will be an excuse for me to get off the ship for a minute, even if it's only to get more human animals to shepherd while my friends do the real work. I check in on Isong and find him aboard the Ark, muscles straining against a barrel of wine. He walks down a hallway that could be the one outside my door, wood floor banded with iron, only 5 times as long. It smells of oil and sweat, and flameless lanterns along the ceiling cast a dim, sterile light. Craftology. Kinda nice to see a man at work, I send. Isong starts, almost dropping his barrel. Alethea? You got somebody else talking to you in your head? Sorry, it's strange being back here, talking with other Deo. It's been a long time. Through the bond, I feel his disorientation, along with anger? He turns a corner into a wide room, far walls stacked with more barrels like the one he carries, chalks between them and ropes lashing them to hooks in the wall. Orderly, like I'd expect from the Dale. The Ark is trading wine? I ask. I didn't think they'd use a ship this big for trade runs. I didn't either. One of a lot of things here that doesn't make sense. He settles his barrel, then holds chalks for the worker carrying one behind him, exchanging a few words in click-laden Deol, the language sounding as exotic to me as it always has. What else? I ask, as he follows the returning stream of men out a different hallway. One for loading, one for unloading, carefully engineered and planned. A sliver of ice runs down my spine. The Deol are so flooding organized. No wonder they're taking over the world. The main thing is the Ark being here at all. They were all supposed to stay on our mountaintops. That was Ierlat's whole plan, the idea she rode to power. A contingency in case the waters rose high enough. They were never meant for sea level, never built down there. I shake my head. Tewo says it's to intimidate us, that's what the Dale did when they raided Perler diving sites. Could be, he says, walking through another wide chamber stacked with crates, and a third smelling strongly of leather. But they wouldn't have it so heavily manned if it was just for show. That's the other part that doesn't make sense. There are a lot of workers ahead of him. So they are going to use it for trade, or what? I know he's come up with a theory by now. I would say yes, but these aren't Serayan goods. Wine, leather, these are things from further up peninsula, and the Bamani. Things they should be selling here, not loading to take closer to where they bought them. He sighs, rolling his shoulders where a deep ache is building. Hopefully, I can get some information after my ship is over. I'm bunking here on the ship. But that's not the strangest thing. What do you mean? I mean, I don't think these barrels have wine in them. What? He steps out into blinding sun, and I feel the pain almost like it's in my eyes instead of his. When we refocus, a long ramp leads down to a mossy Serayan barge, half of it still stacked with wine barrels. Most ships load at the docks, but I read in his thoughts that the Ark's keel runs too deep even for the long docks. Instead, goods must be ferried back and forth. There was a broken one, he says, following the line of workers down the ramp. When we first started unloading, somebody slipped and the stave broke. They were already cleaning it up when I passed, but that wasn't wine on the floor. What was it? He steps onto the barge, and the sudden shift in balance makes me adjust where I sit. I don't know. There wasn't a way to check, but I'm going to after I'm off shift if a chance doesn't come up before. I forget how carefully monitored everything is, he says, glancing at the shift manager standing on the barge platform, then back to the one at the entrance to the ship. There was a clerk in the storeroom, too, noting each barrel as it came in. Well, be careful, okay? I don't want anything happening to you. A flush of love comes through the bond, warm and steady. Of course. You doing okay out there? If bored to tears counts as okay, I think back, feeling a little strange about talking to him like this while holding Gaxana's hand. It's none of the guilt I used to feel, though. Isong knows about us. He always has, but I know now that he doesn't want to possess me like Deshaun did. It's no kind of relationship the temple would approve of, but that's nothing new. He never approved of me. Maybe the new one will. There's a strange thought. Temple and guild, or united faith, that accepts me with my misgendered magic and strange relationships? No, I correct myself, as Isong hugs another barrel to his chest. I'm not the one who's strange. Their ideas are strange, for trying to control who and how we can be. I smile. If this all works out, I might actually have a chance to change that. Isong spots a ship approaching across the bay. It's like nothing I've ever seen, sleek and low in the water, no mast or sails, but moving like it's under full wind. Private sloop, he says, then slows. Probably carrying Yeolat. No other reason they'd have one. I sit up straighter, feeling excitement pulse through the bond. Can you get closer? See what she's doing? Isong bites his lip, mind racing as he steps into the dark interior of the ship. Maybe I can do both. I feel a touch of anger in the bond, too, unusual for Isong. I see his plan a second later, and my stomach twists. Maybe you shouldn't. Isong slams his cask onto an iron band across the floor. Wine gushes out, and he sprawls into it, tripping like the whole thing was an accident. Bloods. Okay, I guess we're doing this. Shouts sound, and Isong pushes up, wiping his face and slipping a finger in his mouth. Definitely not wine, he says, heart beating faster as a manager approaches. The taste on his tongue is not the tannic sweetness of the peninsula's grapes, but something herbal? It's clear, too, he sends, standing and bowing apology to the supervisor, who comes at him with a string of sing-songy words and sharp clicks. Water? It's a bizarre thing to understand the words in Isong's thought stream, even as they sound like gibberish through his ears. Like biting into a mango and tasting pickles. What are you doing, 8732? The manager barks. We're already 3 behind on this shift, and the elite is about to board. Pick it up. Cleaning supplies are third door on the left. Apologies, Isong answers, and I get a sense for the blend of deference and respect in his word choice. How long do I have? I admire how quick he is with his words, even as I'm surprised at how impulsively my normal, very deliberate man jumped into this plan, and how much anger simmers under his deferent tone. Isong does not like his own people. Not these ones, anyway. Minutes at best, the supervisor scowls. I'll help you myself. Let's go. Isong gets the supplies and they scrub, squeezing to the side for more workers to pass. I shake my head. Any Sarayan or Bamani crew would just wait for the mess to get cleaned, but the workers have a tense air, like there's no time to waste, like disaster will strike if they slow down even a little. Do they know something we don't? It's always like this, Isong answers, at least in the cities. Efficiency before all. I hate it. Any idea what that stuff is? Medicine? It's rusting thin if it is, he says, frowning and soaking up a fresh towel. Look at these. He swipes the towel to the left, sweeping up a few round, leafy nubs. I frown. Some kind of herb? Seems like it. But the barrel said wine. I shake my head. Why would they bother hiding this? That's the question. He drops the last of the sodden towels into a laundry chute and stands. I'll get back to work, if that's all right, sir. Yes, the manager waves at him impatiently. Quickly! Isong follows the stream of workers into the storeroom. There have to be hundreds of barrels here, all labeled wine. And out again into the bright sunlight, where the sleek ship is just pulling up to the barge. Perfect, he cracks his knuckles. That has to be Yeolat. What are you going to do? I ask, uneasy at the impulsive pace of his thoughts. Walk up to her and ask if she has the monocle? You don't have the water sight to read her yet. Can't risk talking, he says, adjusting the mask over the lower half of his face. She might recognize me. I read all the things he doesn't say in the stream, though. How much of him burns to do just that. How he knows it was impulsive and maybe stupid to smash the barrel and doesn't care. How desperate he is for this to work. Well, I can identify with that at least. And if she has the monocle, I want to know sooner rather than later. Isong slows his steps and manages to get to the barge just as 2 guards cross the short plank from the sloop, leading a pair of hooded people behind them. He draws himself up, saluting in a perfect third cairn stance. Former Ensign Hathayu at your service, sirs, he barks in Deol. Ready for any service to the Supreme. Your service is hauling barrels, one of them slurs, narrowing pale eyes at him. Laborer. I would be shocked at the amount of derision in the word laborer if it weren't overwhelmed by the rage coming through Isong's bond, as a slender woman in a deep blue version of the Dao's clinging garment steps from the sloop, a pale scar cutting across her cheek. Yeolat. I would remember her from Narime's wedding, even without the flood of bitter memories coming to me through the bond, alongside bitter emotions. They complement my own. This woman is the one responsible for so many of my friends dying at Sarante, and part of the cabal that has made my life hard from the start, the one that killed my father all those months ago. No, I revise, as she straightens and Isong holds his salute despite the guard's words. My feelings complement his, but don't go as far. Under the bitterness and anger, I feel real hatred in him, like a rip current to the tide of emotion we're sharing, and I remember suddenly the way he smashed that guard's head into the wall in the alleyway. Feel with a sudden tension how my normally carefully controlled man trembles in his hands, not from fear, but from a desire burning in his chest to do something, to grab Yelat's throat in his hands and squeeze the life out of her before anyone can stop him, to avenge all the people she killed. Isong, Hateu Samblo at your service, Madame Supreme, he snaps out, still holding his salute, ignoring his own words about not talking to her. Ready and willing for whatever needs doing. I suck in a breath. If she recognizes him. Yeolat's eyes meet his for a second, cold, but there is no spark of recognition. Get this man out of my way, she says to a guard. We have a timeline. A rough shove, and Isong stumbles back. His whole body tenses, and the cairn moves to disable these men and kill Yeolat, light up like a sea beacon in his mind. Second cairn to fifth to a third cairn strike at her throat. Isong, I shout through the bond. Don't! This is not the time! He crouches, muscles burning, mind a maelstrom of calculation and desire. Yeolat sweeps by, toward the guards and hooded figures entering the ship. Don't, I send again, almost like a prayer. All my concerns coalesce to the simple fear of what could happen to him. It would be so easy to lose him when I feel like I've only just now found him. He still burns to act, to take the chance he hasn't had in 10 years, and in desperation, I shove my fear through the bond toward him, try to get him to feel what I can't seem to make him think, that this is not right, that he's worth too much to throw it away. I don't know if it works. I just know that he pauses a moment longer, and more guards close in behind her entourage, and the careful sequence of cairn moves Isong held falls apart as the distance grows. I sag in my seat, remembering to breathe, and he straightens from where the guard's shove had nearly made him fall. In Yeolat's wake comes a dark-faced supervisor, sweeping down from the top of the loading ramp. You, he barks, 8372, damaged product, and now this? What's gotten into you? Apologies, sir, Isong says, logic and calculation building a sudden dam across the torrent of emotions inside. I thought maybe I could make it up with extra service, sir. Thought you found a hidden ladder to climb, you mean, he says, then narrows his eyes. Hatheu, isn't it? The fear that had started to ebb comes slamming back. If this man knew the real Hatheu, he will see through Isong's disguise. There's no way he can get out if so, not with so many guards and workers around. Yes, sir, Isong answers, his own emotions remarkably under control again, dammed up behind logic. His eyes drift towards Yeolat, disappearing into the belly of the ship. Look at me, the supervisor snaps, and my belly flexes tighter. Isong looks back. Apologies, sir. The man's pale eyes search Isong's. Veil down, laborer. My core turns to ice. This is it. Run, Isong, I send. Jump off the side. You can still outrun them. Instead, he pulls the veil down, eyes never leaving the supervisor's. And for a second, I think his rage is going to get the better of him, that he's going to put this man down and do what he can to fight his way to Yeolat. He stays still and silent as the supervisor searches his face. Then he reaches out with one gloved hand, using a finger to pull back Isong's lips. He snorts. Well, no liquor or chot at least, but watch yourself, Hatheu. I'll be filing a report with upper management. Now get back to work. He spins on one heel and marches back up the ramp, already scribbling in his ledger. Isong pulls up his veil and grabs another barrel, all cool logic again. I take a deep breath, trying to figure out what to say, how to handle the rage I never knew was dammed up in there, the hatred. Sorry, he says, before I can. I got carried away. I don't find the words I need, so I use the ones I have. Are you sure you can do this? Yes, of course. I have to do this. I'm the only one of us who can. I'll watch myself with Yeolat. It probably won't come up again anyway. But if I can figure out what's going on here, the extra manpower, the wine barrels, us loading the ship at all, it will tell us what she's up to, if she has the monocle or how she works into Narimesa's plans. It's all connected, I'm sure of it. I take a shuddering breath. I want to know what's going on in there as much as he does, but just promise me you'll be careful, okay? She's too heavily guarded, and we need you. I need you. Plenty of time to find justice after we get the monocle and stop their plans, right? Isong drops his barrel onto chalks held for him by the worker ahead, then grabs a set for the worker behind. Right, I'll stay quiet tonight. See what I can overhear from the other men. Good. I take a deep breath and let it out. And I'll talk to Astresia. If anyone will know what those herbs are, she will. He nods. Good hunting then, Alethea. I'll miss you tonight. And I'll miss you, I send back. And it's true. But as I let the bond drop and come back to the quiet of the bunk room, I can't help feeling I don't totally know him, either. This man who has been my anchor. I just pray I can love the parts I don't know as much as the parts I do. 7. I sit for a minute in the dark of the bunk room, Gaxton's hand warm in mine, letting the emotions seep out of my body. Like usual, when they're gone, I feel clearer about everything. That I do want Isong on the Ark, even if it's dangerous. That I still trust him to do the job, anger and all, but I don't think I can lean on him like I used to. That he'll need me with him as much as Anon or Astresia do. I sigh and feel a bizarre flash of gratitude that Gaxna is still bloodborne. I never expected caring about people to be easy, but it's still shaken me somewhere deep that Isong isn't the rock I've always taken him for. Gaxna won't be either when she wakes up, but for now, just having her here helps, while I sit idle and watch my friends go through so much. I know what Urte would say, that I never should have leaned on Isong in the first place, that a seer must be her own ice, or her own water, when that's what's required. You're not wrong, old teacher, I whispered to the dim bunk room, watching the dusty beam of sunlight move with the roll of the ship. But I don't think any seer ever had to go through what I am. Maybe this is me being water, learning to rely on other people. It's the only choice I have right now. Rely on my friends to do all the things I can't, and be the water that guides them while they go. Almost like I'm their immersion, or the ocean that guides our minds and makes us wiser than we'd be alone. I glance at Tewo, still deep under the waters of the bay, and anon prowling the 3 rooms of Begdil's prison suite, before shifting to Astresia. I find her calmly approaching the carved rose-gold walls of the Therakin compound, Guildhouse rising like a giant beehive beyond. Through the arching gates, supplicants mill in a courtyard full of babbling fountains and manicured shrubs, the scent of cut flowers and incense smoke drifting on the air. I remember facing down a circle of Therakin guards here, insisting I see their highest sister. Remember, with a shock, that it was Miara who eventually led me in. How much did she know back then? Peace, Alethea, Astresia sends through the bond. Her heartbeat is steady as waves on a shore. All will be well. You sound like Tewo, I send back, feeling suddenly inadequate, that my friends have more faith than I do, that they should be the ones prophesied to stop the floods. How can you be sure? These are my sisters for all the differences, and we have all sworn an oath to do no harm. I tell her, briefly, what happened with Anon and Begdil. They're settled in one of the theocratic suites now, but with doors locked and windows barred. Anon is already coming up with plans to get out, but I can't help thinking it was a mistake to send them. The monks have no oath like the Therakins, beyond the one to do Jay's will. Astresia clucks her tongue. And that's likely where the whole problem comes from, placing ideals higher than people. Or power, I send back, thinking of Narimesa's last words, and the goals of all the hierarchists. Power at any cost. Power over other people to fuel their hierarchism. I shake my head. Does hierarchism require that power be taken by force or treachery? I can't help thinking consent would be more powerful, like it makes blood pushes work better and vitality transfer faster. Interesting point, Astresia thinks, as 2 sisters spot her and approach. Here we go. Out loud, she says, Ferin, Kipta! Jaya's blessings on you. Astrija Huelin, the taller of them says, a flat-faced woman with long silver hair bound in a simple knot. You have taken long. Kipta, Astrija says, smiling with what I'm surprised to find is real pleasure. Fond memories of the woman flash through the bond, of her solid presence, her tireless work for the guild, and her rare, cutting wit. Would that it had been otherwise. There is a lot of that these days, Kipta answers. To what do we owe the pleasure? Other Theracants are looking over now, eyes widening at the sight of Astrija, of a rebel come home. I bring greetings from the new guild house, Astrija says, in a voice intended for more than Ferin and Kipta. You have an open invitation to visit, you know. The sisters would love to see you. Then, quieter, Ainma sends her greetings. A cloud passes over Kipta's face, and I intuit from the thought streaming through the bond that the two are lovers, separated by politics. Such stories are likely common between the temples, too. Good. Maybe love will bring us together, if all our fighting and talking fails. Just greetings, the other woman, Ferin, presses. She is a wiry woman, short where Kipta is tall, full of controlled energy. It is a long journey, I understand. Astrija inclines her head. There are things I would discuss with Sister Miara, if she is available. I come on Phelan's authority. Kipta's face goes blank. The 9th is often unavailable. Good luck is what she means, Ferin says, and I immediately like her, despite the hardness to her gaze. Here is someone who says what she means. Keeps to her office and talks more with visiting monks than any of us. Interesting, Astrija says, voice neutral despite the flush of excitement and race of calculation I read in the bond. Who cares for the day-to-day affairs? There is the 8th circle, of course, Kipta says, face still blank. Jalenla among them. Astrija reads the same thing in her flat tone that I do. Jalenla's doing it, but not well. Jalenla, then, Astrija says, a smear of distaste passing through our bond. I have 100 questions to ask her, but don't want to split her focus. Better to meet with the 6th first, Ferin says, glancing at Kipta. There's a lot you don't know, and we can recommend you to the 7th circle from there. Astrija smiles over her annoyance. I'm 7th circle myself these days. Perhaps if you could... Ferin snorts. You're still 6th circle as far as we're concerned. One of us. Come on, I'll call a circle. There is a warmth to it as well as a reprimand, and I struggle to keep up in the stream of implications and considerations flashing through Astrija's thoughts. That would be nice, Astrija says, hands pulling at her lavender skirts. She knows as well as I do that we need to get this done fast, but I read in her thoughts, at least, that she trusts these women, and Ferin may have more reasons than the one she's named for insisting Astrija meet with the 6th first. Interesting, and I thought temple politics were convoluted. I check in on Tewo as Astrija exchanges more greetings, then heads for the guild house. He is mid-dive, heart slow and peaceful despite the breath burning in his lungs. My breath catches when I open to his perception. He swims through a forest of strange hulking shapes, the half-broken and sediment-buried remains of another civilization. The water is chill on his skin, sunlight filtering through giant kelp trees and 100 paces of seawater. Isn't it beautiful, sister? A beautiful graveyard, I would say, but I know this is a holy place for him. He was chanting some sort of prayer when I first opened the bond, and his movements are reverent as he clears the sea life and sand from a looming shape to reveal a worked metal archway. It glitters in the dim light. Very, I say instead. Have you found anything? No, the city is vast, but I will. The mother will guide me. He kicks away from the harbor floor, and the hulking shapes stretch away into the dark, punctuated by taller forms, some of their metal bones catching the dim light. This is not so far from where I had my first immersion, where I saw all these drowned people come back to life, silently begging me not to let it happen again. I pray she does. I don't want to push him, but this is the mission I have the most hope for, that we'll find the monocle still down here, safe from our enemies. I never imagined the underwater city would be so big. She always has, he sends, biting into a kelp bladder and sucking the vegetal air from inside. I'd be amazed, maybe that's how the pearlers stay down so long, if I wasn't so focused on keeping the tension in my body from coming out in my thoughts. We need to know if there's a monocle down here quick, not only to stop the floods, but to pull Isong and Anon and Astrija out of danger. None of their missions matter if we find a monocle down here first. I sigh, the sound in my quiet bunk room overlaying the steady shush in his ears of the deep ocean. Maybe the mother will guide him. Or maybe she's already planning to drown us all. Farewell then, brother, I send, glimpsing Astrea getting settled in her bond. I will check back. I will be here. I come back to Astrea's bond, polished floors and drifting hemlock incense replacing the cold and wet of Tewo's world. She sits in a sunny, circular chamber, Farron and Kipta to her right, along with about 10 others, with more filtering in. The room looks built for 50, but then it probably was. Their diminished numbers must be a constant reminder of the schism for the sisters who stayed here. I take a breath, letting go of my worry that Tewo could be down there for weeks. This conversation will be important, too, especially if it gives us an edge on Miara. Did I miss anything? Sisters digging for information in the guise of pleasantries, Astrea sends back, a thread of nervous energy running through her core. The usual. Do you trust them? Farron and Kipta? Yes, unless something has changed. Many of these others were in lower circles when I was here, or out on field duty. She adjusts her seat, watching a tea kettle slowly make its rounds, each sister pouring for the one next to her, according to rank. There is some talk of sisters disappearing. Fled to our guild, most think, but if they did, I haven't heard of them arriving. I frown. Begdal mentioned something about monks disappearing too. Narimes blamed it on the Theracants. I doubt any sisters would go that far, especially with a ninth who's relatively cooperative with the Chosen. She smiles at one of the lower sisters, who catches her eye across the table. Would Miara go that far? Narimes was quick to say he wasn't the one disappearing the missing men. Which is an odd thing to say unprompted, she says, likely reading my feelings through the bond. I agree. Miara hasn't allowed her detractors to rise in the circles, but I doubt she would actively eliminate them, especially with how the schism depleted her numbers. Doesn't everyone still here agree with her anyway? Scabs no, she sends, making a ceremonial offering of her porcelain cup to the sister to her left, who fills it with tea, tendrils of steam catching in the sunlight, fragrant with citrus and herbs. This isn't the temple. Many here disagreed with Miara, and likely still do, but stayed rather than see the guild split. Others are simply uninterested in politics, or saw better chances for reform working from within than starting anew. Kipta is one such. She takes the kettle and makes a ceremonial offering to the woman next to her, a thick and ancient woman who apparently administered the test for Astrea to enter the sixth, something involving a lot of pain. We sit in order of seniority within the circle, Astrea explains, as the thick woman takes the kettle. Those to the right of me were here before me, and those to the left entered after. Many of them since I left, raised out of sympathy to Miara, I expect. I notice Farron and Kipta are both to the right, along with 2 others. And those to the right would likely have elevated to the next circle, except Miara is keeping them back? Something like that, though in practice it is always more complicated. A Theral in a plain white dress closes the door on the far side of the chamber, and Astrea straightens, setting her cup down. Sisters, the woman at the far right says, separated from the newest member by a small gap in the circle. We welcome one of our own back today. Theracant Astrea, you are welcome to the circle. I am told you seek audience with the ninth. I would be startled the woman already knows so much, but then the Theracants likely all share blood and can code to each other, which means they can also read each other's physical sensations through the bond while they talk, adding context to the conversation like monks get when connected by water. Except they can read that context all the time. Bloods. You see why I've learned to keep my feelings in check, Astrea says. Not that I fear any of these women. The newcomers are unworthy of the circle, and most of those to my right will be sympathetic to our cause, in one way or another. Sister Farron tells me, Astrea says aloud, that you might have things I need to hear first. As you might us. You come on your ninth's authority? She says your, but she at least grants Phelan the title. Narimes was pretty far from granting the rebels any status at all. I do. With plans to bring us back together, I would hope. This is more to the point than the way they've been talking until now, and I remember the discussion getting candid when I was the one being interrogated by a circle here 6 months and a lifetime ago. Sisters of a circle are neutral to each other politically. The circles below you are always currying favor, and the ones above you hold power over you, but those of your own circle are all in the same boat. It leads to a kind of honesty. If our leadership could reconcile, Astresia says out loud, yes, but the city has bigger concerns than that. The floods, Farron says, just as Kipta says, the temple. Yes, Astresia answers in the silence that follows. They are both heavy on our mind. I wonder what actions your ninth has taken. This is part of why we sent her here, to suss Miara's true loyalties and check for a monocle, but also whether the Saray Guild might follow Miara into an alliance with me, which depends a lot on how they view their ninth. Not enough, Farron says, blunt as ever. We were meant to be working more closely with the temple after her elevation. Done with this petty conflict and on to coordinating for the floods, should our visions prove true. Instead, the Chosen bends the ninth to his orders, and we're less prepared than ever for disaster. Which means they don't know about the monocle, but that's no surprise. I wonder if they've seen me in their visions, the way the rebel sisters have. The eighth has a plan, a petite woman says, painfully pretty with her hair in curls and lips painted red, for the monks and the floods. Miara refuses to listen. The eighth, the eldest, Hamelin, scoffs. Sycophants and sisters elevated before their time, when the real eighth chose the schism. And you would be better suited? The petite woman, Lile, Astresia thinks her name is, asks, lifting a painted eyebrow. I don't miss that she sits far to the left, a new elevation. Jilenla has the ear of the temple. Or who do you think actually resolved the court conflict, while Miara stayed locked in her chambers week after week? Perversely, part of me wants Astresia to apologize for that, to explain that Miara was up there focused on doing an impossibly skilled blood push of my lover, to breed a little goodwill towards this woman that is, for better or worse, my current ally, and could bring the entire guild over to my side. And I would, except that blood push was all to manipulate me, and it's still the reason Gaxna sits frozen next to me, her hands stiff in mine. So no, I'm not going to apologize for Miara, even if we need these women sympathetic. I would never have allied with her if we'd had any other option to stay alive. That, and I couldn't explain the blood push without explaining a lot of things this circle of women doesn't need to know. I come back to them still bickering about leadership, right clearly divided against left, with Astresia close to the middle. Is there talk of that? Astresia asks into a pause. Your ninth stepping down? A dangerous question, but something we need to know. Not openly, Farron says, glaring daggers at Lile across the circle. But there's always talk. And Jilenla would succeed her. With the Schism Guild behind her, Lile jumps in, smiling at Astresia. We could reunite under new leadership. I can just imagine what Phelan would think of that. We all want reunion, Astresia says, keeping her tone neutral. But our new ideals may be less palatable to you. New ideals, Lile echoes. Meaning what? Do I risk telling them? Astresia asks, refilling her cup to buy time. It is the kind of leadership they're looking for, but the guild is historically hesitant to change. You think it might make them more sympathetic to Miara? I ask, our thoughts quicksilver through the bond. It's a risk, but yes, or at least sympathetic to us. Then do it. Unity, Astresia says, setting her cup down. Our only solution to the war with the monks is to unite our faiths. Our visions show it is the only way to stop the floods as well. Unite? Farron splutters, along with a few others. What, and worship Ujay? Worship God, Astresia says, echoing my own thoughts. The name has never mattered. Your bloods have shown this? Kipta asks, and I remember Astresia's talk about the three bloods, visions as inspired as our immersions, how they're never wrong. As do yours, I imagine, if you clear your heart when you look. Jilenla has had her own visions, Lile says, her second blood, and it showed us all surviving what's coming if we can just get under her leadership. My eyes narrow, and I can feel Astresia resisting doing the same. Seems like Lile's looking to ride Jilenla's wave into power, I send. It is often such, she sends back. We've planted the seed. Now time to level the earth. And Jilenla's vision has shown her reconciling with our ninth? Astresia asks. Of course. Interesting. I will relate that to Phelan. Perhaps there is a way forward. Faces shift around the room, Farron suddenly scowling and Lile breaking into a smile. There, Astresia thinks to me, let neither side take our alliance for granted. It will give us more leverage when the time comes. Aloud, she says, given that, sisters, perhaps you could recommend me to the next circle? I appreciate the earnest discussion, and do have faith we will heal our own divides, as well as be ready in time for the floods. My own bloods have shown it, but it will require the work of the upper circles. Eyebrows go up at this, but Hamelin nods. Is there consensus in the circles, sisters? For my own, I think our leadership could benefit from hearing what she has to say. All our leadership. This earns more nods, and the women gradually take turns giving their assent, a few requiring more convincing. We have them, Astresia says, but impatience wells in my blood. Is Miara going to make us go through 2 more rounds of this before we can even talk to her? There is benefit to talking, Astresia answers. I see a lot of opportunity in the humors here. I take a breath against my impatience. What opportunity? To sway opinion back to Miara if she agrees to ally the guild with us, or away from her if she proves reluctant. Julenla already seems to have widespread support. The guild is ripe for a change. Having the city's Therakins on my side would be huge. That would leave only Norime's faction of monks before I had the faiths united. Good, maybe it's worth the wait then. The final sister gives her assent, and the elder sets her cup down. It is decided then. We'll recommend Astresia up to the next circle of the 7th. That is in, what, 3 days' time? 4, Hipta corrects. My heart sinks. 4 days? We might all be drowned in 4 days, if Chateau is any gauge. There will be time, Astresia soothes, and I can use these days to get a better read of individual sisters, plant the seeds we need if we are to remake this garden. A knock sounds on the door, and the Theral opens it to admit a willowy Therakint in lavender skirts, a cadre of Therakint guards behind her. Astresia Whalen, she says in a ringing voice, you are to end this politicking and leave the guild house immediately on orders of the 9th. Breaths suck in around the table. It's like someone punched me in the gut. No. Or what? Astresia asks in the silence. Or face charges of sedition, punishable immediately. An image flashes through the bond of a sister wasted and thin, kept alive and conscious long after she should through herbs and blood work, made to die slowly. I see, Astresia says, rising smoothly for all the turmoil I feel in her chest. Sisters, it has been good to talk. Mother guide you till we meet again. 8. I watch in tense silence as Astresia walks out of the room, her thoughts swirling with mine on what this means. Well, mine have a lot more rage than hers, but they both swirl. Is this Miara ending our alliance because she's found a different way to get what she needs? Or just an idiotic power play? Whatever it is, the guards carry out the threat, seeing Astresia as far as the guild house's carved gates, and warning her that re-entry will bring immediate prosecution. I only get glimpses of the punishment for sedition among sisters, but it's all I need. The power these women have over bodies is nothing to trifle with. So what now? I ask her, once both of our thoughts have settled some. I need to get out of the city, I think, Astresia answers, and I'm amazed at how calm she feels. Miara has a history of getting rid of her enemies, and for whatever reason, I believe she sees me that way. I exhale loudly in the quiet bunk room. Should I arm these bloodborne? Prepare for an attack? Astresia steps briskly through the clean-swept streets of Old Saray, afternoon sun hot on her face. You are still thinking like a monk. Therakint does not attack in such a way, in a use of force. This is her attack, I suspect, whatever her motives are. An attempt to put us on the back foot by sending me away. If she already has a monocle and the means to use it, then she will just be holding off until she can do whatever she's planning. If she doesn't, then she still needs us, I answer, so she wouldn't attack to kill. Not you, anyway, Astresia sends, turning down a narrower street toward the upper city. She and I have never had the best relations, and she knows she doesn't need me alive to get your cooperation. She has Gaxana. The corner of my lip lifts in a snarl. Isong has his hate for Yelat, and I have my hate for this woman. First for Gaxna, and now this. Astresia ducks into the narrow cobbler's lane that connects the Fountain of Serene Waves to Upper Saray's old temple bath. Do you need help? Do you want me to come? She feels confident in the bond and seems to know her way, but I'm burning to get out there and do something. It's not worth the risk. I can manage myself and have options if Miara does decide to make a move in the city. Like what? She has your blood, right? She does, and I have our practice with breaking a push. I'll be fine. She's a hierarchist, Astresia. Her push is going to be a lot stronger than mine. Her smile is almost patronizing. I'll be fine. I'll just wrap up a few things here and see you on board. Okay, I send, after watching her for a while, ironically more tense than she is. I need to check on the others. Take care of yourself, okay? I always have. I let the bond go, and am relieved to find Nisong done with work, back to his collected self, with some good plans on how to gather information tonight without drawing attention to himself. Tewo I find napping of all things, but in a moment I feel his exhaustion. He's been pushing himself hard. Good. At least one of us can relax. I doubt I will until we find the monocle and get out of here, hopefully with 3 bodies behind us. When I look in on Anon, he's turning a page so ancient it half crumbles at his touch, the only light in the room the amber glow of a clove he's smoking. Anon! I gasp as I recognize the room, the shelves cut into limestone walls. The depths library, the deep cave where the temple keeps its holiest texts. I've only been there twice, and both times under strict supervision. How did you get in there? He snorts. Your monks don't even have vitality. I practically chatted with them while I walked by. I see from his memories it wasn't that easy, but he did get in quickly. Is it strange that a part of my pride wants to tell him that's only because Nerimes is in power? That my father would have run a tighter ship? I'm sure he would have, he says, consolingly, and turns another page. Can any of you even read this stuff? It's antediluvian, and yes, at least our scholars can. Well, he thinks, in a perfect echo of his physical voice, it ain't a monocle, and as far as I can tell, there's nothing but more old books down here. He slams the book closed, and I wince as dust billows out. Our scribes have probably made copies of it, illuminated text, but still, hey, if we don't find a monocle, this all gets flooded anyway, right? Might as well give it a last peek. I doubt any of the monks up there will. He nods toward the ceiling and the main temple above. What do you mean? I mean I've been listening while I've been sneaking around, talking to Begdil about what I hear, even if he's stuffier than Esong. Sounds like your boys got most of the scholars back to learning how to fight and patrolling the city. Hardly anybody in the temple with all the monks you took and all the people he sent away. He blows out smoke, rich clove scent layering over the ancient must of vellum. Which is a shame. I like a little challenge to a burgle. I lean in, despite not being there with him. Have you found anything? He shrugs. A few gems, couple statuettes, a bunch of old books. Nothing that looks like a monocle, assuming it looks like we think. I made sketches based on what Yemla described and the ways I've seen it in my own visions. A milky orb about the size of a cow's eye, somewhere between gold and amber. Where have you looked? A lot of places. Empty ones, mostly. This was the last big one. Begdil was sure it'd be here. He makes one last round of the library, running hands over age-smoothed spines. Megan Begdil. Gonna do the Theocrat's wing next. I start. Their rooms? How are you gonna do that? Amusement comes through the bond. A. I've burgled Amaranth palaces before. An empty temple is not a problem. Just don't forget about Waterside, okay? Monks don't have to be anywhere near you to hear your thoughts if your skin touches water. And the floors up there are covered in it. Right, right. You know things we really don't want them knowing, I can't help but add, feeling like a harping mother as I do. I got this, he says, heading for the door. Everything going okay with Astresia? I smile at the overly casual way he asks it versus the sudden stream of concern in his blood. She's fine. Met with some sisters and made some progress. Then Miara kicked her out of the guild house, but we think it's just posturing. He blows smoke, staring at the stonework wall in front of him like it's my face. And if it's not? She'll be back on the ship with me soon, and she says Theracans don't outright attack the way other people would. She feels confident this is it. Just keep her safe, okay? I wish I could. I wish I could promise that I could. But watching her and Isong and now Anon and even Tewo go after our goals out there, I'm more and more accepting that I can't. Fine. I take a break to feed and water my charges, blood pushing the Dale sailors out 2 at a time to move their bodies, relieve their bladders, and get something in their bellies. The air is cool off the water even with the late afternoon heat, and I savor the feeling in my lungs as I walk the smooth planks of the deck, working the kinks out of my muscles. The real Dale laborer Samblo is here too, but lying in a bunk below. I could hardly look at his swollen face, remembering that Isong did it. I signal to a Kifte off the bow and get a glint of sunlight back from the stand of reeds near the bay's only dock, where he lies in ambush. The water is much shallower than Surrey's harbor, most of it given over to mussel and oyster farming, with just a few shelters dotting the slopes. I get the urge to row out there and wander the green slopes that rise from the bay. I would be in contact with my friends as much as I am here, and something in me longs to feel the grass under my feet, to work my tension out in exertion rather than conscious breathing. Longs to, but I can't afford any distraction in case something happens to me while my friends need help. So once the sailors are cared for, I slip back to my quiet room with Gaxna, bringing a bowl of honeyed porridge for whenever Miara sees fit to feed her. I clench my fists on the glazed pottery bowl. With Estrija out of the guild house, I probably won't be getting the time with Gaxna she promised. Not until I kill Miara, anyway. I just wish I knew why she sent Estrija away. She knows Estrija is on my team. If it's because she has a monocle and a way to use it, then our path is easy. But I'm not trying to sneak in and kill her if she's actually still an ally, or there's no monocle in Surrey, and Miara is the only one who can lead us to the one in the Dale Peaks. But when she does, whenever our little alliance is over, I'm killing her. The more I sit with my blood-pushed lover, the more I feel it in my bones. Even if she releases Gaxna, I can't stand the idea of her being able to do it again. And Miara already deserves death for what she's done. I sit on my knees behind Gaxna, massaging her stiff muscles and reading only blankness in her skin. I reach out through the bond and find Isong instead, walking out of the dormitories, heart beating faster than it should. Everything okay? Fine, he sends back. I think I've learned all I can from the other men without drawing attention, so I thought I'd go back to the hold, see if the other goods we've been loading are mislabeled too. Can you do it without getting caught? I ask, my own heartbeat rising in sympathy to his. I don't know anything about how a Dale ship operates, but it seems like someone is always watching in there. Yes, maybe, but I took precautions. In his thought stream, I see him covertly changing clothes with the worker next to him, Salin, labels with their identifying number sewn into the nape of the neck. I see something else in the memory. You're not staying in the crew quarters? Too many workers, he says, walking past the latrines toward a stairwell. At least twice the ship's normal crew, apparently. So they're using the Ark's dormitories, where non-passenger crews were supposed to sleep if the Ark ever had to be used. The thought is unsettling, beyond the question of why Yalead is keeping so many workers on board. Those berths were built to preserve humanity during a flood. How many people is that? Nearly 300, Salin thinks. A memory of Salin flashes in the bond, chatting with Isong as they sat on the lip of long shelves that line the dormitory walls, pallets laid out behind, lit by the same cold white lights we have on our clipper. Floods. How many can the ship hold? The propaganda used to say 1,000 when I was still in the peaks. He descends the tight, winding stairs, smelling of fresh wood and waterproofing oil. Did you talk to Estrija about the herbs we saw in the water? No, hold on. I drop his bond to find Estrija nearing the far edge of the Blackwater, evening shadows stretching across the docks and the bay's algae-filled waters. She recognizes the little acorn-shaped herbs immediately. Autumnum, she says, a kind of hop. Hops? I ask. Why would they be mixing them in water? As a preservative, most likely. We use them to keep water antiseptic when it can't be boiled, and I am told North Coasters use a similar variety to keep their beers and lagers fresh during the warm months. But why would they bother? She steps around a pile of refuse that looks human. I should think an Ark would want supplies like that for a long voyage. I stare at the dim bunk room, dusty sunbeam now just a narrow rectangle high on the opposite wall. A long voyage. Right. Watch yourself out there, okay? I've been to the Blackwater before, her reply comes, a touch frosty, and I have brood in the area, should I need them. I would shudder, but I'm getting used to having my own brood on the ship, and have started thinking of them as a first line of protection if anything happens. Guess I'm more of a witch than I thought. I come back to Isong braced against a wall in the lower holds, the massive ship rolling under his feet. Isong, are you okay? A wave, he sends. I think it was just a wave, just a really big wave. The ship rolls in the other direction, like a whale breaching for air. Ice runs down my spine. Is it already happening? I switch back to Astrea and find her stepping carefully through a thin layer of water and debris washing across the docks. Astrea, are you okay? Are there more coming? She doesn't feel particularly perturbed. Just high tide, I think, she says, looking out to sea. The Ark is out there, rocking on its moorings like a lot of other boats, but the sky is clear and there's no massive wall of water come to end us all. Okay, I say, suddenly feeling stupid. Waves do happen in the ocean, especially at high tide. I switch back to Isong and find him in one of the rooms stacked with crates that stink like leather. Everything okay? He asks, obviously sharing my worry. The ship's calmed down out here. I guess it is, I say, leaving off the unless this is the start of the floods and we're all dead part, because I know he's already thinking it. Some water washed onto the docks where Astrea is, but doesn't look like anything else is coming. He lets out a long, shuddering breath. Okay, and the herbs, did you ask her about them? I'd completely forgotten it. I tell him what she said about the autumn. A preservative, he asks. I can see the use of it, but our ships have their own catchment systems, and we have devices to boil seawater if need be. For double the normal crew? No, but... He pauses where he'd been working himself into a dim corner of the hold, out of easy sight. You think she's going to keep us all on? I don't know what she's planning, but she could easily have hired laborers from the docks to do what you're doing. Why bring so many Dale, or hire so many that were already here? Maybe she's planning to turn you into her army, or sail you back to the peaks when the floods come. He climbs over a last row of crates, or use us to start a new Dale colony wherever there's dry land. You'd need a bunch of women to do that, not men. Right, he blushes. Well, let's see if this actually has leather in it. He pries the lid off a wooden crate labeled leather, but I miss what he finds as a wave rocks my ship where we're moored one inlet over. The bunkroom leans, and I have to press against Gaxna to keep her from falling, but nothing else happens. Everything on a ship is bolted down for just this reason, and it doesn't feel any bigger than some of the waves we felt on the passage over from Sarante. I look out the port window anyway, in time to see a bigger than average wave break white onto the shore and recede. The next one that comes is normal, but I take a moment to breathe anyway. We're okay, right? I ask Gaxna, like she can answer. In the uncomfortable silence when she doesn't, I remember to find my breath and my heartbeat. I calm down in a few minutes. I don't know if that was the beginning of the end or just a wave, but that's actually been true for a long time now. All I can do is just keep working on the thing in front of me, which, right now, is what's actually going on inside the Ark. Isong's bond brings the tang of brains and tanning oil. I find him digging through the wooden crate, but it's only layer on layer of uncut, preserved cowhide, like the label promised. Which is strange. What does Yelat need crates of leather for? Could be a cover, he says. It was an outside crate, after all. Let's check another one. He does, then two more, picking random locations. They all have leather in them. I check in on Anon while Isong searches. He's burgling theocrat chambers like he said he would, posing as a servant boy. I suck in a breath to see his feet are bare in the water. Anon, don't you remember what I said about monks being able to read you in the water from anywhere? They'd have to pay attention first, he sends back, along with flashes of theocrats looking straight through him when he brought fresh linens from the laundry. I thought amaranths were bad for ignoring servants. I blush despite myself. There has always been a strong sense of superiority between monks and staff. Novices and staff, even. Meldon and the way he would take out his frustrations on kitchen staff being just one example. Yeah, well, just another thing I'll change if I ever get the chance. He shrugs, slipping a silver chain into his pocket as he closes another drawer. Only if you want to keep from getting robbed blind. I don't think anyone's ever been bold enough to burgle the temple before. Jackson had ever talked about it anyway. Makes for easy pickings, not that there's much here. You haven't found anything then? It's a stupid question. I know he would tell me if he did, but my impatience is like a glacial wall inside, pushing everything ahead of it. No, and I've been through half the quarters already. Found some nice silver, though. I would tell him to stop stealing, but this isn't on. That, and monks aren't supposed to keep valuables anyway. All that silver came from tax and tribute, and should have been spent taking care of the city. Astrea still okay? Almost out of the city, I send, holding off on telling him about the wave. It won't help anything, and talking about it again will probably just feed my own worries about it. Good. There's no way you can, Connect us with your magic? I frown. I don't think so, but I've never really tried. It'd be like trying to connect two arteries inside, but if I connected an artery to a vein, I'll work on it, okay? Sure, and I'll let you know if I find anything actually worth stealing in here. I switch back to Isong, who's moved to another room, this one with burlap wrapped bales labeled trousers and robes and skirts. I can see from a glance he found nothing in the leather room. Somehow I don't think he'll find anything here either. So why mislabel the wine? Who are they trying to trick? Us, probably, Isong sends, finding a dark corner and untying the cords around a top bale. None of the workers have any idea what Yelat's doing or how long she intends to keep us on. Don't they have questions? They do, but Dale are used to things like this. People down here, from this I gather he's talking about Surayans and Daranese and everyone not Dale, are a lot more used to asking questions and having to figure things out. In the peaks, a laborer might spend years making parts for a craftwork he never sees assembled, or even understand the purpose of. Everything is structured and orderly, so there's no need to worry about the bigger questions. Someone higher up is taking care of it. That's how Yeolat got so much power, how all of our leaders got so much power. I nod. From the little I've seen of Dale culture, it makes sense. Wonder what she's planning that she doesn't even want the workers to know. He pulls the cord off and slides back the burlap. Could just be actually using the ship for the floods. There's a lot of denial in the peaks, even though we know the floods are coming. People think they won't rise as high as the mountains or that the leaders have it all taken care of. It's easier that way. He pulls a normal pair of tea-colored trousers out. The flip side is, if you can get a Dale to start thinking about the big picture, we have a lot of questions, which makes for inefficient management. Memories flash through the bond, of him talking to manufactory workers, of groups of laborers getting together to stage protests, and I get a sinking feeling in my gut. Isong, you're not thinking of starting something on the ship, are you? I would. I absolutely would if this were another time, or I was the man I was 8 years ago. But no. He pulls a cotton shirt from the next bale, then another. Doesn't mean it doesn't bother me, though, seeing good people blindly working for someone else's benefit. I shift my stance, having worked my way down to Gaxna's back and shoulders, to massage her legs. I don't even know if this helps, but I have to think the mind trapped inside this rigid body appreciates it. If it doesn't hate me for everything that's happened, of course. I guess I never thought about it, I send back, but we're not much for just working for someone else's good. For better or worse, Surayans need to know what's in it for them if you want them to do something. Daranese too, as far as I can tell. He pulls out another shirt. It might make for a less efficient society, but I think I'd rather your way of doing things. Less chance of evil. I frown at the shirt like I'm the one holding it. We've got plenty of that too. Seems like these bales are all normal? He nods, but is starting on another bale when a voice shouts, "Hey!" in Dale. Isong freezes. There's nowhere to run back here. "You back there!" it calls again. "What are you doing? Number!" He hesitates a moment longer, then stands, heart pounding as his mind flicks through options. Most of them involve fighting, and I remember the way he beat that worker's head against the wall back in Suray. "No, Isong, you have a false identity. Use it." 3362, he calls toward the front of the bay. A man stands there with the 4 reddish stripes of a supervisor. "I was just checking for broken cords. Some of us weren't comfortable when we unloaded." "Checking for some free clothes is more like it," he says, stepping closer. "Something to sell once you got back to shore?" "No," Isong says, adding an extra su on the end of the word to indicate insistence. "I'm just checking for any damage back here." The man scoffs, glancing down the empty hallway. "Yeah, and I'm just checking for lost sheep in here. Out. Out or I come over there and make you get out." Isong is off the bales and across the intervening distance almost before I can register it, chopping the man in the throat with a 4th cairn strike. My stomach lurches. "Isong, no!" Too late. He follows up with a strike to the temple that drops the man without a cry, his head thumping off the floor. Isong hoists him under the arms. "It's the only way," he sends, that castle of logic in his mind once again struggling against a tide of anger, like a peasant's shack built too close to the shore. Or the houses in Jateau, pulled into the bay with breakfast still on their tables. Floods. It wasn't the only way, was probably the worst way, but it's done now, and I watch with a mix of horror and fascination as walls of rationality channel the flow of rage inside, diverting the urge to just kill the man and take his number badge. Rage that says he deserves it for being one of them. I was wrong about Isong. He doesn't just hate Yeolat. He hates the Dale. No, he says, catching his breath over the body in the dark corner of the hold. I don't hate my people. I hate what we've become, what Yeolat and others like her have pushed us into. But yes, sometimes it makes me lash out against the people who embody it. That's the rage still talking, inside walls of logic, but I don't call him on it. Don't want to send him into a spiral of self-analysis and doubt when he needs to stay confident, at least long enough to figure out what's going on in the ship and whether Yeolat has the monocle. Still, I can't help but worry as he binds the man and ties him into a bale, whether he'll have long enough to do that. He's already posing as someone else because his previous cover got reported for what happened earlier today. I'm relieved he's not just going to kill this man, but what happens when the supervisor wakes up and works the gag out of his mouth? When they find him and he reports number 3362 and they interrogate the worker sleeping next to Isong? Or when Isong's anger gets the better of him in a way he can't just cover up? I won't let it happen again, he sends, breath and temper back to normal as he fits the bale in with the others, making sure the man can still breathe. I want to call him on it, want to tell him to get out of there while he still can. What if everything strange on the ship leads to the monocle Yeolat has hidden on board, or is part of her plan to steal the one someone else has and escape with it? Isong is the only one who could even set foot on board, and if the Ark is tied to the monocle, him leaving means we all die. I ice the dread in my heart lest he feel it, and talk through our next steps, trying my best to steer him out of danger, and to believe, when danger comes, because it will, that he'll keep his head well enough to survive it. With the clarity that comes from deep breathing, I can admit to myself that I don't think he will, and that there's nothing I can do about that either. I wait until he's safely back in bed, then drop the bond and let the tears come. 10. I have almost dropped off to sleep, suddenly exhausted, when a flush of panic comes through the bond. I jerk from my slump across Gaxna's shoulders, finding the seed and opening the bond. To darkness. Darkness and a jerking, banging motion, something rough against Estresia's face. A hood. There's a hood over her face, and she's slung over someone's shoulder, and they're running. They must be massive to run like this, carrying her. Stresia, what's going on? Don't know. It says a lot that, after how calm she's been, there is real panic and fear churning in her stomach now. Calling my brood. I back off to let her concentrate, using my own blood sight to try to find her. Still in the Blackwater, I think, and the glimpses I catch through the burlap hood look like the Low District. The hands gripping her are iron, and the shoulder she's thrown over is broad, but it's not covered in an overseer's robes. I frown, focusing through the fear I feel for my friend and the helplessness of watching it from here. If it's not Narime's, who else would want her dead? Or no, I revise that. There are much easier ways to kill than kidnapping. Whoever this is wants her alive. For what? Did they figure out her connection to me? Guildhouse, she sends, mind split 5 ways as she pushes her nearest brood to come to her aid. Has to be. Why? I force my breath to be steady. I can't attack her captor from here. Couldn't get there in time even if I left now. So I have to think. Because someone is fighting my brood. I paced the narrow bunk room, movement helping me to focus. What do you mean? I mean, for every bloodborne I summon, another appears from the crowd to get in their way. Whoever this is, it's a sister with a large brood. My blood runs cold. That has to mean... Her captor slows, ducking under a doorframe that scrapes Estresia's back. A door slams, and I feel her body suddenly slung off back and onto something hard. Light blooms, and cold metal presses against her neck. Only then does the rough hood come off. The man is a monster. Twice the size of a Kifte, hairy arms corded with muscle and crisscrossed with scars. The room is tiny, its yellow walls stained with soot, the door thick and barred. It smells of old cook fires. The man's also clearly bloodborne. Pushed by an expert theracant, but his movements still have that telltale jerk. The list of sisters this could be is rapidly narrowing in Estresia's mind. And mine. Don't move, he grates. Don't fight, don't try anything, and don't waste your bloodborne. No one needs a scene or another body. I recognize the voice, though I've only heard it a few times outside of Bloodborne. Estresia says it, just as I do. Miara. Very good, the massive man grates, and I get that dizzying sense I got with Gaxna once I discovered she was Bloodborne in Cerrante. That the person in front of me is both there and not there. That someone else is looking at me through their eyes. Only this time, I'm also looking through Estresia's eyes, which doubles the dislocation. I take a breath and focus again. If it does nothing else, all this watching from afar will make me better at unifying blood and water sight. You could have saved yourself the trouble, Estresia says, sitting back from the knife and straightening her sleeves. I was in the bloody guild house, easy enough to meet in private. And have half the guild read where you were in the blood? I think not. You have no idea what you stepped into, the thick man seethes, and I hear Miara's anger in it. No idea. He spins away from her, smashing a fist into the stuccoed wall hard enough to shake dust from the ceiling. I think I stepped into a guild house that's longing for good leadership and suffering from some poor substitutes in its absence. I suck in a breath, and the man lunges forward, pressing the knife against Estresia's throat again. You dare to judge me? You who were one of the first to leave once things got difficult? Estresia stays stock still against the knife, fear and flight response roiling in her bloodstream. She filters it out just as quickly through her kidneys, keeping her emotions steady. I have a long way to go to work blood like she does. This is not my judgment, sister, she says in a steady tone, though I obviously disagreed with your power-sharing agreement with Narimes. This is the sentiment of the Sixth Circle, and I don't doubt all the circles above it, or the lower ones for that matter. How convenient for you, the giant man snarls, upper lip drawing back, that you would come in at just this time with word of the innovations of the Schism Guild and talk of fresh leadership. I honestly had no idea, Estresia says, and holds up a hand. You can read that in my waters if you wish. You can do that, right, even through your Bloodborne? The Bloodborne snarls and slaps Estresia's hand away. Don't tell me you haven't been in communication. You think I didn't know that you docked just east of here and were making your way to the guild house despite our plans to get to the Dale before the floods come? On the contrary, Estresia says, calm voice belaying a torrent of thoughts and emotions she balances like a master performer. I assumed that you knew, which is why I was so surprised at your greeting, or lack thereof, and then your ridiculous show of charging me with sedition. Don't you see that only undermines your authority further if you're going to throw one of the guild's most serious charges around on a whim? Don't push me, girl, the Bloodborne growls, and I would say the same if I thought it was safe to take even a shred of Estresia's concentration away. It's not, so I just have to hope she knows what she's doing. Estresia sets a finger on the knife. Can we stop with this? If you wanted me dead, you would have tried already. The brute only presses it in further, drawing a line of fire. I haven't decided yet, and trust me, if I do, I won't just try. For all Estresia's control over her own body and her skill with words, I don't doubt that. Not in this cramped space, with no Bloodborne to help. Ujay and Jaya, I hope she knows what she's doing. Estresia clears her throat. You apparently didn't hear the contents of my conversation with the Sixth. I don't know how seriously you take your alliance with Alethea, but we take it very seriously. I was trying to help your standing in our talk, to give you an opening to make the kind of alliance that would stabilize your leadership. She doesn't mention how the alliance to Narimes failed to do that, but it hangs in the air anyway. Meaning what? The new guild house is already on Alethea's side. You must know that. You are too, if only in private. And I met very few sisters today who didn't say, politics and theology aside, that they wanted us reunited. This is your chance, Miara. The Bloodborne just stares at her, her gaze the same cold calculation I have seen in Gaxna's eyes. Clever, she says after a time. Very clever, Thericant Estresia. You are worthy of the seventh circle or better if you've come up with that in just this little time. It's nothing I've come up with. It's the truth. It's what we need if we're going to have a real response to the floods, which more and more of our regular sisters are realizing is imminent. And from what I saw today, this is what you need, or some move of equal size, if you are to stay ninth. And you would help me from the goodness of your heart. Astrea sniffs, despite the knife at her throat. Like it or not, our futures are bound to yours. We need you to guide us to the monocle, just as you need Alethea to use it. So no, I didn't go today to try to steal the guild house from you. I came to try to keep it in your hands. The Bloodborne's mouth works, then he sits back, setting the knife in his lap. I sigh in relief and read that Astrea would too, if she wasn't controlling her every physical response. The monocle, I send, sensing a drop in tension. We need to know if she has it. You came, the brute rasps, without warning, and without consulting me first, despite our alliance, and only after expelling every eye and ear I had on that ship save Gaxna, whom you've kept locked up despite Alethea's feelings for her. As I said, I assumed you were keeping tabs on us, and if you've heard the news from Jiteau, you'll know we were preoccupied. I watch closely through the bond for Miara's reaction, for any indication the woman may have been behind Jiteau. Her Bloodborne gives away little. I would tell Astrea to try reading her in Watersight. She's learned enough to do it now, but already read the blankness of a Bloodborne when she tried to push the knife away. We'll have to read cues the old-fashioned way, doubly hard with a Bloodborne. The Bloodborne rubs his chin. You think it's the beginning of the deluge? All our visions point to it coming soon. Did yours have anything specific on timing? The man shifts, straightening his trousers in a markedly Theracant way. My blood vision was specific on location and on Alethea. I only know that it's coming soon, though I am hoping to gather more information on that. Astrea cocks her head back. That was your third blood, yes? Blood of the womb? What better insight could you hope to get? There are procedures, Brute Miara says, and I read hesitation in the jerk of his eyes. Specifically for the third. Things we have not practiced in a long time, but older texts talk of it. I've kept the product, just in case. My stomach curdles. The third blood is the insight Theracants get during childbirth, something Miara said she rushed in order to get this vision. So, when she says product... Yes, Astrea sends. It is the body of the child. You get used to these things, working with birth, though I will admit this one is distasteful. Aloud, she says, but you trust the vision completely? You're sure it's in the Dale? I have said as much. Why? You think Jiteau was something I did? Astrea shifts when I silently give her permission to say more. Miara is our ally in this, at least. We think it may be the work of Nerimes or Yeolat. I know there's been a falling out, and I doubt that either of them would inform you if they'd had success. The brute narrows his eyes. And so you've come in case there was a monocle here. There is not, to my knowledge. Nerimes has his schemes and Yeolat has her arc, but neither of them have the insights that I do. Scabs, we will be stealing the thing out from under Yeolat's nose. Do you think she'd be here if she knew? Our concern, Astrea says, again with my blessing, is that they know something you don't. That Nerimes has gathered something from a recent immersion, or Yeolat has used craftology in some ways I'm sure neither of us understand, to locate one that may have been here. The Bloodborne pauses where he was reaching to scratch his ear. Do you know something I don't? Some piece that's made you stop here other than to meddle with my guild house? I suck in a breath, but Astrea stays calm. Only the same things you do, with maybe a different interpretation. Why would Nerimes stay if recent immersions pointed north? Why would Yeolat bring her arc? Why would she marry into the theocracy at all, unless she saw something specific in Saray? She pointedly does not mention Yemla's vision that a monocle was in drowned Saray, and I'm grateful the two have no skin contact for Miara to read it in Watersight. And you are assuming there can be more than one monocle, the Bloodborne says, rubbing a thick finger along his chin. Did your vision say differently? None of our sources have. The brute shakes his head. Though I don't know why I would see the Dale if there was a monocle here under my nose. Astresia purses her lips. Why does Jaya choose to show us anything when she does? As well divine the purpose of the floods themselves. The purpose is obvious, the Bloodborne says, gaze sharpening. To test us, to find the best of us, those able to rise above the floods, to turn them to our advantage, to found a society of people able to rise above them. It's the only answer. A chill runs down my neck, imagining a society modeled after Miara and the hierarchists. The chance to do that is here, monocle or not, Astresia says, leaning in. You told Alethea you did not want to see people die in this flood, that it would be a waste of whatever power you get from being in control. Even if you don't see the political value of reuniting our guild houses, surely you see the practical value of it. The way people will turn to us when the temple and the dale fail them, and we are the ones ready and coordinated when they come. Isn't that the beginnings of such a society? And all I have to do is make our alliance public, she says, Bloodborne scowling. It's not an alliance so much as a reunification, a mending of old hurts, between our guild houses, yes, but Alethea marks the beginning of one with the temple, too. Isn't that the perfect counter to how Narimes and Yeolat have shut you out? Don't tell me my own games, girl, the brute snarls, gone from contemplative to furious in a snap. I don't need you or Alethea mixed up in it. Tell the girl that our deal stands, that I will guide her to the monocle, in the good faith that we both want this flood stopped. The Bloodborne's dark eyes glitter, and I tense, waiting for a strike. But you, Sister Astresia, I never want to see your face in my guild house again, or talking to any of my sisters for that matter, or I won't give you the benefit of a conversation first. The Bloodborne drives his knife into the wooden bench at the last word, burying it halfway to the hilt. And if she has anything to say to me, Miara goes on, she can say it to my Bloodborne. She's with Gaxana right now. I can see that. She hardly leaves her side. The brute gets up, taking up most of the space in the room. And that's how you know I'm telling the truth. Just as it's how I make sure you won't betray me, or she won't anyway, because I won't hesitate to hurt Gaxana if that's what it takes. Rage flares in me, and I shove down the urge to blood push Astresia and attack this woman. Save it, Astresia sends, maintaining her calm despite a creeping exhaustion from so much blood work. You will have your chance at this woman, after we're done with her. Aloud, Astresia says, and how does Gaxana guarantee us you're telling the truth? Because I wouldn't bother, Brute Miara says, lifting the heavy bar on the door. If I had a monocle and the means to use it, I wouldn't bother with any of this. With Gaxana, with this bloody alliance. You would all be dead, or better yet alive, knowing it was only at my mercy. But that's not the case, she kicks the door open, so we're stuck with each other. Just tell the girl to keep her nose out of my business, or I won't be as gentle as I was today. The Bloodborne lurches out of the doorway and is gone. 11. I take a deep breath once she's gone, steadying my emotions, feeling Astresia do the same. Ujay and Jaya, I send to her. I'm sorry. For what? I can feel her exhaustion through the bond. It was no small task to keep her blood so calm and her words so carefully couched, with that man in the room. But her mind is still sharp. I chose to work with you, knowing full well the risks. Better this than watching us all die. I know, I sigh, sitting down on the bunk next to Gaxna. I hate watching you and Isong and Anon go through it while I do nothing. It feels wrong. You were going through it long before we were involved, and you will have your part again once this is done. There are just things you can't do right now. That's why you have a team. The open doorway darkens in her vision, and fear surges through my limbs, till I see the figure stoop down and jerk out a hand. Astresia takes it. One of my brood. I don't often use them for things like this, but I will admit the day has worn me out. The Bloodborne is a big man, if not so large as Miara's, but his movements are gentle as he helps her into the alley, waterway running pungent and black with the city's waste down the middle. Do you believe her that she doesn't have a monocle? I do, Astresia says, stepping over the waterway and into the wider street, drinking and gambling houses setting out lanterns against the dark. For better or worse, her logic is sound. She wouldn't be bothering with us if she didn't need to. I nod, then realize Astrea can't see it. I agree. Thank you for trying to get her to ally with us. I was sure she would do it. Astrea huffs a laugh, stopping to buy a ladle of water from a boy perched on a rain barrel. Her ego is too big for that, which I knew, but I had to try. It would make everything so much easier. She drinks, and I feel the cool water sliding down her parched throat as though it's my own. Do you think she can keep her position without it? I don't. She tips the boy handsomely and continues on her way, holding the arm of the bloodborne. Unless she has some other move I'm not aware of. She's spent too long holed up, focused on doing that impossible push of Gaxana. Let the affairs of the guild house slip. The guild still remembers Regiana and what real leadership felt like. Do you think Jalenla will be any better? No. She's had tunnel vision since the early days, and at the end of her tunnel is motherhood, not stopping the floods. She is not what we need. The bloodborne leads her up a curving cobbled street, past a fountain where the day's first bathers are stripping and getting into the babbling water. Could we turn her to our cause? Whatever Miara thinks, a lot of the sisters at your meeting seemed interested in our reforms and reuniting with the new guild house. If we could sell that to Jalenla as the political clout she needs to replace Miara, we might be able to. She pauses, glancing at a smaller fountain down a side street. Do you know Gaxana once poisoned me there so it wouldn't stop her trying to break into the guild house? What? No, but then I guess there are a lot of things I still don't know about her. And about you. My old fear comes back up, that when Gaxna finally wakes up from this push, she's going to want nothing to do with me. That maybe she will go back to Astrea. I can see why they fell in love in the first place. Astrea's wonderful. The thought makes me wrap arms around Gaxna, bloodborne or not. Even with Isong, I would be gutted if she left. If any of my friends left me, lovers or not. I look forward to the day when we have the time to sit and tell old stories, Astrea sends, walking on. May these days in Surrey be one of them, something we can laugh at. She turns a corner into Upper Surrey, which is not the fastest route back to the headland. You're coming back to the ship? I thought I would stay a while, she sends. There is still work to be done. Powerlessness and fear well bitter in my mouth. It's a taste I'm getting used to. Astrea, Miara said she would kill you if she saw you again. And I believe her, but I cannot work on Jalenla from the ship. Not well, anyway, and I have ways of avoiding Miara's notice. She smiles at me like I'm an overprotective parent. I'll be careful. I blush. I feel overprotective. Maybe because it's the only protecting I can do. The bloodbind? Yes. It will keep her from finding me anyway. And if I think going in person is too dangerous, I can use my brood to carry messages. With any luck, I can get Jalenla or some of the other Eighth out for a meeting here in the city. I know they'll be more receptive than Miara was. I bite my lip, but that block works on me too. Yes, and I am sorry about that, but you know code well enough by now. I will send updates through the blind. You just won't be able to get any in return. Which, conveniently, means that she can ignore me when I try to keep her from putting herself in more danger. Like you always ignore us trying to get you to do the same, she says, my thought apparently slipping through the bond. She turns up a set of stairs on an unassuming house, a few streets up from the last fountain. This is where I'll be staying if you need me. Helplessness and worry well deeper inside of me, like a hole opening in my heart. I didn't realize until now how much space Astrea took up there. Tell me you'll be careful. She clears her throat, and I hope she can feel my love more than my worry. As careful as I can be. I shake my head, wanting to say more, knowing there's nothing more to say. Check back in when you can, okay? You might need to know what's happening with the rest of our team. It's a flimsy excuse, but she doesn't call me out. I will. Be well, sister. And don't forget to take care of yourself while you're taking care of all of us, yes? You need exercise and sunshine and real food as much as your brood does. I chuckle. Now you sound like the worried mother. Well, I have every right to be that if I want to. She taps on a plain wooden door at the top of the stairs, glances in the narrow glass-paned window, then heads back down the stairs. The landlady is still keeping it for me, apparently. Good. I should go now, Alethea. I need to lead Miara on a bit of a chase in case she's still watching me, and you'll need to check in on the others. I'll be fine. I sigh. I know you will. And I know she'll check back in when she can, but somehow this feels like a bigger goodbye. That after how close Miara was to killing her today, there's a good chance I won't see her again. I wish I could give her a hug at least before she goes. Then I realize I can, kind of. Estrija barks a laugh once I've dropped the push that wrapped her own arms around herself. Never had that one done before. Then I'm startled to find my arms doing the same, my consciousness gone for just a moment while she pushed. I smile and am about to say more when her seed goes blank in my heart. Not dead like Axna's felt when she was being pushed, but more like a book that's been erased. Still there, but with nothing to read, like Narime's seed has felt. Which gives me an idea. I have worked more blood and water in the last day keeping up with my friends than I likely have since I learned I could combine the two 10 days ago. The words of entry 213 still ring in my head. If I knew I could just dig deep enough, climb high enough, I might gain power over even the highest and mightiest among us. But my arms were as infant arms, and my wings as fledgling wings. Muscles never used, for I had spent my life learning, when what I needed to do was unlearn. Have I unlearned enough to gain power over the highest and mightiest of my enemies? To finally push through Narime's blind and stop his heart? Only one way to find out. I take a breath in the stillness of the dim bunk room, dark settling over the bay out the window, and reach out through his blood. It feels effortless now, and the bond opens to him as easily as a book marked with a ribbon. It is still blank, but the texture to that blankness I struggled to perceive just a few days ago now feels like deep Bamani carvings under my hands. I focus closer. No, not carvings, for this texture moves and shifts like a blanket thrown over a living body. I press my awareness against it, feeling for a pulse, trying to push through it, to read the movements hidden under this blanket and interpret their meaning, to seize the body I share a blood connection to and stop its heart before it can hurt anyone else I love. For a moment, I think I can. I start to see the individual fibers of the blanket like they are some sort of intricate net, with gaps between them as big as the threads. Gaps I might slither through. Then I fall back, gasping, feeling as drained as Estrija did after the talk with Miara. I have been pushing myself hard today, too, even if I haven't done anything. I feel like a third-year novice after a hard day of forms, like I've learned a lot and grown, and that if I tried to do any more of it right now, it would all fall apart. So I leave Gaxna with a squeeze on her shoulder. Is it strange that I look forward to sleeping next to her bloodborne body tonight? And climb to the deck. I remember the morning not so long ago that Akifte and I slipped down these stairs, intent on subduing an entire ship of Dale sailors. I flash a message to him across the waters once I'm up, using a lantern now that the sun is down, then call the sailors up and set a few of them to work, making dinner, as I run my body through the current meets air and floodwater forms. It feels so good to move the blood in my veins, and the deck is solid under my feet. I should check in on Anon and Isong, and Tewo for that matter, but I have to trust them to reach out, too. Hopefully, they're asleep wherever they are, asleep and safe. Akifte rows up to the ship around the time dinner is ready, a thick soup of fish and rice cakes, spiced with cinnamon and chilies. That's the strange thing about giving bloodborne instructions. They will make a very different soup than you would, despite you telling them to make it. Ha! The tall man says, slipping gracefully over the deck's rail. That is a smell for sore nostrils. I have done nothing all day, but it is as though boredom has made me hungrier than work. I can relate to that, I say, taking a warm metal bowl from one of the sailors, Neshma, and sitting with my back against the rail. I'm exhausted, and all I did was watch other people work today. I fill him in on everything that happened. Anon finding nothing in the temple once Narimes took them in. Estrija's meeting with the Sixth Circle, and then the talk with Miara. Tewo trying to search an underwater city as large as Surrey. The oddities Isong has found on the Ark, and the strange wave that passed. Ha! He says simply, in the sing-song tone of his people. I felt this thing too, but the flood did not come, and that is good. One of us is soon finding what we search for, and then we fight. Earlier today, I would have shared that feral grin with him, but now that I've had some time for the emotions of the day to run through me, I'm left with more worry than eagerness. I just wish I knew we were going to find the monocle here, and we're not just wasting time. I gaze at the moon, hanging half full above the headlands to the west. You think we should be sailing on? No, I still think we have a good chance of finding it here, even if no one has yet. The more I think about it, the more Jateau seems like an attempt to use a monocle rather than the final floods. And the three people most likely to have a monocle are in Surrey. His gaze is steady on me in the light of the lanterns hanging from the rigging. And yet, it's amazing how he sees through me. I shake my head. I just wish I knew this was the right move, that it was worth risking everyone's lives for. Ikifte fishes in his pocket and pulls out a clove twist. The others do not doubt. Call the sailor over with a coal from the kitchens, and Ikifte lights his smoke with a crackle of leaf. Legends forget anon for starting me on these things. I must have smoked 50 today. I would have if I'd let myself. He offers it to me, and I take it, hauling in a lungful of sweet smoke. I blow out. Tewo says the mother is guiding us, and he really believes it. I can feel it in the bond. You do not? I gaze at the smoldering ember for a moment, wanting to really answer his question. No, I say finally, I don't. Maybe I would have before, but I don't feel like God has ever guided me, whether you call it Ujay or the mother or whatever. I look at him. Do you have a God? In Bamani? His gaze gets distant, lava staff balanced on his knees before him. In Bamani? No. Or maybe you could say we have many. What we have are legends, men and women who have risen above death. They are the ones we look to for guidance, their stories. That makes sense. Ikifte is always talking about legends and being reborn. I blow smoke and hand him the twist. Do you have any legends that would help us here? Ah, no. You and I are in the middle of a legend, Alethea. May be one of the greatest stories ever told. But for the heroes in the middle of it, no. They have only their wits and their skills and their ancestors. He draws smoke. I frown, listening to the night bird calls echoing from the shoreline. Their ancestors? They are not gods, but all Bomani tell the stories of their parents and great-grandparents, as far back as we can remember. We tell them in hopes they will spread and earn them rebirth, but also to learn from them, to find the strengths they have passed to us, and learn to fix their weaknesses. They are not legends, but stories that guide us. I take the twist from him. I feel like I hardly knew my parents. My mother died when I was 7, and my father put me in the temple the next year. I know now that he had his reasons for it, but it still hurts that I didn't get to know him like a regular kid. Did they leave you any stories that might guide you here? My father left me a letter and coded a whole passage in the Chronicles after my name, but I already know what he would say to me. What is that? He hands me the twist. I draw deep and sigh out smoke. To have faith that Ujay will save us. Perhaps that is your answer. Unless he was wrong, unless that kind of faith is a weakness that came from him, something I need to fix, to unlearn. Only you can answer that. He stretches muscled arms behind his back. I would not worry too much. As far as I can tell, you are already legend enough to be reborn. So if you get it wrong, you can always try again. The idea is so unexpected, so foreign to me, that I laugh. That would be nice, except you'll all be dead. Unless we are reborn too. Some among my people believe that is what the floods are for, to remake the world with only those who are worthy. I want to believe we're all worthy, of a chance anyway. Ikifte stands. And that is part of what makes you legend. I do not believe in gods, Alethea, but I believe you will do this thing, that we will. And then you'll go and get vengeance on Sakayamor? I still remember his request to me, when it looked like he would die in the attack on the ship. That if I got to Bomani, I should hunt down and kill a man named Sakayamor, his brother. Yes, he hisses, looking south toward Bomani. That is how I make my own legend, Alethea, and remake the false tale of my tribe. I stand with him, suddenly exhausted. I guess we both need to remake the false tales of our tribes. You already have, Alethea. Come here. He pulls me into a fierce hug, pressing my face into the tattooed muscles of his chest. You can do this thing. You will do this thing, hmm? He pushes me back out to arm's length, looking into my eyes, and I nod, though I don't feel it inside. He slips back over the side then, to watch the dock through the night, and I make my way back down to the bunk room and Gaxna. She's still there, still bolt upright in the darkness. I sit down next to her, pulling off clothes. Akifte's right. I need to remake the false tale of my tribe, of Ujaism and Ujay and all the lies that have come to divide us. Gender, wealth, power, all of it. As I lie down to sleep, curling my body against Gaxna's rigid back, I can't help thinking they're all false tales. I just wish I knew what was true. 12. It's still pitch dark when something pulls me from dreams. Something moving. Gaxna? I mumble, trying to separate reality from dreams, from the nightmare of me running through Saray, chasing my fleeing friends. They turn to water as soon as I catch them, bodies sloshing through my hands and out to sea. Not Gaxna, girl, comes an all too familiar voice. I bolt up. Miara? What, you think someone else has been pushing your girlfriend? We need to talk. About what? I shake my head, trying to focus. It's disorienting to talk to Miara here, in my bed, in the middle of the night, with Gaxna saying the words. I remember she can read water through her bloodborne and pull my sleeves down. About our deal. Did you send Astresia to the guild house? No. Gaxna's hand shoots out, grabbing my wrist. Don't lie to me, girl. I slam my blind up as she does, the old skill coming as naturally as unified sight does now. I would laugh at her for thinking she can catch me off guard, but I've learned from watching Astresia. The more I can control my reactions, the more I control the conversation. So I keep my face still as I twist out of her grip and roll off the bed. What do you want? I know you're in communication with her, not Gaxna growls, and I don't mean code. I make my best surprised face in case she can see more than I do in the dim starlight through the porthole. That's impossible without a water connection. I can do it. Not Gaxna shifts on the bed. Building your own hierarchy, are you? Getting a taste of what real power is like when people start believing in you? Is that your real game in sending Astresia to me? To steal my sisters? You might have won over the schismatics, and the monks for that matter, but you won't take my guild house. I'm warning you. I don't want your guild house. I want to stop the floods. Don't lie to me, she snarls. Gaxna's eyes go wide, and she starts choking. Gaxna, I cry, running to her, my heart clenching. Her throat flexes, trying to breathe against the iron lock Miara has on her muscles. No, I growl, gripping her wrist, shoving my awareness through the bond at Gaxna's blood-borne blankness, trying to break through Miara's push. Not Gaxna slaps me across the face, so unexpectedly that I stumble back, face stinging, but I grab her arms in a bind and push deeper. I feel something in that blankness flex, like if I just push harder. The choking stops, and Gaxna draws in a ragged breath. You'll never break my control, she rasps. I don't care how much power you get. Gaxana is mine, and as long as she is, you'll do what I say. A finger taps my arm rhythmically as she does. Startle. Is Miara trying to code to me? I am doing what you say, I manage. The terms of our agreement. Like hell you are. You were to sail straight to the Dale. The tapping comes again, and I'm ready this time. Pinky, pinky, pointer, index. Thea. My stomach lurches. That's not Miara. Can't be. There's only one person who calls me Thea. I ice the rush of excitement in my chest, knowing I can't let on, that I need to keep Miara talking. We needed to resupply, I say, having missed her last words, before we go on. Gently, on Gaxna's wrist, I tap, I'm here. Like hell you did, not Gaxna says. Astresia told me everything, that you thought I might have the monocle or Narimes or Yeolat. Like my vision means nothing. The monocle is in the Dale, girl, and the floods are coming now. You don't have time to waste here trying to meddle in my affairs. I only half listen as Gaxna's response comes. Have to kill. I frown, trying to balance the two conversations. She told you about Jateau? I'm not sure if it's what I'm supposed to say, if it gives away that Astresia and I are in better communication than just code, but I don't care. I just need to keep Miara distracted so I can talk to the girl trapped in this body. What do you mean? I tap out as I explain about Jateau, like Miara doesn't know. Who? Ra. The answer comes at once, like a cold dagger in my belly. Of course it's Miara. The woman I should have killed long ago. The one who's kept Gaxna prisoner in her own body for months. Who probably ordered the attack on Sorrente in the first place. I know about Jateau, my lover says with her mouth. And Jateau is going to keep happening everywhere unless you get to the Dale in time to stop it. I don't disagree, I say, but we needed to be sure it wasn't, one of you. As I say it, I tap out just 2 words, but maybe the deepest felt words I've ever said in my life. I will. As soon as I get what I need from her, is the part I don't say. Holding it back twists that ice-cold dagger in my belly, because it's still me putting my mission before my lover. I hate myself for it, but I ice that too, trying to keep up. One of us? Gaxna hisses. I'm no more part of Narime's and Yeolat's plans than you are part of mine, and my alliance with them is even shakier than ours. But I have enough sources in the city to assure you they do not have a monocle, and you need to get sailing. Stainer, comes the tap on my arm. I frown, remembering the person Gaxna told me about when we were both still in Surrey, 4 months and a lifetime ago. Person who apparently had the power to stain my eyes a different color. Why? I tap out. And we will, I manage aloud. I just need to, get my friends back first. Gaxna's eyes narrow, turning to me in the dark. What's wrong with you, girl? Are you listening to me? Yes, of course. Then you know you need to get them back now, or we'll all get flooded before we even have a chance to stop it. They help, comes the answer as Miara talks. Cottage on hill. I shake my head, trying to piece this out. The Stainer can help me? And they're in a cottage? What? Miara demands. You don't think we will? Think Jateau was somebody who both has a monocle and can use it, and they're just holding off doing more? Don't be an idiot. These are the real floods, and we're out of time. I remember Gaxna saying we would have to hike out of town to get to the Stainer, but most of me is caught on Miara's last words. She sounds so certain. You're right, I say while my fingers work and my brain spins. Gaxna, I'm sorry. We should go. No, I don't think you heard me, Gaxna says. I'm saying go now, or I'll make you go. Have to kill, the taps come with her words. Please. I want nothing more in the world, but we all have to survive long enough for saving Gaxna to matter. I will, I tap back, writing the promise set just as deeply on my heart. What are you doing? Miara barks, and Gaxna's skin stiffens under my hands. The arm jerks away a second later, and she snarls. Thought you could have a chat while I was distracted? I ought to throw her body off this ship right now. My heart breaks, losing that brief connection with Gaxna. It breaks, but what comes out is not remorse. It's rage. But you won't, I spit. You won't because you know she's the only power you have over me. And I swear to Jay and Jaya, if you hurt her in any way, I am coming for you personally. And all your Theracants and all your Bloodborne won't stop me from strangling the life out of your body. It's a mistake, and these are not the words I should be saying to my ally, but I'm too angry to care. She's locked into this just as hard as I am. Harder, maybe, because we're her only path to power. I hope desperately one of my friends finds a monocle here and I can get the satisfaction of hunting Miara down. I guess we understand each other then, Gaxna says, tone suddenly frosty. You will leave Surrey tomorrow, or I will begin rounding up your friends for you, starting with Astresia. I'll leave when I'm damn well ready, I say, anger still a raging river inside, even if a current of worry swirls there too. And if you try anything, I'll find my own way to the Dale monocle, and you can drown down here with the rest of them, if your own guild doesn't pull you down first. Yaxna goes rigid then, and even through my rage, I feel a spike of fear that Miara is going to choke her again. But apparently, she's just done talking. Good, so am I, but I'm sure as hell not ready to sleep again, and I hate the idea of Miara watching while I do, so I turn for the door. Then I remember Gaxna, the real Gaxna. I heard you, I say to her rigid form, choosing my words carefully. I heard you, and I will. Promise. Then I stalk out of the room and onto the deck, wishing I had someone to fight. 13. I do sleep eventually, after a long cry and a longer session breathing through theracant and monastic meditations, stilling the blood and waters inside. I let Miara's threats and her belief that the final floods are on us settle alongside Akifte's words about fixing my father's mistakes and unlearning the false tales of my tribe. I melt everything of ice too, the fear, the anger, the guilt. Thaw it and let it run out of my heart as I sit on the aft deck of the silent ship, watching the moon sink in the sky. When the waters finally clear, I find my doubt remains, a thick leech on my heart, but that deeper in a passion still burns, to find out what's true. Tewo can have his belief the mother is guiding us, and Miara hers that the end times are here. I'm not convinced of either, so I have to follow my gut in believing searching Saray and killing our enemies is the best move we have right now. If I find out something different tomorrow, I'll change our plans. Even if Miara makes good on her threat to start rounding up my friends today. I hate putting them in more risk, but I know it's what they would want, and a lot can change in a day. When the sun rises, I take care of the sailors once more and leave fresh food for Gaxna. Miara's seen fit to feed and relieve her at some point in the night, at least. I wish I could take her with me. Wish I could at least ask her what she meant about the Stainer, where to find them, but I can't risk it, in case Miara's listening and finds out more than I want her to. I trust the woman even less than I did when we made our pact 14 days ago. Bloodborne taken care of, I drop one of the Clipper's sleek longboats and row in to shore. The bay's waters are tantalizing, beds of kelp and pools of oyster beds rising from azure waters, as clean as Surrey's are dirty, smelling only of salt and sea and the fresh breeze from the ocean. I long to leap into them, to lose myself in the brace of the immersion, and ask my ancestors what I should do, where the monocle is if they know, what the false tales are that I still need to unlearn, so I can break through Narimes' bloodblind and kill him. I tried to push him again this morning, as soon as I woke up, and got another tantalizing glimpse of the gaps in his concentration, like the gaps between planking I might pass through, but I couldn't force myself in. If passage 213 is right, that means there's still something deeper I need to learn, or unlearn. I long to jump in those waters, and I can't. I never know how long I'm going to be immersed, but it's rare that it's been less than an hour, however short it feels to me, and there are times it's been 5 or 6. I can't risk being out of contact with my friends that long, not with so many things in play. And deep down I recognize, with the clarity that still lingers from last night's deep breathing, that I'm afraid they won't have the answers for me, or that they will and won't be able to say them. Like God itself is running some kind of test on me to see if I can figure it out, if I'm worthy of the monocle and of power over even the highest and mightiest, if I can see through the mirror warped in its casting and save us from being drowned. So even though the water calls me like a long-lost friend, I keep paddling, glad for the burn that starts across my shoulders and arms. I beach the boat a ways from Akifte's stand of reeds. He's seen me, I'm sure, but the man knows how to respect other people's privacy, maybe from his time in the cramped gale, and I don't have any words this morning for anyone, just a burning urge to be in action and a concern for all my friends in danger. I start up a rutted path toward the top of the headlands, away from the city. Jaxna said the Stainer would be up here, somewhere, in a cottage, and I figure this, at least, is something I can do. Go see why she thought the Stainer would help. Maybe they'll know the answers to all my questions. I snort. and maybe I'll trip on a monocle during my walk there. I check on my seeds as I walk. Isong is calm, Taewol calmer, Anon feeling amused and tired. He was likely up doing more burgling last night. Estrija's seed is still the blankness of a bloodblind, which I hate even though I know she's probably fine. She's not dead, at least. Her seed would be gone if so. I focus through the bond with Taewo, not having talked with him since yesterday. I recognized, in the clarity of last night's meditations, that part of my hesitance has been stepping into his stream of thoughts and feelings. To embody the conflict between his unswerving faith in what we're doing and my increasing doubt that we're on the right path or that God has anything to do with it. There is an embarrassment there, or a guilt, like I should be a better Ujjayist than I am. Except I'm not just an Ujjayan monk anymore, if I ever was. Nor am I a Jain Therakint or a Bhamani legend or any other belief system, whether or not I can use their powers. For better or worse, I was born not fitting into any of them, and maybe that's been my strength. I at least know I need to embrace it now, that this shame is just another false tale of my tribe. Tewo sucks in a breath as I open the bond, still in his blankets on the longboat, watching the clouds. Alethea, I was hoping you'd come. I brace myself for talk of the mother or some wave of blind faith from him, but it doesn't come. My shoulders drop, and I start walking along the path again, letting his sense of sight drop so I can see where I'm going. Why? Is everything okay? A thread of worry winds through me at his words. Tewo's been in the least danger, but I still think he's our best hope out here. If Miara's right that no one has a monocle, and Yemla's vision is right too, then there should be a monocle in Drowned Saray. Everything is fine. The mother has given me a sign, but I wanted your approval. A sign? Hope and disbelief spin through my chest, like crows battling in the sky. What? Deul divers, he sends, still gazing calmly up at the morning sky, clouds losing the last orange tint of dawn. Maybe a league west of here, close to what you call the fist. I woke from a rogue wave and happened to see them putting on craftological masks, then getting into the water. I frown, slowing my climb up the grassy hillside. At least something good came of that wave. You think they're looking for the monocle? What else could it be? He smiles, warm certainty coming through our connection. Why else would Yeolat have brought her giant ship, or the mother woken me just in time to see them dive? They are still searching for the monocle, but I believe they may have a better idea than I on where to look. The ruins are vast. I remember when he showed me last time. They are vast. I've been trying not to think about how long it would take to search an underwater city like that, even for a pearler. That's great, I send back, letting a little of his faith leach into me, like sunshine on a winter stone. You're going to search it? With your permission. Even if it's not a sign from the mother that woke me, it is a place to start, at least. The ruins are too large to search completely. That's surprisingly rational. Maybe I've misread Tewo, seen in him too much of an opposite to myself because we feel like far ends of a pole. There are surely people more faithful than he, like there are people more skeptical than I. Yes, I send, heart beating as I stride up the long slope toward the headland above. Do it! Once the Dale are gone, of course. Of course. I remember too well what they do to parlors at dive sites. Memories flash through our bond then, of the Dale sailors taking him and his brother captive, and the long imprisonment that led to his time in Duran. I shudder. Then I guess I don't need you to be careful. The mother will watch out for me. I pray she does. That much, at least, is true. And that she changes her mind about drowning us all in the floods, if Miara is right. I drop the connection as I clear the top of the headlands, smoke of the city rising a few miles to the west. Grassy headlands stretch to the east, reaching out into the sea at regular intervals, like the fingers of a giant hand dipping into the water, or trying to hold it back. There aren't many houses out here for how close we are to the city. The land is too steep, and the climate too dry, to support farming the way the Upper Peninsula does, so here there are just fishers' shacks near the water and pastoral shelters for the herders who come seasonally. Nothing I would call a cottage, except I shade my eyes, gazing against the glare of the sun on the water. Yes, There is a low-slung building on the far side of the bay, looking half overgrown with vegetation. That could be a cottage. I head towards it, striding through knee-high grass, green from recent rains. There's no direct path that I can see. If someone lives there, they don't get out much. I check in with Isong as I walk, opening his connection to find him straining under the weight of another barrel, back in the same hallway he was yesterday, with its sterile lights and smells of sweat and oil. Another day, another shift? Aletheia, he thinks, his spin of thought slowing and pleasure coming through the bond. Yes. Figured I'd better at least pretend to be Sambo. No word about the worker you stuffed into that bale last night, then? None so far. He heaves his barrel onto Chalks, then turns to hold Chalks for the worker behind him. I can feel the urge in him to tell the man, broad and sweating with wide-set eyes that give him an air of simplicity, that there's only water inside. He doesn't, but memories flash of him talking to others during the night. Did you learn anything new? Yes. He heads back through the far passage, the regulator who gave him a warning yesterday eyeing him as he passes. But not from them. You remember the dorms where I'm staying? The ones meant for passengers if the floods ever come? Yes. I thought it was strange they were stocked, and also that Yale lad is stocking clothes in the hold. So I went up to check on the other dormitory levels. He emerges in the bright sun, ramp leading down to another barge laden with barrels. If he looks south, he might be able to see where the Dale divers are. Easy there. I need this body right now. Scabs. It's hard to control when a thought becomes a push. Sorry. Isong takes the ramp down and heaves another barrel onto his chest. Some of my thoughts must have pushed in, too, because he glances south as he climbs. Tewo thinks they are searching for a monocle? Don't know what else they'd be doing, I send, trading his eyesight for mine to make sure I'm still heading the right direction. I probably shouldn't walk while I talk, but the exercise feels good. Helps me to focus. He's going to check the site once they're done. Isong nods, back in the dark hallway leading to the hold. That makes sense. I don't think Yeolat has the monocle. I take a breath. First Miara, now Yeolat. If he's right. Why? The dormitories. They're all stocked. What do you mean? I mean blankets, pillows, sheets, even barrels of water with taps. Like they're expecting to fill the ship. Ice runs down my back, despite the warm sun. You think she's planning to take more than the city's Dale? Cerre's Dale wouldn't fill a third of this place, he sends, then sets his barrel down on Chalks. The arcs were designed to each hold a full Dale city, or its upper classes anyway. So what? I send, slowing my steps. She's gonna take regular Serrans too? I think that's her ploy, he says, ignoring the regulator's gaze as he takes the opposite hall out. She doesn't have the monocle, but she has this giant craftological ship, one designed to survive the floods. She knows they're coming, so she's anchored out here, getting it stocked, waiting for the waters to come in. And when they do, she'll save as many as she can, I say, following his line of thought. But why would she do it here? Don't know, he sends, stepping back into the sunshine. Maybe so she can keep searching for the monocle, or maybe because the Dale already has lots of arcs. Or because she's not the top of the Dale hierarchy, I send, remembering what I know about hierarchism. At least, I assume she's not if she's spending her time down here. If her betters survived the floods in the Dale, she wouldn't get much power. But down here, he says, following my line of logic, or reading it through the bond, she's already married to Narimes and commander of the ship if the city is lost, automatically putting them into a hierarchy she's at the top of. It's a clever plan, even if she would only have 1,000 or so people under her. Better than none, and better than not surviving at all. He does glance south this time, at the top of the ramp, but the fist is too far to make anything out. That's probably her plan, a base population to start a new civilization once the Ark finds dry land. There are seeds in here too, Aletheia, and plows and hammers and saws, everything they'd need. Part of me reels at how practical that is, how much more real it makes the floods feel. But my mind spins a step further yet. Which means she doesn't think anyone here has a monocle either, I say, a sinking feeling in my gut. Or if they do, that they can't use it. And she would know. It really seems like Miara doesn't have one, so if Yelat doesn't either, that leaves Narimes. Nurimes or the waters, Isang says, our thoughts flowing together. And she shares a bed with Nurimes. I'd think it would be hard for him to hide a monocle from her. Miara's words come back to me. These are the real floods, and we're out of time. That weight in my stomach sinks further, like a body cast overboard. If there's no monocle here, then we really do need to sail for the Dale, enemies or not. Maybe not, Isang says, climbing the ramp with the barrel. Not if Yelat's still searching. Maybe Tewa will come through where the rest of us are failing. Anon hasn't finished searching the temple either, I send, as much to myself as to him. I don't know if Nurimes could hide a monocle from Yeolat, but I'm sure he'd try if he had one. I doubt they actually share a bed very often. He nods. It all fits together, except the guests Yeolat is bringing on board. The what? He sets his barrel down and grabs Chalks. The guests. Remember the hooded pair we saw getting off her boat yesterday? Apparently, she brings them regularly. Who? To do what? No one knows, he sends back, passing the regulator scribbling in his notebook. But they always take them to the same place, the rear of 7th deck. I'm about to ask if he's been there when a whistle sounds, shrill pitch filling the hall. Break, he sends. I might need to focus here. See if I can overhear anything. Of course, I send, and start walking again, keeping the connection open, but giving him space. As I walk, I mull over the new information. Yeolat stalking the ship to save who she can, and the implication that no one has a monocle. That maybe they still haven't found the one in Drown Saray. Maybe the Pearler Mother will guide Tewo there. I'm not too skeptical to hope. A spike of alarm pulls me back to Isong's awareness. Discovered this morning, bound and trussed inside one of the second floor shipping bales, a man is saying in Dale, standing at the front and reading from a sheet. The room is crowded, full of workers dressed like Isong. It smells of sweat and the steamed buns they are passing around on metal trays. He claims to have found someone preparing goods for resale and been bound as a result of the altercation. One of you, the man says, sweeping a cold gaze across the room. Isong's stomach clenches. Mine too. Scabs. They don't know it's me, he thinks, logic fighting against the panic clenching his core. I was wearing Salen's uniform. I'll just need to find another one. A ship-wide search will commence immediately, the regulator goes on, back to reading from his sheet. Anyone with material knowledge about this incident is to come forward immediately. Sale of contraband is not to be tolerated, and violence against superiors will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. 50% reduction granted to anyone who comes forward to admit guilt. He looks up from his sheet. We will find you either way. We are not so many, nor this ship so large that you can hide. Best to save yourself the punishment. More efficient for all of us. Isong, I say, stopped again and trying to breathe through my fear. You need to get out of there. I'll be fine, he thinks. But I feel through the bond that it's coming from his emotions, not his logic. From his drive to stop the floods, yes, but also that rage that's gotten him into trouble too many times already. That will allow no one to stop him. I would advise you, the man at the front goes on, to make it easy on everyone and come forward now. Laborer Neltham will recognize your face. He closes his book. That is all. Shift resumes in 8 minutes. You won't, I send back as murmurs start up around Isong. How hard is it to trace Salen's number back to his bunk and to the people who might have stolen it? And you with a report against you already from yesterday. I know how to keep my head down. I've done it before. On a ship like this? I clench my fists. I want to find out what Yelat's doing as much as you do, but the important thing is, she doesn't have the monocle. That means you can get out of there. Interrogate her divers on the way out, maybe. But get out before they catch you. He shakes his head, taking a bite of the bun, which turns out to have spiced bean curd inside. I can talk to the divers when they come back. Look at the rear deck of 7th, at least. See what I can see. And have Yelat recognize you if Laborer Neltham doesn't? I can handle Yelat if it comes to that. But they won't. That part, at least, is bluster. It's why we wear masks to begin with. To protect our privacy. To make us homogeneous, like the crafts we build. Products. Yes, you can recognize people by what's visible above the mask, but it only goes so far. I can just deny it. I grit my teeth. You want a chance at Yelat. I get it. I've wanted a chance at Narime since before I knew he killed my father, and Miara's on my list now too. But we have to think of the floods first. Our grudges won't matter if we drown trying to settle them. It's not a grudge, he snaps, then takes a breath. And I agree. I know my feelings for Yelat have clouded my judgment in the last few days. But I can't help feeling whatever she's doing on 7th floor is related to the floods, whether she has a monocle or not. If we can at least get a sense of what it is, or who she's smuggling on board, we will be that much closer to stopping the floods. That, or I'll lose you and be that much further from the life I want when this is all done. I feel that emptiness inside, deeper even than fear. The same emptiness I felt with Estrija yesterday. The one I feel every time I lie next to Gaxna. That this mission is going to cost me everything and everyone I care about. That the cost is too high, even if we win. No, he says, and passion roars through the bond, like a femoral artery between our hearts. You're not losing me. I'm not losing you. Not when we just found each other. Tears start in my eyes. Every word is sincere, but that's just it. I feel like I have been losing him since he started this mission. That all of my friends, Estrija with her calculated risks, and Anon with his ego, and Tewo with his faith, Isong is the one most at risk of getting himself killed. And if it comes down to it, you'll choose having me over killing her? Yes, every time. She's just my past. You are my future. I can't doubt him, feeling the passion he's feeling here. It's stronger than what he feels against Yeolat. For a moment, like I did with Tewo, I feel inadequate, that there's something broken about me, that I don't have their faith or their commitment. I love Isong, but I love Gaxna too, and I would risk both of them to stop the floods. I already have, so many times. Then his feelings sweep me back up, the current too strong to control. Maybe that's okay. I just have to trust that he can hold back when he needs to. No one's perfect. Uche knows I'm not. Just promise me you'll come back to me, I send. Monocle or not, secrets or not. I don't want to do this without you. I will, he says. The whistle blows again, and he files back into the hall with the other laborers. I'll keep my head down and my exits open. If they even come close to questioning, I'm gone. I'll look into 7th floor and the divers. He takes his place in the queue and rolls his shoulders out. Hopefully, Tewo finds the monocle before then, and none of this matters. Hopefully. There's more I want to say, but I'm thinking clearly enough to know none of it's new. That what I really want is a release from the fear and powerlessness prowling inside, and Isong can't give it to me. Maybe no one can, as long as I care about them. There will always be the risk of losing them, and I just have to live with it if I don't want to be alone. I pass a few more words with him and let the connection go. I've made it most of the way across the saddle above the bay, and the building on the far side is, in fact, a cottage. Low and stone and half covered with creeping ivy, it would look out of place here if it hadn't obviously been part of the landscape for so long. It looks older than Saray, honestly. I shake my head. There would be other buildings here if it was pre-flood. Still, I wonder, as I walk the final stretch, about this stainer, who doesn't seem to have a regular name, and who can stain eyes, a thing I've never heard of anywhere else. About why they live out here, so far from anyone. How Gaxna knows them. But most of all, how she thinks they can help me. Only one way to find out. I take a deep breath, staff in my hand, and knock on the ancient, moss-covered door. 14. It opens as soon as I knock. While I'm knocking, actually. I take a step back, despite myself. I wondered if you would come, a gravelly voice says from inside. The door reveals an ancient man, or woman, it's hard to tell, sitting in a warped wood chair, silver hair grown nearly to the floor. They hold a thin metal line that leads to the door, one of many strung in a web around their chair. The cottage is empty otherwise, a smell wafting out the door, not the cramped musk of a human in a small space, or the wood smoke and old oil scent of most homes, but something dry and dusty, like a tomb. My stomach rolls, but I stand my ground. You're the stainer? That's what Gaxna calls me, yes. What's your real name? They give a dry chuckle. I don't know. It's one of the many things I've lost. But you can call me Court. I frown. Like the upper city? Like the city that came before yours. What you now call Drowned Saray. But you did not come here to talk names. I take a breath, feeling suddenly underwater. No, I came because Gaxna said you could help me. You know about her? Not since she boarded a ship at Temerare, the stainer, Court, says, sitting stock still in their ancient chair. Windows line the opposite wall, giving a view of the bay below. You know she was blood pushed then. She's with me now, but Miara still won't release her push. I pause. You know Miara? I do. One of the hierarchists. I suck in a breath. They know so much. Yes, you know about the monocle too? Their laughter is a dry chuckle, like parchment sliding on stone. I made one years ago, but you are referencing the one here, in court. Yes, hope surges in me, like waters over a tide wall, and I step forward. You know where it is? Maybe this is why Gaxna sent me. What she meant by court helping. I do. And no, I won't tell you. What? That surge of hope inside slams into a wall. 100 thoughts swirl in its waters, among them that I could force Court to tell me if I have to. I wouldn't try it, Court says, not a trace of fear in their voice. Much as I might welcome it, I have ways of defending myself, and I am not yet done here. Floods, they can read my thoughts. I slam my blind up, though the same part of me that's gutted by their knowledge of the monocle says my blind will do no good. That whoever and whatever Court is, they are beyond my power to control. I take a breath, trying to still the waters inside, feeling suddenly exposed like I was at Narime's wedding, when I dropped my blind to the entire temple, and feeling the same urgency I felt then, the need to find the truth. This nakedness is worth it. It's the least of what I'm asking my friends to do. Done with what? I ask, focusing again. I only want to stop the floods, I promise. Yes, I know. We have not met, but I have watched you, Alethea Viola, in Surrey and what I could of your recent travels, as I watched Sturgjon. You knew my father? I feel like a novice in a melee, pummeled from all sides. They do not move, haven't this whole time, but I get the impression of a sigh. He was my last, best hope. I am sorry for your loss. I did what I could to prevent it, but I am limited in my reach. Your hope for what? I ask, like that same novice trying to find their feet. To stop them, Court says simply. The hierarchists. In that we are somewhat aligned. I blow out air, trying to follow all of this. I'm sorry, I need a minute. Their gaze, silver like their hair, turns to the window and the sparkling bay beyond. Patience is one of the powers I do have, though it was learned. Please, take your time. I take a breath, finding streams of hope and fear and wonder surging through my blood. They're mirrored by curiosity and doubt and, most of all, by the need to know that spins through my head in 1,000 thoughts like a circling school of fish. Court knows things from before the flood. Lived before the flood? They know Gaxna and my father and can watch us somehow. And they read my thoughts and heart like a seer does an untrained supplicant, no matter what blind I use. I take another breath, thoughts and feelings still swirling. It will take a while to breathe through all this, but sending my concentration deeper in, like a diver through the middle of that swirling school. Court knows about the hierarchists and wants to stop them. There is a flush of excitement and determination in me at that. But they won't tell me where the monocle is because... I look up. Why won't you tell me where the monocle is? Isn't that the best way to stop the hierarchists from getting it? The best way is still the old way, Court says, and a bird bursts up from the tall grass. I have spent 1,000 years here, trying to find a different way, and now, at the end, I am accepting that I've failed. The old way. You mean the floods? Yes. To wash us clean again, before the stain sets. A chill runs through me, at how calmly Quark can talk about the death of almost everyone living. But then I get the sense they've been thinking about it a lot longer than I have accepted the thing I will not. But they're gonna weaponize those floods, I try again, to use them to get more power. I want to stop that. I don't doubt that you do, they say, nor that you do not seek that weaponization yourself, which is remarkable. Would that you had lived a generation earlier. But for now, so far as I can tell, none of those in Surrey yet have a monocle. Better that it stays hidden. So far as you can tell? So there are limits to what they can know. The monocle is hidden from me. A protection we built into it at the time to protect against powers that now only I have. But working from what I can see, yes, it is still where the floods left it. Better that it stay there and be forgotten entirely this time. You know they're searching for it, that the immersions, our holy texts, point the way to it. Yema actually saw it in Drowned Saray, though that didn't make it into his chronicle. But monks are having more visions all the time, like the Therakins are. It's not safe. Court sighs. That is the trouble with people believing they can see or talk to God. They uncover things that should be left hidden. And yes, I agree we are not safe. But now, at this late hour, I think we are safe enough. An icy snake of fear coils in my gut at the words, despite the anger that Court knows where the monocle is, or at least suspects, and won't tell me. The floods are that close? Another thing hidden from me, but yes. I lived through them once, in a manner of speaking. Even without all the visions your holy people are having, I would know. I feel it. Their gaze goes back out to sea, and I glance too, unconsciously, as though I'm going to see a tidal wave on the horizon. There is only the sunlight on the far-off waves and the gulls that call in the air over our sleek clipper. And if you're wrong, I ask, watching the birds circle, if one of them does have the monocle and uses it to remake the world in their own image, then I will offer my apologies and wish the next world luck. I have been wrong many times. Fear of it is not a reason not to act. I'm not religious as the people of your time are, but perhaps that is what the world needs to escape this cycle. For the hierarchists to have their day instead of being drowned. Maybe their society will be the incubator for the one that truly stops the floods, they sigh. Or perhaps they will never stop. Either way, my work is soon done. I clench my fists. Some of us don't have the freedom of 1,000 years to get tired of life. Some of us have people we love that are going to be drowned in this flood. If you are looking to me to make the world just, I am afraid it is a fool's errand. I blow out air. If I can prove you're wrong, that someone does have a monocle, then will you help me? With all my heart, the Stainer says. For now, for what it's worth, I would agree with your interpretation of Miara's actions, that she does not have one, and I think Isong's read on Eolat is accurate too, which leaves only Narime's. I have trouble seeing Anon in there. The water disrupts my sight. Maybe you could check in? I just stare for a moment, overwhelmed all over again at how much they know. How do you do that? The hint of a smile cracks their lips. Ah, now that is a secret I'll never tell. Because I would figure out how to block it? Because you might learn to do it. You've already had the thought, unless I miss my mark. Now, Anon? I shake my head, my feelings towards this person, if that's what they are, somewhere between enmity and alliance. They know everything I know, have been listening to me talking to my friends, and even if their ultimate goal is stopping the hierarchists, not stopping the floods, we're at least aligned on the first part. Yes, I say, not that it matters. They could probably listen in no matter where I go. Anon, if he finds something in the temple, I could earn this person's aid. I can't help thinking it might turn the tides. 15. I find Anon carrying a pile of blankets, shockingly familiar with their faded gray dye and hairy wool surface. How many nights did I huddle under those scratchy blankets, afraid and alone? He's walking through an airy marble hall, massive glassless windows letting in squares of sunlight that glitter on the sheet of water running over the floor. The tension in his jaw and tightness to his throat tell me he's frustrated, and his stream of thoughts circle around throwing the blankets down and jumping out the window and finding a pleasure house somewhere in the lower half of the city to spend the night. He's also dying for a clove twist. Some of the monks smoke them, I send through the bond. He starts, almost dropping his pile of blankets. What? Where? I've been holding back and it's killing me. I shake my head, relieved as always to spend some time in Anand's head. It's not that he's less intelligent or less motivated about anything, he just enjoys life more than I do. Northwest Gardens, by the smokehouse, I send. You can also get away with it on the roof if you can find a light. Gardens always have a fire going. Thank you, he sends, and I almost laugh at the real gratitude that rushes through the bond. I wonder for a moment what Court thinks of it, since I assume they're listening too, then let the thought go. If I think about all that and what it means, I'll lose what I need to do right here. Not having any luck then? Not a lick, he sends. Begdil's pissy, the bald heads are starting to look at me, and I just searched the last place I had on my list. I suck in a breath as I see it in his memories, the Deepling Pool. You went in there? The only time I was ever allowed was when I was on trial for heresy and they were sure they were going to kill me. He shrugs. Servants go everywhere. Though I had to think really hard about Gisandra and what she used to do to me before we were married to get past the guards a couple times. My chest ratchets tighter. You think they were reading you? Begdil I trust to keep his thoughts directed under a seer's scrutiny. But Anand has no training at all, and he can't use what he knows of the waterblind, or it'd be instantly suspicious. Servants don't train in seer powers. I'm sure they were, he smirks, from the way they blushed. Floods. Every time I think you've done the stupidest thing possible, you prove me wrong. And you're still surprised? Oh, hey, our boy is still the most likely one to have the jewel, right? I read in the bond that our boy means Nurimes. Yes, and it's a monocle. Basically a jewel. Esong and Estrija struck out. I fill him in briefly on what happened, leaving out that Estrija's still in the city, even with Miara's threats. I don't know what Anon would do if he knew, but I'm pretty sure it would put him and our mission at risk. And I haven't heard from her, so all I know is that she's still holding her blind, because the bond is still blank. He takes the news in stride. We always figured our boy was the most likely. Guess I'm doing this. I see what he's talking about before he says it. Anon, no. It's the only place we haven't checked. Memories come through his head of the multiple times he's walked past Nurimes' locked chamber doors. And the most likely to get you killed. We'll find some other way. I'll go. I can at least fight them if I get caught. Don't be stupid. I'm just a dumb foreign servant boy. You? You got the last boy's purple eyes, and everybody wants you dead. Plus, you're a girl. We need to know, and I'm the only one that can do it. I grit my teeth, glancing at my own vision to find Court watching me. I hate the idea of sending Anon into more danger, but if he finds a monocle, even if he doesn't manage to steal it, that means Court will help, and he would be an amazing ally to have on our side. I hate the choice, but this one, at least, I don't have to make for him. You know he'd kill you, right? Nurimes is not the merciful type. I fill him in on my conversation with Court, too, and what finding a monocle somewhere would do for us. Then I have to go, he says, taking one of the side stairs down to the laundry like he's worked there 100 years. If our boy tries to kill me, your boy'll just kill him dead. He can do that, right? Not from this far, comes Court's dry voice. Well, still, it's worth it. I swallow hard, memories of my own time in Nurimes' bedchamber coming up, of how Gaxna almost died and I got stabbed in the chest. How Nurimes felt like an absolute monster, even after losing one of his eyes. How Anon would have no chance. Anon must read some of that through the bond, because he slows where he's dumping blankets into a wicker bin. Hey, you remember what I told you when we got out of Duran, right? Yes. I remember the whole conversation, riding on the buckboard of the wagon while we bumped through hinterland jungle, and I tried to figure out what to do about Gaxna and Esong. That you feel like all of this is already extra time. I still feel that way, he says, suddenly serious. I'll miss Estrija, but if this is what I can do to help everybody, then yeah, I'm ready. Tears spring into my eyes at the calm certainty in his heart. He would have made a good monk, you know that, Anon? He barks a laugh, echoing off the limestone walls of the basement. Except for the no sex, no fun, meditate all the time extreme boringness of these people's lives. I'd definitely rather die than do that. I laugh too, even as I feel in his heart the same peace I've felt in people like Yemla. That settled knowledge of who you are and what you want on the deepest levels that I've only ever had glimpses of. I can't argue against it as much as I want to keep him out of danger. This is what he wants, and what we need for the sake of the monocle and figuring out what to do next. And if our boy's in there sleeping, I'll slip a knife in his heart. No. The word comes out before I can think about it, but it's the right one. I want him dead more than anyone, but that's how you get yourself killed. If he's there, you leave. If there's no monocle, you leave. I have his blood, and any day now I'm going to be able to stop his heart with blood work. Safely. From a distance. Sure, he says, and I hate the light-hearted way he says it, and the contradictory thoughts I read in the bond. But there's nothing more I can do. If something does happen, tell Astresia to eat more porridge, okay? She'll know what I mean. I, unfortunately, immediately see what he means in the bond. Be careful, okay? Feel like a flooding lyrebird with how many times I say that, but I mean it every time. Long as you promise to live a little once this is all done, I can do that. He closes the connection, or puts up a water blind at least. I get the hint, though I feel how easily I could break through his blind. I drop the bond. To find the Stainer still watching me, eyes pools of moonlight in the shade of the cottage. You know that is hierarchism, yes? I frown. What? Your ability to push through a non's blind. I don't doubt you could create a partial blind, too, if you wanted to. I frown, remembering the morning I fought against Narimes while I was still a novice. I was sure he'd done those things, though Urte said it was impossible. But I'm not a hierarchist. They give a dry chuckle. You do not have to be a hierarchist to use their powers, any more than a captain need be a shipwright to sail a ship. I suspect, even back then, you had a trace of hierarchism pushing you, helping you to do things like the thought push that also should have been impossible. But that's just a natural extension of water sight, I say, hating the idea that I'm anything like Narimes or Miara. Part of the connection between water and blood that monks didn't find because they saw them as two totally different things. They're not, and just like Theracans have a blood push, monks should have a water push. They just never thought to try. Yes, Court says, and no doubt being born as you were helped you to imagine outside the boxes they've believed themselves into. But even then, enough people were still loyal to your father and had transferred that loyalty to you that I don't doubt you were getting a little help in working water as well as you did. I narrow my eyes. Because I couldn't have done it on my own? Is that what you mean? You sound like all the people in the temple who would tell me I wouldn't have gotten nearly that far without my father's help, despite the fact he was actively doing the opposite. I know what he was doing, Court says quietly. I helped him where I could. To put me into the temple? Not that, though I knew it was a good move. A radical one, but something that might sway the traditionalists, since little else was working. Old hurt wells up in me. The nights spent alone under those itchy woolen blankets, the days glimpsing my father sweeping by a practice chamber in robes of state, while I endured all the criticism and mockery for something I never chose. Easy for you to say, unless you were abandoned as a child for political gain. I didn't have a childhood. Court tugs at a silver thread. But I watched your father during that time. Imagine how it felt to put your only child into a world like that, then just walk by, lest she be seen to excel only through your coddling. You have had your struggles with love in the face of your mission, and feel it even now, putting your friends at risk. I see that. But imagine if it was your only child, your only family left, and yet you knew it was what the world needed. I swallow. I've never thought of it like that. All I had was anger for what my father did, and then a cold kind of understanding. But it is exactly like what I've done with Gaxna and Isong and all my friends, even if they had more choice in the matter. Imagine, Court says again, if they were too young to choose, and you had to do it for them. Tears start in my eyes, and all I can do is stand as my old pain from that time, my abandonment, my confusion and loneliness, overlap with how I feel about Gaxna now, with how I know, deep in my gut, I would feel for my own child. It is heartbreaking. A flood to wash us clean, a flood to make us whole, the creature says in quiet words. An end to what's already done, something new from old. I shake my head, caught in that old pain, but feeling it transform, determined to stay with it. What is that? A rhyme children spoke in my time, they say, translated for yours. How do you stand it, I ask, knowing there are more important things to talk about, but stuck in Quart's words, in seeing that time through my father's eyes. Maybe this is overcoming his weakness, like Akifte talked about, or realizing it is a strength. Stand what? Quart asks. Living while they're all dead. I remember I am doing it for them, because they did not want this to happen to another generation, they say, looking back out the windows, though I have failed in that. And I stand it with the knowledge they are all still part of me. My words, my thoughts, my memories, my intentions, all these were shaped by the ones I knew before this. They gesture at the cottage and the bay. I can feel them, like I am sure you do in your immersions. So long as I live, they do too. I draw a shaky breath. Yes, at least there's that. Have you ever considered it might only be your mind, those immersions? I exhale again, feeling some of the old pain clear, or overlap with the pain I have now, making choices like that for my friends. Instead of doubling, they cancel each other out into something more clear-eyed. This is what the world needs, and it's what my friends want. All of them except Gaxna. Her, I still don't know. I remember to answer Court. No, the visions we see things in the immersions we couldn't possibly know. Their gaze stays out the window, or only things you don't think you can know. Another day, I might want to follow them into this philosophy. For now, it only reminds me of the one friend whose heart I don't know, the heart I want to know most. She didn't answer me, I say, when we were talking, or not even really talking, just Therican code. All she could say was to kill Miara. And so you feel the pain your father felt, risking the one you love for what you know is right. Yes, I say, wiping at my tears. But is that a strength I should carry on, or a weakness I need to overcome? They look back out to sea. A worthy question. I do not know. That one is between you and God. I shake my head. You believe in God? I have no room for belief. But I will say this. The ways that you think of God, that we have all thought of God, are the ways the beetle thinks of the storm clouds. The truth is beyond our knowing. They shift, plucking at a silvery line almost like a lute string. I do not know Gaxton's mind, since Miara has blood pushed her. Those ways are closed to me too. But you remember the work she was doing before the temple took her? I nod, still feeling weak, overwhelmed. I want 100 years to talk to this person, if that's what they are, and also to run away, to hide from this stranger who sees me more deeply than any seer or blood worker could. She was saving novices, I make myself answer, the ones who ran from the Theracants. Cord only nods. The words unlock a little peace in my heart. She may never have chosen to help the world as I have, but she chose to stay in constant danger, rescuing runaways from the Theracants, because she wanted to help. So maybe she will at least understand what I'm doing and what I have done to her. A seed pulses in my chest. Stresia. My stomach clenches, remembering Miara and her threats. I open the bond. 16. I step away from the cottage door, opening the bond to see one of the upper city's quiet plazas, water babbling in a wide fountain, the sunlight warm on Surrey's pale cobblestones. Astresia, are you okay? Fine, she says, sipping a steaming cup of spiced tea under the long awning of a tea shop. I just met with Jalenla and thought you would like an update. Shouldn't you be inside somewhere? Miara said if Astresia wasn't out of the city last night, she'd kill her on sight. I shudder all over again, imagining what her brute of a bloodborne could do. This is as safe as anywhere. I have brood around and can watch my approaches. Besides, Miara is occupied. That's why I reached out. I frown, cinnamon and chamomile overlapping in my nostrils with the crushed grass and ocean smell of the Stainer's cottage. How do you know? She shifts on her seat, legs aching. She's still exhausted. She must not have slept much last night. Things are happening at the guild house. Jelenla is farther along than I thought. She would not have bothered meeting with me at all if I hadn't offered the new guild house's full alliance. Can you do that? Not really, but it brought her out, which is how I know that she is meeting with Miara today, to try making a peaceful transition. I stare, a strange experience when all I can see is what she looks at. They're deposing her? It's been coming. I tried to tell Miara it was coming. Frustration comes through the bond at this, like grit in a blood vessel. But she was sure she could handle it on her own. I guess we'll see if she will. Was Jelenla interested in allying with us? Astresia sighs. No, the woman is as confident as Miara, though she, at least, seems to have good reason to be. What do you mean? I take the first pose in the Floodwaters Rise sequence, just to move some of the tension in my body. I hate watching all this from the sidelines, even if I'd be useless with Therican politics. Last time I got involved, their guild split in two. You'll remember she had staunch supporters in the lower circles. I remember the outspoken petite woman in Astresia's meeting with the Sixth Circle, Lile. Yes, a bunch of social climbers, right? She takes another sip, watching a pair of overseers sweep through the plaza, their eyes steely and calm. Say what you will about Narimes, he hasn't slacked on policing the city. Something more than that, Astresia says when they've gone. Someone with more power than she has, I think. I frown. She's in the eighth circle, right? Is the whole circle on her side? That is normally what it takes to depose a living ninth. But no. In this case, I feel fairly certain at least 2 of the 5 women sharing the eighth are not particularly fond of Jelenla. They're all candidates to be ninth, you'll remember. A shiver runs through me. Do you think she's behind the disappearances at the guild? That she's going to kill off the rest of the eighth? Astresia sips her tea. No, not her directly, anyway. Then who? Astresia shakes her head. She wouldn't say. The list can't be that large. Yeolat or some other faction of Dale. I slow my steps, where I flow from 3rd to 4th form. The Dale. They were the move Narimes used to cement his power. Isong thinks Yeolat must have fallen from power in the peaks to be spending her time down here. But as far as the Dale in the city goes, she has almost all of them on her ship already. Another faction without much presence in the city? It's possible. Or Jelenla might already have Phelan or some of the upper guild house on her side, absorbing detractors into the schism house. Can't you check on that? In code, yes, and so far as I can tell, Phelan and Ainma want the rest of the guild to follow you. Still, that's not the same as following Miara, who caused our schism after all. And sisters tend to keep their hearts close to their chests around the time of a deposition. I can read in the bond she doesn't really think Jelenla has upper guild supporters, like she didn't really think she had Dale supporters, which leaves Narimes. Ice hardens in my gut, and my hands curl into fists, flooding Narimes. He makes the most sense, unfortunately, Astresia says, taking another sip of tea. But he's already allied with Miara. Was, Astresia corrects. She told us Narimes and Yeolat were distancing themselves, and he can't be completely ignorant of our new alliance. Safe to assume their cooperation has ended. And now he's looking for another puppet. I swing my arms around, balanced on the ball of my left foot, in the 6th form, eel in the swell. Do you think Jelenla can pull an alliance off, with all the anger we saw about Miara working with the temple? Astresia shakes her head. I don't think this will be as open. She wouldn't come close to confirming with me, another reason I doubt it's the new guild or the Dale. What she did make clear is that she neither needs nor wants our help, though she offered her protection if we swear to her before she ascends. Protection? From who? Was she threatening you? The offer was for Miara, Astresia says, sipping the last of her tea, but the implication was there for more. I exhale and start the series again, feet planting in the tall grass. So where does that leave us? About to lose the Serayan Guild either way? It leaves us in a place of opportunity, Astresia says, and I hear the careful wording. Feel the sudden contraction in our bond as she tries to control her thoughts. I narrow my eyes. What do you mean? And why is she trying to hide it from me? I mean, we have as good a claim as Miara or Jalenla. Better, I'd say. I almost missed Tidewall breaks, wobbling on one foot. You think we could take the guild house for ourselves? If the opportunity presents itself, yes. You're thinking about going. I read it in her thoughts despite her attempts to hide it. She might be a talented blood worker, but she has a long way to go with Watersight. I cannot sway the guild if I'm not physically there. I stop my forms. Astresia, Miara said she would kill you if she saw you in the city, let alone the guild house. Miara will have bigger things to worry about. Unless this all goes the way she wants it. I talked to her the night after her Bloodborne took you, and she sounded nothing but confident in her ability to put down Jalenla. She's always been confident. Too much so. It's what led her into allying with Narimes in the first place, thinking she could get the upper hand afterwards. And, I don't doubt, why she agreed to do that insane push on Gaxana, to try to control you, because she was overconfident in how she could turn it to her advantage. This is just another example. I shake my head. And if you're wrong? She raises a hand, calling for the bill. Then Jaya send you or Anon or Tewo is successful in the main thrust of our mission. None of this is as important as getting the monocle, now that we know Miara doesn't have it. No, it isn't. I clench my fists. You are more important than this. We can try again once we get the monocle. Bring Phelan with us. The Rebel Temple, maybe, if they've been convinced. Floods, having the monocle will probably be enough. Not if Jalenla is in power. Depositions rarely come up. I need to be there. We need political unity, right? Yes, I mean, that's part of what Yamla said I had to do, but there's some emotion I can't read in the bond. Confidence or aspiration, something at odds with what she's saying. Hunger for power? A Theracant crosses the plaza, making quick eye contact, and Astresia lays 3 coins on the table. I should go. Things are in motion. Astresia, don't do this. For once in my life, I wish I had the power to command someone, short of a blood push. I'm asking you. Please. She stands. You'll have to trust me on this one, sister. I'll be in touch. Her blind comes up, my senses suddenly blank. I grasp at it, wanting to say more, to feel more about what was going on, because my gut says I was missing something she wasn't saying. Unease curls in my belly, a waking serpent. You'll have to trust me on this one, sister. Normally, I'd trust her with anything. So why, for the first time since she came to us on the Iron Way a month ago, do I feel like I can't? 17. I come back to my senses, to the grass and the breeze off the bay and the sweat on my brow as I stand in the clearing outside Quartz Cottage. I finish off the sequence, leaping high and dolphin crest the bow, probing at that unease inside. I find that it worms through my feelings about all my friends, that Anon is pushing himself too far, that Tewo's in over his head, that Isong's losing control, and now this thing with Astresia. It feels like everything is going wrong. I take a deep breath and let it out, trying to exhale some of my worry. Then I push myself deeper, like a cloud slug inching down the branches of a tree, searching for the trunk. I felt lost and worried before, but this is different. Out of my control. Like one of Akifte's legends gone wrong, or a story Booker would plot, where my allies and I are destined to lose. Like fate has turned against us. Like it's too late. I open my eyes to find Court watching me from their open door, gaze inscrutable. Is this what it was like? I ask, a thought coming to me. They lived through the floods. When the waters rose last time, could you feel it? We were not looking for it, Court says after a moment. We did not have the visions you do. I'd given up all faith and belief a century earlier in favor of our technology, and even that lacked the power your craftology has. No one saw it coming. We just woke in the night to find our bedrooms flooding, rose in the morning to find our coasts gone, fled to the highlands, but by night, Court shakes their head, silver hair trailing the motion like water. We were all dead. Except you. I was gone too, or I was being born then, in the collective denial that this could be happening, in the belief we would survive it. There is power in belief, Alethea, even desperate and unshaped like we had in those times. So it just happened all at once? You had nothing like Jateau? No unease in your heart? They chuckle. We had plenty of unease in our hearts, but not about this. As I said, we were not warned in the ways you are, for better or worse. I heard nothing of a Jateau, but the planet is large. I don't doubt some places flooded before ours did, and that others, like the Dale Peaks, never did. Floods. So no, they don't know. Or like the monocle, they just don't want to tell me. I get the urge again to grab Quart's wrist and try to read whatever I can there. I feel a pulse of excitement at the thought, then realize it's coming from one of my seeds. Anon? Has he already broken into Narime's chambers? Has he found something? But no, it's not Anon. It's Isong. Quart nods at me, apparently having read my thoughts already, and I focus through the bond. Isong's perceptions overlay my own. I see the dim interior of a ship's berth, stacked with barrels and boxes and trunks. It smells of sweat and oil and copper, and any sounds are drowned out by the pound of Isong's heart and the rasp of breath in his lungs. Isong, are you okay? Yes, I'm in. I would ask where, but the stream of thoughts coming through the bond is faster than words. The rear of 7th deck. Yeolat's secret area. Wow, were you seen? I don't think so. I took out one of the rear guards. That's what this is, he says, holding up a numbered badge like they all wear on the back of their necks. I kept it quiet, but his body's still back there. I frown, trying to get a clear picture through his excited swirl of thought and memory. I see an entourage of guards leading another pair of hooded visitors, and a 5th Cairn strike on the one at the rear. Did you kill him? No, at least, I don't think so. It doesn't matter. This is the last thing I need to do. See what's happening back here, and then leave. Come home to you. A swell of real love comes through the bond, and longing. My heart swells in response, I think partially out of reassurance. He promised me he'd choose me over Yeolat if it came down to it, but I haven't been sure. I've seen him do things in the past 2 days that didn't feel like the Isong I know, like his past was taking him over. That sounds amazing, I send. So much has happened. Could use your help, actually. And I'm all done with you and everybody else risking your lives while I sit back and watch. Whatever we do next, let's do it together. Deal, he says, managing to affix the guard's badge to the back of his uniform. You haven't just been enjoying the time with Gaxna and forgotten me? No. She's still bloodborne, but I would never forget you. My heart is big enough for both of you. Reassurance comes from him this time, and he stands. Then let's get this done. They haven't noticed me gone yet, but they likely will when they leave, and they're only here to escort the visitors. I have to move fast. Leave with them, hopefully. I get a brief memory of the locked and guarded door from the outside, where he clearly spent time watching it. I notice the men all have 3 stripes on their uniforms, unlike the laborers too. Won't your uniform stand out? Already changed it, he says, refitting the mask to his face. The regulators were getting too close. I saw them pull Salen aside. It was only so long before they found me, so I tied up another guard and took his uniform. That's how I got up here in the first place. My stomach tightens, thinking of the trail of bodies he's left behind him. None of them are dead, at least, but that also makes it more likely they'll lead back to him. Another reason I have to make this quick, he says, easing the door open. The hallway is empty, lit with sterile craftological lights, the locked door leading out just to Isong's right. The air is warm and carries some kind of charge, like the heavy air before a lightning storm. The hairs stand up on Isong's skin. A door is cracked at the far end, and Dale voices sound through it. That's where they went with the visitors, Isong thinks, and slips across the hall to a door on the opposite side. It opens, just as the door at the end starts to open too. Isong gets in and closes the door behind him. Through a wave of heat and blinking lights and craftology. There are racks and racks of metal boxes stacked on shelves, tiny metallic parts fitted together behind mesh enclosures, gears spinning and belts turning, copper lines snaking up and down the racks, with blinking lights and glowing boxes, and things even Isong lacks words for. I saw the inner workings of Dale locking mechanism once on a heist with Gaxna and was amazed. This is a fever dream of that, and there's so much of it. Ujay and Jaya, I breathe. What is this? I don't know, he says, shaking his head. I am no craftologist, though I spent time in the manufactories making some of these parts. Those mesh enclosures, 12-tooth cogs, a few months stranding wire. He presses his ear back to the door, listening for anything outside. All I can hear is the high whine of these boxes, like there are packs of dying rodents inside. The stink of hot copper is thick in his nostrils. Is this normal? Is this what craftology looks like in the peaks? No, he says at once, focusing back on the room. Not this complex. We have only one device that might compare, though it is much larger. The divinculus. The what? Doesn't matter. Look, he says, drawing his eyes up a thick braid of wires that connects several of the racks toward the rear, then passes through a rough hole in the wall. Whatever this is doing, it's connected to something in the next room, and it wasn't part of the ship's original design. I take a deep breath, for all the world like I'm the one going into danger. Okay, let's go. He listens again at the door, nothing beyond the whine of these fever boxes, and slips out. The doors on both ends are closed. The guards apparently return to the main doors behind us, which means the visitors are there in the far room, maybe unattended, and that Isong will soon be missed. Braids first, I send, feeling Isong's rush of excitement to see who the visitors are. Some of the thoughts flashing in his stream are of other Daol elites and the injustices they did to him before his exile. His old anger is there too, like a lava flow too thick to cool. He follows the braids, though, into the next room. This one is wider, running 20 paces or more along the curving hull, with more racks of craftological instruments along the walls, though many of these look more like gauges and controls. The helm of a ship versus the sails and rigging is how my mind interprets Isong's thoughts. But what was this ship built to do? In the middle are 2 tables, striking in how bare they are, though implements hang from the underside of their thick tops, connected to the wall racks with more braids of wire. Workbenches of some kind? Must be, he says, moving over to inspect them. He makes no more sense of them than I do, but next to the strange ladles and wire-crusted caps are a set of implements that make my blood run cold because I do recognize them. Manacles. Isong frowns, picking one up even as we both know he needs to keep moving. He rubs at something flaking from the inside of the cuff. Blood. What, in floods? I start, then the door scrapes behind us. Isong snaps into motion, thrusting high in a second cairn strike that takes the man, a guard, in the throat before the door is halfway open. He drops, choking, but there is a second guard behind him, who stares for a moment before shouting a warning. Isong throws the door open, exchanging a quick set of blows with the man that leaves him unconscious on top of the first guard, bleeding from a broken nose. Okay, I send, trying to stay calm for his sake. Time to get out. No, he thinks, thoughts hungry like a predatory animal. We have to know. Floods. I feel that old anger seeping in. Feel his control start to slip. He stalks to the rear door, with more braids of copper wire running along the walls, and throws open the door. It is the stern chase, 10 paces wide on this ship where ours is barely 2, with a row of chairs facing away from us, toward a narrow row of portholes and a hatch cut into the far wall. 100 questions rise in my mind, but Isong goes straight to the most important. The 2 figures seated there, facing away from us, hoods still over their heads. He runs around the row of chairs and bares the first head to find... suck in air. Bald-headed man, naked beneath a robe, but with the kind of body only monastics keep. A seer? Isong already has the hood off the other figure, as voices call from the hallway behind. She has ancient, weathered features, her hair pulled back in a silver bun. My eyes would widen if they were my eyes. Theracant. A monk and a theracant. These are the visitors? He sends, confused as I am, and something else is off. Shouts sound, guards likely discovering the 2 bodies, and Isong leaps the bank of chairs to close the door and bar it. I recognize what's bothering me about the visitors as he does. They're not moving, I send. They had no reaction, even when he pulled their hoods back. Dead? He asks, eyes scanning the room for anything that could be a weapon. The hatch, Isong, I say, still distracted. You can survive a jump from this high. Don't risk fighting. They're not dead, my gut tells me. He glances back to the man and woman, still sitting there stiff and rigid in their chairs, and my stomach clenches tighter as I recognize the posture. They're not dead. They're bloodborne. On a Daol ship? He asks. even as the animal part of him, the fighter and survivalist I saw so often in the gay old tower, hears me about fighting and spins for the far hatch. This room is too tight, and Isong too outnumbered, to risk more. Survive first. Figure out what in floods Yeolat wants with blood-borne monks and theracants later. The hatch is shut tight. Thumps sound on the door behind us, and Isong works at the latch. No, not just shut. Locked. Rusts, he curses, spinning again to look for something he can use, anything, to pry it open. The room is bare. Keys, I send. If this is a holding pen for Bloodborne, they might just leave the keys here. More thumps and shouts, and Isong scans the walls. They're as bare as the rest of the room, in sharp contrast to the crowded rooms we just came from. The thumps are sharper now, and I hear wood splintering. Just break it open, I send. If the rest of the guard contingent came, there are 5 men out there. If they all have weapons, Isong doesn't stand a chance. He rips a chair from its floor bindings, adrenaline pumping through his blood, and smashes it against the hatch. Nothing. The latches are thick metal and well made if roughly attached. Another modification to the ship. The ports? I send, but I know it's hopeless as soon as I think it. They're too small for anyone but a child. He casts about just as desperately, an axe head breaking through the door's thick wood, but there's nothing. A ship full of iron and metal and craftology, and the room has nothing but 2 bloodborne and some wooden chairs. Chairs it is then, he growls, ripping another from the floor and bracing it against his chest as he runs at the hatch. The chair splinters under the inertia of his body, but the hatch holds, wood barely showing damage. Fear grips me for the first time, where I felt only panic and resolve before. Fear because it's pumping through his blood, too. I'm not getting out of this. Don't be stupid, I hiss at him. The legs! Use one of the legs and pry it open. He does, and it would maybe work if he had hours instead of minutes or seconds now. He glances back to see more axe heads breaking through the wood. An arm thrusts through the gap, grasping for the bar. With a curse, he dashes back, hyperextending the arm and breaking the elbow, but more axes thunk on the far side, the entire door beginning to flex. An axe, I send, knowing it's a long shot. Can you get one of the axes? He tries, grappling for the next one that smashes through, but it pulls away, and then a sword jabs at him through the splintered opening, and a line of fire opens along his right arm, his dominant arm. Floods, 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 I curse. Then my eyes snap open. Court, can you do anything? Not through all that water, they say, eyes sorrowful. I curse and push back into Isong's rush of panic and fear and resolve to see another arm grappling for the inner bar, defended by swords, the gap big enough that they can see Isong now. He tries one last, desperate kick at the hatch, but it's too strong. Nothing for then, he says, turning and squaring his feet in third cairn, his strongest stance. Time to see how Dale gods manage against a gladiator. 18. The fight is quick and brutal. The attackers manage to get the door open, holding Isong off with swords, then attack in a simple pincher, 2 holding his attention while 3 circle the line of chairs to surround him. Isong fights like a well-oiled machine, his fear and rage focused to a razor's edge, killing the first man with a 6 cairn strike and sliding beneath the guard of the second man to break a wrist and crush his windpipe. The other group is on him then, pushing him back before he can take an axe from the fallen men. Blood flows down his right arm, though adrenaline pumps too thick for either of us to feel it. True to their training, the Dales split again, 2 of them pressing the attack while a third circles the chairs to come from behind. Isong lands a few blows, but the guards are well trained, and open-handed strikes are no match for steel, even if only one has a proper sword. They begin to land more blows, though Isong's focus never wavers, and I see something needs to change, soon, or the balance will tip against him. Third man almost on him, Isong rips a chair from the floor and slips behind the attacking pair, smashing it into the nearer one's back. He stumbles, but the other counters, and the splintered leg he's left with is a crude weapon to their Dale steel. Isong's arm starts to slow against the barrage of attacks, and panic fuzzes his focus. They drive him back across the cramped space, leaving no gap in their blows for him to strike. I scream in frustration, feeling everything with him. If I was there, we could take these men down in a matter of minutes, could leverage everything we learned in the arena. I scream because I feel every blow, every beat of his heart, every new burst of pain, but I am leagues away and helpless. I watch as his block comes a breath too slow, and the third soldier lands a devastating chop to Isong's bicep, severing muscle and smashing bone. The pain disorients him long enough, blackness rearing in his vision like a dark wave, for them to get him pinned. Isong struggles, half mad with desperation, as they bind his hands and feet. I can't tell through the bond how bad his wound is, but it's bad. His head starts to feel light, and the click-laden conversation of the men above him stops making sense. Focus, Isong, I send, pushing aside my desperation, my own sense of defeat. I have to be his focus. Find the way he survives this. Maybe if you tell them who you are, what your connections are to me and Yeolat. Never, he thinks, thoughts meandering where they normally fly arrow straight. I would never. Better to die. No, it isn't, I shout, voice breaking. No, it isn't. I need you. We can still get you off of that ship. A hostage transfer, maybe. We have 10 of theirs. I doubt. He's drifting. Flooding hell, he's drifting. The flow of blood slowing as more sheets down his shattered arm. Astrisha told me about this. If she were here, I suck in air. No, I don't need Astrisha. I have a bond with him, and I can work blood. I focus all my attention back through the bond, push through the disorientation and nausea into the very flesh of his body, finding the pathway of veins and arteries there like I have learned to trace them in my own body. Your body is the first map you memorize, Astrisha said. Learn it, and you can find your way through anyone's flesh. I follow the blood to his liver and start processing out the panic and fear, not knowing the name for all the chemicals there and not needing to. I filter his blood for clarity, focus, long enough for me to patch up his arm and him to ensure his safety. Then, if we make it, healing sleep. The wound is a mess, a devastation on the level of Jito, scrambling the geography I expect from my own blood work. I have never had a wound like this, and not had nearly the practice I should to try fixing it, but I'm all he has. No, I correct myself, icing my doubts. I am all he needs. I constrict the main artery leading to his arm, then the veins, then the capillaries. Not all the way. I let through the coagulants, push them into the opening, though they feel like sandbags against a rushing tide. I have to try. That would be enough fight by itself, but his upper bone is fractured, the shards opening new wounds inside, new rents in the earth. Streams of marrow mixed with regular blood, contamination from the weapon and air pooling in valleys that should not be there. Holding my control on his liver and blood vessels, I constrict the marrow pathways too, then start the slow process of pulling the bones back in line, coaxing the muscles to move in ways they were never meant to, hopefully doing less damage than good. Alethea, comes Isong's consciousness, like a minnow caught in a drying river. You're healing me? I'm keeping you from dying, I send, as long as I can, till I can get there. I know, as I say it, that there's no way. That this wound is too big to heal without physical bandages and compression, and that he's lost too much blood anyway. That I could barely walk and hold this focus, let alone get to him. That I would stand out like a crab in the catch if I did manage to get on the ship. And that it won't take them long to realize who he is and how many attacks he was behind on the ship. That the most likely sentence for him is death, even if their system is just. I fight anyway, working blood to the very limits of my ability, past them. A throat clears behind him, at once intimately familiar and totally foreign. Foreign because I've never heard it before. Familiar because Isong knows it well, knew it well. Adrenaline surges in his blood, undoing much of what I've done, but bringing focus back to his thoughts. Yeolat. This is our saboteur, then? She asks, coming into his left field of vision. They've strapped him to a chair next to the two bloodborne. Who are you that you would risk so much to break into our laboratory? She leans down, and I remember that dark scar that runs down her face. Recognize her angular cheekbones and pale eyes from the day of Narime's wedding, and the hundreds of memories that swim up in Isong's mind. Rage and frustration play in his blood too, but none of the fear that runs in mine. Cluds. Isong, it's me, he spits as she pulls the mask from his face. Come to finally stop you. Yeolat just stares a moment, then laughs, a high tinkling sound. Isong Ajuja. That is still the name you're using, right? Ajuja? She shakes her head. Of all people, I figured you 10 years in your grave. It is the only name I have. And you spent this whole time planning how to get back at me? No, he says, half drunk on energy he doesn't have, thoughts rushing aimlessly, a river outside its banks. I haven't, not since... He cuts off, realizing what he's about to reveal. Tell her, I send, gently, knowing this is our only chance. That even if we have to trade me for him, there are 100 ways we could work it to our advantage. Resources to call on if we have time to plan. Tell her who I am. Better that than dying. And you did all this yourself? All these gods tied up and beaten and bloody? She clicks her tongue in the Dale word for shame. You always had so much potential. We could have been something together. I get flashes in the bond of Isong's life in the peaks, though they are fish in muddy water. Jealousy rears in my blood, feeling how precious he is now that he's dying. I hate that she's the one there with him, and not me. Could have, he manages, thoughts running on hatred alone, still looking for how he can kill her, even now. But you always wanted more, no matter what it cost anyone else. An image flashes of them arguing on the rooftop of a beautiful house above a mountain valley, but they're younger than I expected. Just kids. No, she says, leaning back suddenly. I wanted what was best for us, and you just wanted to throw it away on strangers. To waste what Father built. I suck in a breath as another memory forms. Yeolat, looking barely 8 years old, standing dry-eyed in formal whites before a blazing pyre. A woman holds her hand, weeping, clutching Isong's hand on the other side. Their mother. It's what he would have wanted, Isong whispers, old hurt and hate swirling with exhaustion and pain in his blood. My head spins too. Yeolat is his sister. I take a breath, trying to let go of the fact he never told me. This changes everything. Yeolat is cold, but cold enough to kill a brother? Maybe we have more chance here than I thought. For us, she says, voice flat in a way that I understand through the bond, means she is furious. Not for everyone. For you and me and Mom. Not like that, Isong mutters. Not with... The wave of darkness rolls in again, threatening to douse the last coal of rage. Hey, Yeolat says, and she slaps him. It feels like someone else's skin, like a hand on dead flesh. I force Isong's eyes to stay open, his mind to stay active. I need to see this. To use this. How much blood has he lost? She snaps, looking up at the guards. Her voice echoes like the far end of a stone canyon. How long has he been tied up? So she does care. Isong doesn't see that, is barely awake at the moment. I see it, and I know what it means. It means we have a chance. I do something then I swore never to do, that I'm not even sure I can do, I just know that I need to. I reach through our connection and push. His body responds, going rigid. I hate it, hate the disembodied feeling I have through the push that I am doing more damage to him. But this is part of the power of a blood push. You can drive their bodies far beyond what they could do themselves, beyond what is safe. The real question is, can I push it beyond what regular theracants can do too? Was Court right about the edge I've always had? I seize his vocal cords and speak. Sorry, Isong croaks. It doesn't sound like him, isn't even in Dale, but it's a word I hope will make all the difference here. What? Yeolat focuses back on him. The whole room goes quiet. What did you say? I am sorry, I manage, apologizing in advance to Isong, who has fully retreated now. If I let go of the push, he will fall over unconscious. And that's probably what I need to do, alongside everything I've done for his wound, to keep him from dying before someone there can give help. You just have to make sure they're going to give it first. His vision is a narrowing tunnel, despite my best efforts to keep him awake. But I see her at the end of it, 100 different emotions playing across her face. A twitch of the cheek, a slump of the eyebrow, a tremble of the lips. Sorry, I push from his throat, propping up that collapsing mind with sheer willpower. I can't do this much longer, but I have to be sure. Yeolat stares a moment longer, then straightens. Get this man a medical kit. I need the surgeon up here now. You, number... I let go, and the narrow thread that was his consciousness snaps, leaving me a senseless bloodborne. That is enough. I keep my squeeze on his blood vessels, hold my control on his shattered arm, and wait for the Dale to do the rest. 19. I take a deep breath in early afternoon sunlight, sea breeze cool against the sweat on my brow. My blood pounds and my thoughts rush, and I use my breath to anchor them both, waiting to sense compression and bandages on my dying lover's wounds. Isong and Yeolat are family. It makes so much sense, the way his passion runs so deep about her, more even than mine for Narimes. I'd always assumed they were lovers before. I laugh in the quiet of the cottage yard. The mind does not recognize its own reflection in the water, Urte used to say. I saw in Yeolat only a reflection of myself. He must have changed his name. That's why she asked about it. That is still the name you're using, right? She had said, rather than just use their family name, Shejon. That's the other thing that surprised me about their interaction. The shred of humanity Yeolat showed. However cold she is on the outside, whatever she's done in the name of gaining power for herself, she still cares about her brother, even after all their bitter history. No wonder he never told me the details. I was never lucky enough to have a brother or sister, but I can't imagine how painful that kind of split would be. Pain flares in his bond, and I focus through it to perceive the wound being worked on. The blood flow compressed, the bone set, a sedative administered through the mouth. Good. I do what I can to aid it, making sure he doesn't lose any more blood, that his immune system seeks out contagion in the blood, and that his bones and tissue have what they need to start knitting. Then I command his body to continue the work, like I might tell a bloodborne to stay sitting all day, only I tell it to his gut mind instead of his brain. Histresia taught me about this after I noticed my own kind of consciousness there in our final hours at Sarante. A second mind more deeply rooted in our body, the one that will keep Isong alive while the mind in his skull sleeps. A weight lifts from my shoulders once I do. If they've taken the time to bandage him, they must not be planning to kill him. And he revealed nothing of me or our plans in conversation, so unless Yeolat has learned water sight, which I doubt, she won't be expecting a rescue. Because I will get him out. Whether we find a monocle or not, I'm not leaving him in Yeolat's hands, any more than I would any of my other teammates, no matter what trouble they get into. Which makes me think of Tewo, waiting to sneak past the Dale divers. I seek him out in the bond and find him underwater, heartbeats slowed to manage his oxygen in the strange sort of bloodwork pearlers seem to know. The water is cool on his skin. Brother, I send, your search goes well? It does. The craftologists have left, and the sign of their search is easy to follow. If their instruments guided them true, I should be able to follow the same path. That's great. I exhale, the tension still leaching out of my body from what happened with Isong, like blood through a clotted sieve. And you? Are you doing okay? I don't know why I ask it, but it feels right. I want my team to do better than survive. I have this. He smiles and pulls something from his diving belt. A slender silver bracelet sparkles in the filtered sunlight. Fine etching curves around its length, spiraling into a series of translucent stones. The mother guided me to it. It's beautiful. For your shrines? No, this one is for Kelsa. I've never heard her name before, but I know who he means from the bond. See her green eyes sparkling over a crackling fire as the sun sets to the west, her hand warm in his. She is the woman he told me about on the road before Sarante, the one he left to go dive for a monocle and hasn't seen now in years, the one he hopes is still waiting for him. She'll love it. He smiles. It is a wedding band. Mother willing, Ueo will have returned and told her of me, and what has happened since I left. I will bring this to her once we find the monocle and see what she says. He says it so casually, once we find the monocle, and I feel the same level of faith animating his hopes for Kelsa, that the mother has guided him to it, and so it will happen. Or if it doesn't, that it not happening will also be for good reason. Would that my waters were so clear. Would that the monocle was in our hands. How long, I send, hating the impatience I feel, but needing something to go on, till you have searched the place? Days, he sends. Days only, I think. Less with the mother's guidance. Days. Ujay's Sandy song survives that long, that Anon doesn't get caught, and the coup in the guild house goes more peacefully than I think it will. And that we don't all drown. Something has happened, he sends. I can feel it in your heart. Yes, I say, knowing I shouldn't distract him with it, that it might cloud his focus, but I can't help myself. I tell him about Esong breaking into the forbidden part of the ship, about all the craftology back there, and about the fight. And Yeolat. That was a mighty thing you did, he sends, drinking thick air from a dulse bladder, then kicking down to the ruins. You saved his life. I feel more like I ended it, sending him in there when I knew it was dangerous. You did not send him, he says, hands brushing away the debris of centuries. He went of his own accord, and we can use what he found there. I shake my head. How? Those instruments and the bloodborne they were holding. They must be part of Yeolat's search for the monocle. I frown. In all the panic of trying to keep Isong alive, I hadn't thought about the bloodborne we saw. The visitors. With a chill, I realize this is where the temple's monks and guild's therikins are disappearing. Not in secret assassination or defection or anything else they've told themselves. Yeolat is kidnapping them and letting the temple and guild blame the disappearances on each other. Brilliant and devious, just like Isong said she is. And another example of my city's obsession with gender blinding them to the truth. Our mirror warped in the casting. The tables we saw, I send, with the instruments. You think they were for the monk and therikint? They are trying to harness your holy visions, he sends. Immerse the monk and blood the therikint. Theirs are the visions that have taught us what we know of the floods and the monocle, so she must be seeking more. He shakes his head. I can understand why. If I could share Yemla's vision, I would know where to search down here. My heart squeezes at his name, another ally dead for the cause. But what he says makes sense. So you think all that craftology is to, what, stimulate new visions? They are still diving, he sends, despite her preparations for the floods. They have not found it yet. So yes. I get a rush of hope at that, or maybe it's just Tewo's steady faith coming through the bond. I'll take it either way. You didn't see them leave with anything? I could not tell from that distance, but signs show they have been down here often, searching different parts of this complex. A temple, as far as I can tell, though far beyond what any of us could build. I think of court then, think of telling Tewo about them and their pessimism for their own age, but I know the Pearlers worship their generation and see these ruins as holy. No need to disrupt that faith. Let one of us, at least, keep the comfort of their old belief system. He sweeps 10 centuries of silt and dead sea life from another surface, wood crumbling beneath his touch. Have you seen anything, sister? What do you mean? Any visions of this monocle? Any signs for where I should search? The question is so unexpected, I wonder for a second if I have and just missed it with everything that's been happening. But no, the only visions I've had are of us failing, over and over. I have not been much in touch with my God lately. Perhaps you should be. Seek her out in your blood or waters. You are tied to the monocle, after all. Like that, an old mountain of worry and responsibility settles on my shoulders. I had almost forgotten that I have to use the monocle once we manage to get it, or this will still all be for nothing. And that, for all my unified water and blood work in the past 2 days, I still can't get through Norimes' blind. Still have not unlearned deep enough, or grown strong enough, or whatever Chronicle 213 says I need to do, to actually use the thing once we get it. Then I remember what I did with Isong. I made a bloodborne talk, something that used to be impossible, that only Miara had done until now. But was that a deeper use of our unified push, or just the added power of hierarchism that Court thinks I have? Does it matter? Tewo asks, holding up an ancient object, something like a fluted bowl, then setting it back with reverence. All these powers come from God, whether Ujjayan or Dharanese or something else. Perhaps you need to unify hierarchism with blood and water too. Unify hierarchism? I've never thought of that. I guess I always saw it as evil, as a tool of our enemies, a way to cheat. I do not think it has to be such. Any tool can be misused, as Miara uses her bloodborne or Yeolat weaponizes her craftology. We should not neglect bloodwork or craftology for that. They have all been given to us. I never thought of it that way. Thank you, brother. Some small part of that mountain lightens, thinking of hierarchism not as a cheat to be avoided, but a tool that could help. Maybe it was the faith of the rebel monks and Therakins, their belief in me, that helped me save Isong's life. If it was, I'll take it. As I should with the monocle, if that's what I have to do. I hadn't either, he says earnestly, sorting through a pile of more bowls and decayed wood, until the words came to me. Perhaps it is the mother speaking. Perhaps it is, I say, surprised to find myself open to the idea. I should probably go, check on Isong, and anon. Do not forget yourself in this, Alethea. What you are doing is no less difficult for being less dangerous. Check on yourself, too. I smile. You sound like an old teacher of mine. I will. Thank you, brother. I am glad you found a wedding band for Kelsa. I can't wait to see the look on her face. He pauses in his search, and I can feel his happy expectation through the bond. Nor can I. I let the bond fade, coming back to the headland and the grass and Court's ageless face watching me, no doubt having heard every word. He's right, you know, they say. You might see something in your visions that helps. I've already had my immersion. They're never as powerful as the first. And your bloods? I remember the Theracant bloods then. Menstruation, penetration, parturition. I blush, realizing the only one of those available to me right now. Court's eyes twinkle. I, unfortunately, can't help you in that particular pursuit. I blush more deeply. I wouldn't ask you to. In fact, the only people I would ask to are currently under the control of my enemies. One unconscious under Dale guard, and the other locked in a months-long blood push. I have a sudden thought. Is that why Miara stopped us in that village on the way up to the Dale Peaks? Because she was afraid of what I would see if we kept going? I hated it at the time, but I'm glad now. That wasn't Gaxna, and I have only fond memories of our nights in Saray. If I ever have sex with penetration, I want it to be with a consenting lover, not a bloodborne. You are still a product of the morals of your time, Alethea, Court says. It may be another portion of what you need to unlearn. I blush deeper still, hating that my blush proves their point. Okay, but who? Akifte is just down the hill, and I have watched him enough to know he is not without attraction for you. Akifte? I mean, I splutter, trying to wrap my head around it. To unlearn a lifetime of teachings, mostly unspoken, but still there, about who I should and shouldn't have sex with. Maybe this is something I need to unlearn. Still, the thought of going down there and just, asking him for a little help? Something to consider, Court says. And then I realize if I did get up the nerve to do it, they'd likely be watching the whole time, with whatever magic they use to see everything else. Not doing that. What about hierarchism? I ask, remembering my conversation with Tewo and desperate for a change of topic. Does it have some kind of vision? No, the Stainer says. Or if it does, it is very different. Like the sort of insights you can get with enough vitality. I have never seen the hierarchists have visions directly, but I suspect they have a refined sense of what the people under them want. I frown. Then why are Nurimus and Miara doing such a bad job of leading if they understand their people? Because they don't care. They took their power more by coercion than consent, and they seek to leverage that power to gain more rather than maintain it. Like a raider ripping the vines from a garden to harvest tomatoes. rather than pluck the fruit and leave the plant to keep producing. Because of that coercion, too, I suspect the bond they have with those below them is not as powerful as the kind that, say, your father had. Do you think I have enough people in my hierarchy? I hate the word. They have a vision of where the monocle is? I do not think you can see what your people don't know, they say, and my chest falls. Then I remember that Court doesn't want anyone to find the monocle, that for all their help in their attempts to stop the hierarchists, they think the best solution left is to let the floods happen. A chill washes over me. I also have no way to check what they're telling me. They won't let me read them, and I don't have their blood. Still, I can't help feeling they are telling me the truth. Maybe just not all of it. Court clears their throat. You have been watching Anon? What? No, not in the last little bit. Why? My heart lurches. I can't handle something else bad happening to my friends. He is in the Chosen's bedchambers, and the Chosen is there. 20. The sensations that flood through Anon's bond are all too familiar. The babble of water, the cool of the temple's thick walls, the gaudy baubles and crowded statuettes of Narimes' bedchamber, even more crowded than the last time I was here. I remember it like it was yesterday. Our desperate fight across the wide room, the moment Gaxna joined the fight as a bloodborn, the sword going through her chest and into mine. Narimes is there again, only this time the Chosen of Ujay is turned on his side in bed, softly snoring. Anon, what are you doing? Quiet, he hisses through the bond. The big guy's sleeping. And you chose now to break in? Only time I know we won't be disturbed, he says, easing a drawer open and rifling through it. His hands are fast and silent. He moves on to the next. Don't worry. Seems like he's a heavy sleeper. Floods. I'm torn between shouting at him to get out while he still can, or whatever shouting looks like in the silence of the bond, and shutting up so he can focus on his work. I settle for silence. We do need to search these chambers in case Narimes already has a monocle, but Anon doesn't. Nice to finally find some loot worth stealing, he sends, slipping a gold statuette into his pocket. I groan. Anon, we don't need money. What if one of these is the monocle? He asks, holding up a jewel-encrusted dagger. You don't know what it looks like exactly. I know it's bigger than any of those, like the size of an ox's eye. Excitement washes through the bond at the idea. Nice. Never nicked a jewel that big. He moves on to the next drawer, and I again shut up, trying to listen for any indication Narimes is waking up or entering a lighter phase of sleep. Anon glances at the bed, maybe sensing my thoughts, and I see Narimes isn't touching any water, at least, though I'm guessing he never does, for fear someone might read his secrets while he's unconscious. This? Anon asks, holding up a ruby on a slender silver chain. It's nearly the size of an oyster, but the wrong color, and cut where the monocle looked smooth. It looked milky and amber in Yemla's vision, I say, trying to send the vision I saw through the bond. Guess this one's mine then, he says, slipping it into his pocket. I grit my teeth. Can you focus, please? This is how I focus. The hell of it is, it's true. His fingers are quicksilver through the contents of the drawers, his movements efficient and silent, his thoughts razor sharp. He's just still Anon. Think we'll find any nudie paintings in here? Excuse me? Nudie paintings. All the rich people in Duran have them. You know, wives, prostitutes, lovers. Maybe there's one of Yelat. I can't even. The monocle, Anon. We just need the monocle. Ah, come on, he thinks lightly, finishing with the drawer and moving on to the far wall, probing the wall behind the weapons rack. Don't you want to know what kind of nudie paintings Narimes likes? I really don't. A tense 100 breaths later, he's come up with nothing other than the baubles that stuff his pockets. Okay, enough, I send. It's not here. Time for you and Begdil to get out. Anon turns towards the door. Right, just one more thing to check first. I read what he means before I can ask. Anon, no. What? It's been the most likely place the whole time. The only way you can be sure you still have something important, keep it on your body. Anon, he will wake up and kill you. Trust me, this man is twice the fighter I am, and he won't show any mercy. Just blood push me then, he says. You always wanted another go at him, right? I hold my breath as he leans over Narimes, scanning for pockets and pouches. He pulls at Narimes' cuffs to check for bracelets. The chosen of Ujjayi draws in a breath, and Anon plucks a fold of his robe. The exhale opens a gap, and Anon leans forward, looking for necklaces. There are two, their pendants fallen into the crook of Narimes' armpit. Anon, you can't. Pain in the slopper to wear big necklaces like that next to your skin. And even while you sleep, gotta be something important. He reaches in, fingers skating through the narrow space between Narimes' robe and his bare skin. He hooks a loose length of chain and pulls. Narimes snorts. My heart stutters, and Anon is hurtling backward through the air. He crashes back first into the rack of weapons, which clatter down around him. The window! I shout through the bond, blood pounding in my veins, knowing it's hopeless. You can... What? Narimes says, already on his feet. Are you doing, little man? Just a humble thief, my lord, Anon says, staying on the floor and ducking his head. This is not the first time he's been caught. Still, for all his time in the arena, Anon is not a fighter. He won't get out of here as easily as I did. My heart twists at the thought. I barely got out at all. And Daranese, too, the chosen says, rubbing his chin. Stand up. Anon does, still keeping his eyes to the floor. His spinning thoughts have landed on playing the penitent thief, maybe one with altruistic reasons for burgling, as his best bet out of here. I know Narimes too well, though. No, he will not have forgotten the porter boy standing behind Begdil in the temple gardens yesterday. It's a short jump from there to me. Your arm, Narimes says. Give me your arm. Fear surges through Anon. Losing a hand is not an uncommon punishment for thieves, and my own current of fright floods out to meet it. It's not to cut it off, I send, all the dread I've had building in me the last 2 days crystallizing into a cold certainty. Here is where I lose a friend, where I start to pay the price for pushing as hard as I have since we left the Isles. It's to read your thoughts. Sudden, sensation-filled, shockingly lewd memories flood the stream of thoughts between us, of a raven-haired woman doing all kinds of things I didn't even think were possible, in graphic, painterly detail. Anon's ex-wife, Gisandra. Narimes only sniffs, and I get a sense for his mind inside Anon's, a predatory shark nosing through beds of kelp, seeking the clearer waters beneath. Seeking me. As I thought, he says after a moment. You came with the girl. You were with her in Duran. I was, he says, not missing a beat. She's held me this whole time, my lord, forced me to do things I can't even talk about, to steal for her or lose my life. Threaten my wife, the one you saw there in my thoughts. Please, you can have all these back. He begins digging the baubles from his pants. Just don't hurt me. And why couldn't you just run once you are off on these burglaries? Anon, no. Her blood magic, my lord. She's a witch, just like all those others in the guild house. So she has learned the rest of her heritage, Narimes says, more to himself than Anon. Is likely monitoring you right now in the bond. Can feel your distress. His eyes sharpen. Does she care for you, would you say, little man? His hand still grips Anon's wrist like a blacksmith's vice, and I know the game is up. No, Anon will not distract him with lewd memories, and that Narimes' hierarchism-fueled water sight will find everything he's looking for in Anon's mind. So I try the one weapon I do have, while Narimes is distracted. I drop the bond with Anon and focus every ounce of my awareness on an attack against Narimes' bloodblind. I slam against the wall, as always, but I know it can bend now, can stretch until gaps appear, little windows into the inner workings of his body. I stretch the first gap I find, feeling my awareness start to slip in like a thief's arm through a shattered pane, reaching for the latch. Narimes hisses, and the gap closes, shoving me out. She can hear me, can't she? He asks. Anon opens his mouth, and Narimes backhands him with his free hand. Never mind, I don't need your lies. I can see that she does. I feel Anon's confidence fray. The panic he's held at bay start to gnaw at him like blackwater dogs on old leather. The screen of thoughts about his ex-wife collapses, and everything he knows is exposed. Where I am, what we've been doing, what we are seeking, everything. You care for this one, do you, Alethea? Good. I've been wanting to have a chat with you. Anon laughs, still clinging to his bravado like a sailor in a storm. Cares for me? For my skills, more like. She's cold, man. Sent her own lover away when she decided she wasn't helping the mission. I know he's just saying it, trying to spin the memories Nurimes can read into an alternate story, but it still hurts. No. Tell him I do. It will get you out. I can see that you are lying in the bond, Mr. Mudoa, is it? Yes. Tell her that your fate will be very unfortunate indeed if she doesn't turn herself in now, today. Or perhaps I should send some overseers out to her ship. Enough that she won't get lucky again. I feel a spark of hope at that. He can see everything in the bond, but Anon doesn't know everything. Like that I'm not on the ship at the moment. Nor does Anon know much of what's happened since he left the ship, because I haven't wanted to distract him. Nurimes can't find updates on Isong or Astresia or any of the things we've discovered since we came to the city. Ask him what he wants from me. We can at least figure out if he has the monocle or not. Anon does, and Nurimes smiles. So you are in there, Alethea. I knew you wouldn't be able to stay away, even if you've chosen a woman's way of doing it. Answers. What I want from you are answers. I know you've been out there trying to be your father's flag bearer, and I don't doubt you've learned some interesting things. Come in, submit to an unblinded reading, and I'll let Mr. Mudoa go. Never. My immediate reaction is never. But then I think about Anon rotting in the pits the way Gaxna did, or drowning in there if we don't stop the floods in time. Don't be stupid, Anon sends. You know he'd never let either of us go. I can get out of here. I still have Begdil, right? I huff out air, knowing he's right, and hating that there's still the slight chance I could fix this for Anon. That there's something I can do, and I still shouldn't. Tell him I don't know anything he doesn't, that we both have the Chronicles. Those and whatever the witches have shared with you of their own visions, Nurimes answers, glaring at Anon, and what secrets you divined yourself. I understand you were involved with a contemporary of mine, Miss Cogdon, or Cogdon-Jo, I should say. Kiana. I haven't thought about her in weeks. Tell him it seems like everything she knew, she learned from him, that neither of us knows where the monocle is. The Chosen's face goes sour at this. Does that mean he doesn't have a monocle, or just that he thinks I'm lying? And you haven't come here seeking the knowledge of how to use it after recovering one in Sarante? He grips Anon's wrist tighter, as if that could give him insight into my thoughts. With a lurch, I remember that Miara can do something like that. Water sight through a bloodborne, and Nurimes likely has more hierarchist power than she does. I slam my blind up, just in case, and think fast. Does he think I got a monocle in Sarante? That that's what we were doing? It's plausible. While we both have access to the Chronicles, he never talked to Yemla, so he doesn't know the monk saw the monocle in Drowned Saray. Have other monks maybe had visions of the monocle underwater somewhere, and Sarante fits that picture in Nurimes' mind? I don't know, but it gives me an idea. If Miara can do it, why not me? I push my awareness as fully into the bond as I can, then try to extend it again through Anon's skin, like I would with water sight in my own body. Nothing, not even the blankness of a water blind. I'm just not strong enough, or unlearned enough, or whatever you want to call it, to read water through blood yet. What did 213 say? But my arms were as infant arms, and my wings as fledgling wings. That's what this feels like, trying to fly with fledgling wings. Still, if he's asking, I can probably assume he doesn't have a monocle, or he wouldn't care. That makes everything simpler. I just need to get Anon out, and if we learn something on the way, great. To that end, I have him ask if Nurimes knows Yelat is searching the bay for a monocle right now. The Chosen scoffs. She's been at it for months, even if she tries to hide what she's doing. There's nothing down there, but you already know that, don't you? There is a note of desperation in his voice, and I see in a flash that it isn't so much that he thinks I have a monocle, or even know where one is. He just has no other options, so all his hopes have landed on me. Good, I can use that. I steel myself for what comes next. Tell him I don't know where it is, and I'm not coming in. He can have you. Anon says it without blinking, and it breaks my heart that he thinks I'm serious and is okay with it. It doesn't affect Nurimes like I hoped. Instead of looking more desperate or maybe trying to strike some bargain, Nurimes only leans back. Let me tell you how this is going to work, Alethea. You're going to agree to come in right now and under escort, or I'm going to give Anon to one of my witches at the guild house. You know I have them, right? And what they can do? Yes, you're working with Miara, so you know. Tell him she'll never allow it, that I'll warn her right now, and she'll stop her sisters. Nurimes only chuckles. Things might have changed at the guild house since the last time you checked in. I doubt Miara has the power she did yesterday, if she's even alive. A bolt of fear strikes through me, thinking of Astresia and the coup she thought was happening. How desperate Miara seemed through her bloodborne, and how confident Astresia said Jalenla was. Floods. Astresia was going back there. Jalenla, I said. She's your new puppet in the guild house? Very perceptive, and a more pliable puppet than Miara was, I hope. An idealist like your father. They're so much easier to manipulate. I hate his smile, hate the pearliness of his teeth, hate the smug confidence that radiates from him like a cloud. Does this man not know the world is ending? Anon must read that in my thoughts, because he repeats it. Oh, I know, Narime says, growing suddenly serious. I was one of those who gave your father's words credence all those years ago. Saw it in my own immersion, and our recent chronicles all point to the waters coming any day now, which is why I need you to come in. Can you think getting a puppet in the guild house is going to be enough unity of the ways for you to use a monocle, even if you find one? It's a fairly blatant dig at what he knows, but I'm not thinking at my best with this new wave of worry for Astresia, and the grief his words dredge up for my father. And my hatred for Nurimes. Let's not forget that. So you have been reading the Chronicles, Narime says. No, I doubt my puppet would be, by herself. But you know I've married into the Dale hierarchy, and I have taken other steps, things you wouldn't understand. It will be enough. His gaze sharpens. Which, I assume, is more than you can say if you're sending this boy to my temple to snoop for clues. So you either have it and can't use it, or neither have it nor the ability to use it. Think clearly, Alethea. I know you want to stop the floods, and you know that I have the best chance of doing it. So ask yourself, which would you rather have? A world that's ended because you are too proud to share what you found? Or a world where everyone survives and Ujaism spreads because you cooperated with me? Honestly, if it weren't for the death of millions of innocent people, I would probably be on Quart's side here. Better to let the world drown. I think of 213 again. And so we must be drowned, I have Anon recite to him. So we must shatter the mirror warped in the casting, rather than believe what it shows. For I was not strong enough to see through its reflections, and neither will be this world. The Chosen's eyebrows go up. Now there is a passage I haven't read in some time, but you are honestly saying you would rather drown than help me stop the floods? I am saying that's the wisdom of Ujay. He chuckles. Unless I got it wrong. Hard to remember the details of immersions, isn't it? What? Anon exclaims, echoing my own thoughts. Passage 213. The one your father tried to have ciphered because he thought it was too dangerous for the Brotherhood to read? Kind of hypocritical in retrospect that he was publicly against curation of the immersions, but was actually working to censor one. You wrote that? 213 was my immersion, he says simply, or what I remembered of it. I nearly let myself die down there. My stomach curdles. The words I have been using to guide myself, to judge my progress in uniting the ways, came from Narimes? I hate it, but it also suddenly makes so much sense. The arrogant tone of the chronicle, the hunger for power, the thirst for hidden knowledge, and how the author seems to give up in the end. And this was your solution to seeing through the warped mirror? Becoming a hierarchist? His expression stays unfazed. There is a depth to hierarchism I wouldn't expect you to understand, a deeper truth than our Ujayan texts have managed to reach. Seems more like a denial to me, that all you're doing is worshipping your own warped reflection, trying to get it more power. I have looked through the mirror, he says quietly. There is nothing there. On the other side, only the fundamental meaninglessness of life and our struggle to deny that. To paint over it with Ujaism or craftology or immortality or any of the other lies these cultures have fed themselves. Like hierarchism? Hierarchism is the only one that doesn't try to pretend we have some grand destiny. No, we look that emptiness straight in the face and understand that, if we are to survive, we have to make our own meaning, shatter the mirrors that were held up to us and cast our own. And never mind how warped it is, Everything is warped, he growls. Human nature is warped. The supposed purity of all these monks and their meditations and the visions we get, warped. Warped by the ideals that drive them, the beliefs that shape them, the fact that always and forever they have to be carried out by human hands. So let me rephrase my question. Would you rather let us drown and have another generation of man struggle from the mud to figure this out? Or see a new society created that, for once, doesn't shy away from the hollowness at its core, that accepts there is nothing there but our warped perceptions and the blankness of the universe, and does away with all the lies we've told to cover up the truth? I laugh, though it doesn't come through the bond. You're not doing away with the lies. You're weaponizing them to get yourselves more power, like you did with traditionalism in the temple. A fair point, but the common people are not like you and I, Alethea. They would rather believe in their reflections than have to face the truth. They need our lies to keep going. I don't think that's true at all, but I don't say it. We're not going to stop the floods with philosophy, no matter how critical it is for the world that comes after. They will be stopped by whoever manages to find a monocle and figures out how to use it. The smartest and fastest and, maybe, the luckiest. In that, at least, Nurimes is right. Much of this comes down to power. I just disagree in how we should use it once we have it. But it does make me feel better about what I'm about to do. I'd like to believe, I have Anon say, that we could write something on the blankness of the universe that isn't warped by our own petty struggles for power. Nurimes chuckles, his hand still gripping Anon's wrist. And that's why you'll... I snap my attention back to the bond and push, grabbing Nurimes' wrist and twisting in a fifth cairn bind. With Anon's other hand, I snatch the jewel dagger and spin, driving it towards Nurimes' belly. Like always, he reacts fast, impossibly fast, but I know my forms, learned them in this very temple, which is how I know he can't release his grip, especially with the added bind, quick enough to avoid getting hit. The knife thuds into flesh and I twist, desperately, needing to cut intestines or lungs, to do damage he can't heal from, but the Chosen does get free this time and delivers a savage kick to Anon's face. The connection grays before coming back, Anon on the floor, vision swimming. Nurime snarls and pulls the knife out in a gush of blood. You think this will stop me, girl? Think I need to be a theracant to have power over my own body? He throws the dagger to the floor. Let me tell you how this will go, he says, setting a foot on Anon's throat. You'll come in and surrender yourself, or my witches will take his blood, and then they'll send him after you. To your ship, and from there to wherever else you might be. To kill you, which means you will have to kill him back. Or if you avoid him, we'll just push him day and night until he drops dead from exhaustion. Not a pleasant way to go. But the choice is yours. Come in, or we send him out. I stare through the bond, pleasure at having wounded him mixing with horror in my gut. He at least is pressing a hand against the wound in his side. I'll be fine, Anon sends, head ringing, and that only makes me feel worse because I know he won't be fine, that he never mastered the blood block, and Nurimes has theracants willing to do this. I imagine Anon coming at me with the jerky movements of a bloodborne, like Gaxna once did in that very room, having to kill him because they can push bloodborne beyond injuries that would stop a conscious person. Thea, seriously, we'll figure something out. Then I imagine Anon starving and exhausted, dragging himself across the Blackwater docks, still doggedly hunting me, until he collapses. I can't let that happen. I square my shoulders. Tell him I'm coming in. No. Anon, please, we can handle this. No, he says again, all trace of humor and bravado gone from his voice. The world needs you. I'm just dead weight. Anon, I start, but he looks up at Nurimes and grins. She says you can get licked, buddy, that you're a desperate little puppy as it is, and the last thing she'd want to do is encourage you. Nurimes snarls and kicks. The connection lights up with pain, then goes dark. 21. No! I shout, pushing desperately into the bond, wanting Anon to come back, needing this to go differently than it did. For Anon to see reason for just one flooding second. All I find is darkness. He did see reason, a gravelly voice says. He just saw it differently than you. Floods. I open my eyes to Court and the cottage and the headland, gray clouds building on the horizon. The last thing I want to do is talk to this ancient thing right now. There's no reason for him to do this, I argue. If I just went there... You could what? Fight your way out of a temple full of overseers? This was his choice, Alethea. Court's voice is gentle, which only makes it harder. As it was Estresia's, to go back to the guild house. I narrow my eyes. What do you mean? Did something happen? I don't wait for him to answer. Things might have changed at the guild house since the last time you checked in, Nerime said. I focus through the bond. I read only blankness, but that's no surprise. She's been holding her bloodblind up day and night to keep Miara out. There's something off about it, though. I frown, looking deeper. Her body reads blank, but it's not the papered-over blankness of a water or bloodblind. It's an absent kind of blankness, and I know it well. I spent months reading it in Gaxna's bond. Blood pushed. My stomach twists. Astresia is being pushed, which can only mean something went terribly wrong at the guild house. I have to go, I say, mind already running through how I can disguise myself, how quickly I can get into the guild house. And do what? Gord asks, just as gently. Get yourself caught and your blood taken, then pushed? Her friends, I say, grabbing at Rainfall, knowing I'm grabbing at Rainfall and still unable to stop. This can't be happening. The ones she talked to while I watched, Pipta and someone else. They'll help me. They'll know who's pushing her. They cannot. Any more than the monks disillusioned with Nerimes could help you free Anon. There are too many there who know you and want you, especially now that Julenla has control of the guild house. I draw a shaky breath. Is that what happened? So far as I can see. And can you see Astresia? Is she safe? She is unharmed, held with others in a small room, all of them blood pushed. Tears start in my eyes. She was so sure there was an opportunity there, that she could ally with Julenla or turn the guild over to us entirely. Did she misread them that badly? What are they going to do with her? I don't know, but I am reminded that Yeolat seems to have a use for blood-pushed Theracans on the Ark. Floods, I mutter. Floods, floods, floods. Is Julenla working with Yeolat too? Is that where she's disappearing her dissidents? The urge rises in me to go, again, to protect her from whatever they're planning, to strike down every overseer and Therakan and Dale between me and my friends, until they're all safe again. And I can't. Court doesn't have to say it again. I know it in my heart, in the ache that spreads through my chest. All my anger and guilt is not enough to defeat these people. I need to be smarter, and to stay free until I figure out how to do it. I take a shuddering breath, trying not to feel like it's hopeless. Like this hasn't been one disaster after another since we came to Saray. Like we should have seen Jateau and known it was too late. At least we would all still be together. You do not actually want that, Court says. What, us all to be together? Like hell I don't. Court doesn't deserve my anger, but it's a tide too strong to hold in. To give up. To not have tried to stop the floods. You hate the costs, but you still feel it is worth it. My friends aren't just costs. No, they're what it feels like to look beyond the mirrors. I frown at him, doubt and pain and anger all swirling inside. What do you mean? I mean Nerimes was right about the belief systems of your time. They have not encouraged you to see past their mirrors, to look into the depths you now do. Into the ultimate meaninglessness of life, you mean? Is this how you try to convince me to stop seeking the monocle so we can all get drowned? Believe it or not, Court says, running a weathered hand along one of the silver lines filling their cottage, I would actually like to see you succeed. We did not have someone like you in our time. But no, I do not mean into the meaninglessness. I mean the uncertainty of deciding for yourself what belongs at the heart of things and living it out. I shake my head. What does that have to do with my friends out there dying? They are what you have put in the center of your world. The truths you've put beyond the mirrors you knew were warped. That all creeds aside, the people you love are worth saving. And that holds true for the people you don't love too, but might have, given the chance. And now, to save this world, you've had to put them all at risk. Because I couldn't do it alone? Maybe. But more importantly, because it was not worth doing alone. So is this what Nuri Mace is missing? That he needs to care about people instead of just trying to use them? That I cannot say, Court says. He is living out his notions as you are, seeing if power can fill the emptiness he feels at his core once he has accepted Judaism will not. This is one thing my age understood, that belief is not enough. You need to try it out. Test your reflections. For us, that became testing the truths of material nature, perhaps because it was easier. But learn as much as we did, it was not enough to stop the floods. Is anything enough? I ask, feeling the question echo through my core. What more can I give than what I already have? I do not know that either. Come here. I look up, sucking in a breath. This whole time I've stood outside their cottage, feeling somehow the inside was sacred, off limits, like a piece of another world. They nod, beckoning me with one frail hand. I step in. The distant roar of the sea quiets inside the thick stone walls, and a dry, dusty smell fills my nostrils. Closer. I step closer, ducking into the web of silvery threads leading to all the cabinets and nooks and crannies of their home, until I am nearly touching them. There's something off about Court this close up, like an image distorted by water, or the ancestors I see in the immersion. Something unreal in the proportions of their body and the sheen of their skin, the lack of breath coming in and out of their chest. They hold up a hand, sleeve falling back to reveal impossibly ancient skin. Read me. What? Forge a bond, they say again. Read me. For all the strangeness of this place and this person, if that's even what they are, I don't feel afraid. Only the kind of reverence I see in Tewo when he holds the relics of the past. Here is a living version of that. I touch their wrist, skin papery under my hands, and a stream of thoughts wide and deep as the ocean opens in my perception. I suck in a breath. No, this is not one stream, but 1,000, 100,000, all flowing together, individual thoughts too thick and varied to make out. It's like gazing down into a spiraling school of fish, only this is school after school, down into the depths. Still, I catch flashes. A courtyard of laughing children dressed in grays and blacks. A metal bird roaring over a metal city with people on its back. Men and women with machines grown into their bodies. I see 100 more impossible things, and yet threaded through them, 100 more I recognize. The spark of passion between new lovers, the angry flash of a teenage boy in a fistfight, the slow regrets of an aging parent. More threads begin to emerge, like patterns in the spiraling schools, designs that endure even as the individual faces and lives shift. The undefeatable confidence these people had in their machines, the curiosity that drove them to the depths of the earth and the frigid air above the clouds, the shock they felt when the waters rose and all their machines and designs failed. And echoing above that, like the final pattern made from all these smaller parts, is the collective denial that a world could end so easily, that a civilization as grand as theirs could be snuffed out in a day or two, that they had not broken the pattern they had found in soil, layers and layers of previous ages, buried in sediment. And with that denial, the burning passion that this not happen again, written in the dying father clinging to his daughter, the scholars curious to the end, and the leaders bearing the weight of blame. This, I understand finally, is what I've been talking to. Not a person named Court, but a civilization named Court. A giant, massive outpouring of disbelief as the waters rose, that crystallized into this thing I see before me, that does not breathe, nor eat, nor die, but lives nonetheless, and has spent countless centuries here with only one purpose, to fulfill the wishes of all those who have died creating it, to ensure this never happens again. And I feel the ocean's deep sorrow there, under their calm surface, that they have failed. And hear these individual voices calling to me, these collective voices, asking me to do what they have not, to stop the floods, whatever it takes. I drop their hand, and the cottage is quiet again. Outside, the ocean roars against the rocks, and the sun glitters on the crests of the waves. Every corner and stone of this cottage is suddenly familiar to me, like I have spent centuries here, like they have. You see? They ask, looking up into my eyes. I do. What I see, more than anything, what I feel in their million crystallized cries, is that this is worth pursuing, no matter what the cost. I step back, shoulders dropping like I have exhaled the breath of thousands. I see, I say in answer, and I'm sorry that your world had to end. Court shakes their head. It did not have to end. That is the tragedy. We made the monocles to keep it from ending, but while we understood the theory, the actual use required something more than we could give. The unification of ways, I say, gaze focusing, or the unlearning. Yes. How do I do it? Court sighs. I do not know that I understand the visions of your monks any more than you, but it seems to me that you must unlearn to unify. That, at its deepest levels, you are not uniting peoples or beliefs or powers, but the notion of opposites that divide them, the rifts between man and woman in your city, rich and poor in Duran, famous and common in Bamani, powerful and powerless in every nation save the pearls. A gust of wind blows through the cottage's open door. I have to unite those opposites? You have to unlearn the idea that they are opposed at all. You already know that there are more ways to be human than purely male or purely female. You are one of them, as Gaxna is another, and, I would argue, most everyone you know. There is no pure male or female, and yet that is the reflection your society tries to show you. It is not even a spectrum with debtor at one end and oligarch on the other, but a circle connecting all positions, all sides, all ways to relate to wealth, a sphere with 1,000 possible ways to be famous or unknown without any being the best or worst, with all of them being valid ways to be alive. And perhaps, once you have seen that, you will find what the central truth is, the axis the entire sphere spins around. I just stare at him, lost for words. I don't know if I can do that, if I understand. And you may not have to. Understand, I mean. It may be that reality is beyond our understanding, that our minds have always split notions and peoples into opposites. But you can experience the truth. You can live it, and let that experience, call it belief or faith or holy vision, animate your actions. That is how you unite the ways and unlearn the lies and shatter the mirrors. Do not worry too much about the words. They are metaphors for a thing which does not fit into words. I blow out a breath. Okay, I say at last. Thank you for everything, for showing me. Thank you, they say, gray eyes twinkling, for trying, for finally giving us a show worth watching in our final days here. No, I say at once. These will not be your last days, not unless you want them to be. I'm stopping the floods, Court. I don't know how, but maybe you're right. Maybe I don't need to know. I just need to go and do it. I feel a pulse through one of my bonds. Tewo, surely, because Isong and Anon are unconscious, and Astrija and Gaxna blood pushed. I resist the urge to focus into it, feeling my time with Court ending. Sure you don't want to tell me where the monocle is? That had to be why Gaxna sent me. They sigh. I am sure. You have great potential, but you may have been born too late to accomplish what you seek. What we sought. Do not be too hard on yourself, if that turns out to be the case. It is no way to spend your last days alive. Trust me. I shake my head. But if we still seek it, why not do what you can? Because I don't seek it anymore, they say, smile fading. Now I only seek to minimize the damage we did that has plagued your age. The information we recorded too deeply to be erased. Hierarchism. That and the intact relics the Dale found, though they have built their own science from them. The seed pulses again, more urgent. But if I could promise to end the hierarchists, too, once I have the monocle? If that was a thing you could promise, I might risk it. But it is not. And so I must wish you well, and hope you know that I mean it. We mean it, from the bottom of our hearts. Ujay guide you, Alethea? Or is it Ujaya now? I shake my head. I don't even know. But I guess I need to find out. Yes, they nod at me. Looks like you have someone to attend to. The seed pulses stronger yet. I'll come check on you, I say, turning away. Once this is all done, I will be here. I focus through the connection with Tewo, bond pulsing stronger by the second, and open my eyes to blood and water. 22. Blood roils hot in the cold water, red clouds in the filtered sunlight. Pain sheets through the bond, and I see the dark form of a Daewoo diver swimming left. Tewo's chest heaves, the oxygen low in his blood, his leg and shoulder burning from open wounds. Brother, what is this? Divers, he sends, his normally peaceful thoughts in disarray. He kicks forward and down, trying to get away. Came on them suddenly, attacked. A new line of pain opens in his side, and he lurches away in the water, rubbing against a pitted stone wall. My heart clutches as I spot another diver, dressed head to toe in rubbery black cloth, like a second skin, with a complex mask over his face, glowing blue above the ears. Craftology! The masks! If you rip the masks off, they'll drown. I've tried, he sends, kicking away again, exhaustion pulling at his muscles. I feel the pressure in his veins dropping through the bond. What? He's already lost a lot of blood. They are too fast. They're spears. Another one jabs from ahead. The water's dark, and Tewo narrowly avoids the tip, like a spear point but hammered razor flat. For ease of use in water, I realize. A spear like that would cut through water nearly as fast as air. I take a deep breath. Can you beat them to the surface? No, he pants, or would be panting if he were on land. Instead, his chest heaves. Too fast. He kicks down into a hollow mound, what used to be a room if I read his thoughts right, the interior hollow and dark. Floods. It's not where I would choose. He's trapped and weaponless in there. But the icy part of me that has survived too many times recognizes that he is not thinking clearly, that he's begun grasping at rain, too exhausted for less than a miracle. There will be something here, he thinks, thoughts ragged, brushing off the centuries of silt and decay. A diver darkens the door, and Tewo grasps at something that glints. A handle. Just a handle. A spear thrusts in, impossibly fast in the slowed motion of water, and Tewo narrowly dodges it, movement sluggish. The need for air is animal through the bond, the burning desire to just open his mouth and breathe. I don't know how he's thinking clearly at all. He sweeps his arm across a stone wall, finding nothing. The corner, I send. Squeeze into there and they'll have to come in after you, one at a time. He does, and blessedly a single dull splatter grows there, seeking the sunlight of the door. He bites and drinks in precious air, every wisp of it finding a home in his body, igniting blood nearly gone dark. With it comes a fresh clarity to his thoughts. The mother will send me what I need, he thinks, pressing himself into the corner. She did not carry me this far to let me die. My stomach turns as I realize I am likely all she's sending. I ice the fear, the feeling of inadequacy, and focus on his situation like I would a battle in the arena, like the one where I first met him. The spear, I send. If you can get one of their spears, that will turn the tides. A spear and a mask. You just have to kill one of them first. A spear thrusts in, raking back and forth, but the angle is too great for it to reach him. The haft is impossibly thin, and bends with the force applied to it, like a young bamboo shoot, only metal. Praise Ujay, the diver doesn't seem to be trained in how to use it. It retracts and I tense, knowing a fuller attack is coming, feeling the oxygen already run low in Tewo's blood, and more of his life force leach out of the wounds in his side and back and legs. I do what I can for them, pushing coagulants forward, increasing flow to his head and limbs, slowing it around the wounds. It isn't much. The diver noses in, spear at the ready, and Tewo kicks in from the side, reaching for his mask. The world jitters, bond flickering like a windy room lit by a single candle, then comes back to the diver reattaching his mask, a look of panic on his face, as Tewo's lungs heave against a mouthful of salt water, and the diver's spear drifts towards the floor. Protection, his disjointed thoughts come. The mask has some kind of protection. The spear, Tewo, I send, knowing it's the only hope. It is kill this man and take his mask now or die. He moves slow, painfully slow, most of his awareness focused on just keeping his lips sealed against the primal need to breathe, paddling towards the spear. The diver gets there faster, mask reattached. He grabs the spear, spins, and jabs it straight through Tewo's stomach. I feel it like a spear through my own guts. The pain, yes, and the shock, but also the knowledge that he's not getting out of this, that this is one wound too many. A blackness wells in my heart. No, his thoughts come. She will not. He turns his back on the diver, barely conscious, and drags a dead arm across the silt of the floor. The certainty is as strong as pain and panic in his blood, even now, that he will find something, that the mother will save him. Another line of agony strikes through him, back to front, and blood and seawater pour into his lungs. Tewo! I cry, out loud as much as through the bond, not even having words for it or knowing what to say. Another line of fire, inches from his heart, and I remember the silver bracelet he found earlier today, for Kelsa, and the memories I saw of them together. The bond darkens, Tewo's thoughts coming apart like a cloud of silt in water. Another spear thrust through him, through his neck, and it barely even registers. His whole body beginning to feel light, like it is made of light, like darkness. I thrust my awareness into the bond, a need in me as animal as his was for oxygen, to feel that connection with my friend again, to keep our bond alive. I can't. I push again, harder than I've ever pushed at Narimes' blind or another's blood, like I could pull back the veil of his body and find his soul and draw it into mine, to keep it with me. I cannot, and the emptiness I find there, the absence in my heart where once there was a friend, is factual in a way I cannot even begin to deny. He is gone, like a limb lost in battle, like a black and white songbird that landed briefly on my outstretched hand, then flew away. I open my eyes and start to run. 23. I should be mourning, I know. Should be curled in the grass weeping, or finding my breath and tracing my emotions, or talking this through with a friend, but my feet have a mind of their own, a heart of their own that says enough. Enough of this sitting and waiting and watching and failing. Let us go and do what we can, even if it means we fail. Staying here is another kind of death. I fly across the saddle between headlands, feet a blur in the grass, feeling the pent-up strength in my body and the pounding of my heart. I wish I could have sent this strength to Tewo, that I carried more than that tiny trace of his blood in mine. I can't, but I run like I can anyway, like I can continue his life with mine, despite the body I just felt breathe its last in the cold waters under the bay. I know what he would say. He would tell me that this was the mother's will somehow, but it does not lessen the sadness I feel. The ache for his chance at more life if this all went differently. The vitality running through my veins that he only so recently shared. It is awful to feel that gone, to watch it end. Awful and yet factual. One blow too many for me today to even have the strength to deny. I only have the strength to act now, and to try to make my friend's death mean something. I sprint down the grassy slope of the headland, Dale Clipper still floating in the bay, wind kicking up off the water. The bare skeleton of a plan forms in my mind. It may not be a good one, but it is the only one I can come up with. All my friends are dead or taken now, and the only thing that will save them is a monocle. A monocle Narimes and Miara and Yeolat don't yet have, which means it is still in Drownsarray. Ujay, help any divers who get in my way. I grin a feral grin, vaulting a low stone and letting gravity pull me toward the water. I almost hope they do. I catch sight of the bay's narrow dock and remember I have one friend left, though he cannot follow me where I am going. Akifte steps from the tall reeds as I get close. Alethea, he says, eyes intense. What has happened? I tell him in as few words as I can. Tears come out as I do, tears of grief and anger, maybe of desperation, but I get the words out. We go then, he cries, pulling the lava staff from his back, to avenge our fallen and save our own, to die a hero's death. I go, I say. I'm sorry, but I have to go faster than you can, and have to stay alive underwater long enough to find the monocle. But you are no parlor, he frowns, glancing at the water. You will first steal a mask? No, I say. I will call on my ancestors. Guard the ship on the Bloodborne. Guard Gaxna. If I'm not back in a day's time, do what you can. He opens his mouth to protest, but I have no time for it. No words, just the burning desire in my heart to move, to get in the water, to go and strike down the men who killed my friend and find the thing that has been eluding us all this time. For once, I have no doubt that I will. I leap into the clear waters of the bay, and immediately the immersion pulls at me. I do not fight it. I ride it, like the Pearler sailors used to ride waves along the coast of Bamani. Ride it down along the underwater slope of the bay and out around the headland, feeling my ancestors swell in my mind, my father, my friends, my teachers. I breathe through the experience, and yes, I am breathing down here, needing to not get lost in it, to keep from waking up hours later, somewhere in the ocean between here and Bamani. I want this connection, but I can't lose my mission for it. This is what started me on it all those months ago, I remember with a start. The same area of the bay, even, that I am trying to get to. I woke up from my first immersion not far from where Tewo died. There has to be something there. Alethea, a voice comes, and I refocus to find Tewo, blood seeping from wounds in his chest and legs and back. Floods. I'm not ready for this. So fast? I manage. I was already in the waters. He spreads his hand in that quintessentially Tewo gesture, as other faces surface around him. Yemla, Lathius, Safela, Urte. More allies and friends who have died on this mission. Arjuna, my erstwhile nemesis in the temple, floating peacefully with 3 Dale arrows through him. You do not need to mourn, Tewo goes on. This place is so much more than I ever thought. I shake my head, the details of the ocean floor beginning to fade beneath me. I will them back into focus. I can't let myself get lost here. Besides, something in Tewo's words nags at me. That's what Safela said, and Urte, everyone I've met down here. Because it is true, he smiles, beatific, and the voices of the others echo him, forming into a ring around me. But Kelsa, I say, hearing the doubt in my voice, the lack of faith, and realizing, finally, that it is what I need. The hammer I will use to test this mirror I have gazed into so often, to see if it reflects true. And if not, to find what lies beyond it. What of her? Do you want me to recover the bracelet you found and bring it to her? A shimmer passes across his body, like a wave of heat in desert air. Yes, he says at last. Yes, I want you to do that. See what she says. I frown. This is what I think Tewo would say, but something is still off about it. About the peaceful way he talks about someone who clearly meant so much to him, and the wedding band he never got to give her. I look from him to Yemla, who mouths the words along with Tewo. What did Court say? Have you ever considered it might only be your mind, those immersions? Trainer Yemla, I say, giving him a formal bow, as I keep one corner of my mind firmly rooted in the ocean floor still flashing by, and the position of the sun above the surface. I will us to speed further south, toward the ruins. Alethea, he answers, voice gruff and warm as ever, echoed by 30 other throats. You are becoming everything your father hoped. Can you lead me to the monocle? I ask, feeling more and more convinced this experience is not what I thought it was, that this is not really Yemla I'm talking to. To the place you saw it in your first immersion? His expression grows more distant. I cannot, he says eventually, again echoed by the others, by the rings of ancestors growing around us, ranks of them stretching back into the rushing waters, and yet, again, not there at all. The first jagged hump of something other than natural seafloor flashes past below. The ruins. One thing I know for certain. Whatever this experience is, it has real power. I am moving faster than any living thing ever did, underwater, and barely feel the brush of water on my skin. The immersion pulls at me constantly, like a hidden undercurrent, trying to draw me out of when and where I am, to swallow me in dream. I pull back. This time, I'm staying awake. Cannot? I ask, glancing at him as more ruins shoot past underneath. Why? You sounded like you knew it well in Sarante. This place erodes the details, he says, and I hear it in Ergina and Cephala and Urte's voices as well. Even as it expands us and brings us together, we lose something. Can you tell me it's there, at least? I cannot, he says again. You can see everything that happens in the water, I say, temper rising in me despite the chill ocean. I know this. The immersion has given me updates about people hundreds of miles away. Tell me if it's there, that it's worth going and fighting those divers. I don't say it, but under my words is the demand they tell me Tewo died for something real, that this isn't just another dead end. I am sorry, my father cuts in, or the immersion version of my father. There are some things that are hidden, even to us. Hidden, or that you just won't tell me? Hidden, he says. But I again get that shimmer across my vision of him, like a current of superheated water. More ruins flash by underneath, and I can feel the fist of Ujjayi growing close. How can I feel that? I clench my fists. Is there anything you can tell me? Are my friends alive, at least? Isong and Anon and Astrasia? They are well, girl, Regiana says, though her voice is a multitude. Like the multitude I read in Quart's mind. Is that what this is? Another sort of magical afterimage of the dead? Bleached coral in the shape of people that once lived? Good. Thank you, I say, keeping a hold on my sudden anger at this circle of people I used to find comfort in. It feels like discovering that your childhood blanket is actually a fake, something your parents swapped out years ago. Only these fakes are my parents, or I thought they were. My heart clutches, which means the real ones are gone, like Tewo is. The well of grief opens all over again, deeper than I can look into right now. I have a monocle to find and a bunch of friends to save and a humanity-killing flood to stop. I plaster over my grief with anger. The floods, I say, you've been giving us visions of them for years now. Gave me a vision of them 6 months ago, right here. We are slowing over the place I last felt Tewo. That started me on this whole quest. So can you tell me if it's too late? If Jato was the beginning of the end? Or proof that someone's already found a monocle and knows how to use it? We cannot, the immersion says again, the words coming from 100 mouths. I want to punch all of them. You can't? You who know everything, who even court admits tells us things we shouldn't know? Now, when I've dedicated my life and everyone I love to this, I'm crying, my tears hot in the cold water. You can't even tell me if it's too late? We cannot, they say again, in almost the exact same tone. Then what the fuck use are you? I growl, and break the connection like I would with a mind I can't stand to be inside. Like I would surf break someone trying to capture me in a bind. I see figures below me in black suits. Good enough. If God can't help me, I'll find the answers myself. I kick down, bare-fisted and ready for a fight. 24. Beware their spears, sister. Tewo's voice comes in my mind, like he's the one watching me through the bond now. It would be comforting if I still thought this was Tewo, and if he was saying anything I didn't already know. I come at the first one from the top, body flattened in seagull's beak, steering the inertia of the immersion into a downward slice at his back, faster than a sailfish in a swell tide. He sees me, but not before my heels connect with the small of his back. The water is too forgiving to break bones, but my raw speed drives him into the silty bottom, my knees compressing as the shock travels through me. He doesn't lose his grip on the spear like I was hoping, so I seize his dominant hand in a second cairn bind and twist. The snap of bones is surprisingly loud in the water, as is the sudden panic of his thoughts in water sight. He lets go of the spear this time, and I grab it, knowing this will be critical in the fight to come. My hand jitters, my body jitters, and my vision flickers out. It comes back to a free-floating spear and a hand that's half numb. Floods. This must be what happened to Tewo when he tried to grab a mask. Some kind of protection mechanism. Flooding craftology. I read it in the diver's rushing thoughts, then, that each mask and spear is coded to their diver as protection against attack. So much for using their tools against them. Good thing I have my own. Anger at it or not, so far the immersion seems to be holding, at least in terms of not needing to breathe. I can feel the immersion mind hovering around me, almost like someone watching me through a blood bond. And my regular water sight tells me this diver is done. All he's worried about is getting back to the surface before the pain blacks him out. He'll be okay either way with his mask. I let him go as two black-clad figures swim toward me, spears out, alerted by our struggle or whatever craftological way they have of communicating. I reach for the immersion, seeing if I can use it to push me forward in water, but it is too vast under my awareness's touch, an ocean in my hands. It feels like the first time I read thoughts in the water of the temple, or felt sensations through the blood, too overwhelming to possibly bend to my will. I stick to what I know. The divers have bare skin at their wrists and neck, so their thoughts come to me in streams, easy enough to separate and parse. They have no plan, and very little training in combat, apparently. They are scholars who study things buried in the earth, and are just relying on the superiority of their tools down here. Too bad for them. I dive under the awkward thrust of the left one, a woman, reading that the man with her isn't about to strike, and come up underneath her, jabbing my Theracant's ring into her inner thigh and ripping lengthwise. It won't stop her, won't even really slow her unless she's unused to pain, but it will dump a lot of blood out of the thick artery that pumps there, which is what I need. Blood billows into the water. She jerks into a fetal position, losing her spear. I should have a way to use that soon. And I open my mouth, swallowing seawater mingled with blood. A new connection opens in my heart a moment later, a painful reminder of the one I had with Tewo. If only I had been here to fight by his side. I ice the pain, reaching through this new bond and pushing. The bleeding diver above me straightens out at my command, swimming jerkily downward to get her spear. Her companion comes at me in the meantime, slicing his spear sideways in the water, in a slightly more competent gesture. I avoid it, wishing I had a proper staff, or even just a sword. My bloodborne gets her spear down below. The man doesn't see the attack until her spear is all the way through his leg. I intentionally keep it in the fleshy part. I have nothing against these scientists, except maybe the one who stabbed my friend repeatedly in the back. More importantly, I need them in fighting shape. I drink the bloody cloud drifting from his wound, then summon my two bloodborne and swim to the ruins. I don't know if it is the immersion guiding me, or memories of location read through the blood connection, but I find the silt-covered room where Tewo fought. His body drifts in a dark cloud inside, and I resist the urge to drink this water too, to try to make a connection to a life that is no longer there. Instead, I pull the bracelet from his diver's band and slip it on my wrist, as I have no good place to put it on. His skin is still warm against the chill water, and my heart clutches all over again, feeling how this did not have to happen, fearing that I will have to collect the bodies of my other friends too. Isong from the Ark, Estrija from the Guild House, Hanan from the streets of Saray. Leave me there, sister. Tewo's voice comes from the waters. It is our way, and there are few holier sights than this. My throat tightens, even though we have a similar tradition in Ujaism. It is one thing to see a body slip into the waters and disappear. Another to see it drifting in its own blood down here, untouched or tended. I close his staring eyes, at least, and settle his corpse on what may have been a table or a bed in quartz time. Mother take you up, I mouth to the body of my friend. She already has, comes his answer, and it again feels wrong. Too soon and too peaceful, too easy. I say none of that. He can likely read it anyway. Tewo's spirit or the magic of the immersion or whatever force is animating our visions down here. It may not be what I thought it was, but it has kept the breath fresh in my lungs, despite breathing in raw seawater and the frigid cold from penetrating my skin. So maybe it isn't evil either. Maybe it's just a tool to be used, like Tewo said. I swim out, bloodborne floating stock still in the water, and call on a power I do understand, reaching through my connection with them into their thoughts and memories. Yes, there is a place they care about specially near here. The woman thinks it was a temple and the man a workshop, but it doesn't matter. I can't quite parse their thoughts around a monocle, but if there is one, it'll be there. Good enough for me. I kick that direction, again unable to make the immersion push me, but it isn't far. Pale light coalesces in the murky water, coming from a depression in the ground. Actually, the inner chamber of the building, the bond tells me, once the roof was excavated. The monocle will be there. A black-suited diver swims up, carrying something. He slows, seeing me, and enough thoughts cross the water between us for me to read that he's just a laborer, not another scholar, but that he knows I shouldn't be here. I kick forward, moving my bloodborne with me. I should have sent them ahead and stayed hidden. Stupid. Stupid, but after searching so long and having lost so much, it's maybe no surprise I'm not thinking straight. That, or maybe I just wanted a fight before it's all done. 4 more divers swim up in the pale light, all holding spears and turning our direction. So they do have some kind of underwater communication. I pull back, sending my bloodborne ahead, hoping to maintain some of the element of surprise. Maybe they will think this is a hostage transfer. 2 of the new divers, soldiers, I read with a chill, swim forward to meet them, and I just have time to react before their spears strike home in my bloodborne, pain searing through the bond. I feel a twinge of regret for the scholars, but do what I need to anyway. Push their bodies past their normal limits, past the pain, and drive their spears forward, aiming for the chests of their attackers. The woman manages her thrust true, slicing in above the collarbone and getting at least the lungs, if not the heart of her target. A death sentence down here either way. The man's spear lodges in his target's shoulder socket instead. I kick forward, letting both their connections go as their consciousnesses begin to fog. I swim close enough to the shoulder-wounded diver to breathe the blood welling from his wound. He sees me and rolls, whipping his spear around. I hold up a hand on instinct, but blood work is faster. I stop his attack before it can hit, jerking his arm the other direction. Blood swirling around us, I read the approach of the other soldiers and give myself a moment to be smart here, despite the adrenaline and rage and impatience burning in my blood. I curl up as though struck and send my new bloodborne kicking back out of the cloud of blood, while 2 scholars and a laborer pump dying thoughts into the water around me. I make the soldier gesture at his mask, at the communication vinculum inside, and though I cringe at the jerkiness of his movements, it gets him close enough to rip his spear across the throat of the nearer diver. The second recoils, raising his spear, as a new cloud of blood roils into the water, cold red in the light of the craftology below. I send my bloodborne in, and kick after him myself, the element of surprise gone. I read no other minds in the water, other than the dying ones, and this last diver doesn't seem to be a soldier. I swim my bloodborne forward, preparing a straightforward slash, not caring if both men die in the fight. They may be innocent, but one of them stabbed my friend to death in the back, so it's hard to feel much mercy. Plus, they didn't hesitate to stab their own friends on suspicion alone. I'm not sure the world will miss any of them. My bloodborne recoils suddenly, bond blazing with pain, and I see the last diver turn toward me, some craftological mechanism in his hand. No, not any mechanism. I recognize this one. Would know it even if I didn't read what it was in the diver's stream of thoughts. Craftological bow, like the ones they used in Cerante. Fast, powerful, and deadly accurate. Floods. That will be even harder to manage down here. I swim left, and am rewarded with a sudden line of bubbles, arrowing through the water where I was. I won't be able to do that again. There's no way I can swim faster than he can aim. He adjusts something and points it at me again. Floods! He re-aims, and I send my bloodborne in, weakened from the arrow through his bicep and the puncture wound in his shoulder, but possessed of a strong body nonetheless, kept fit by martial drills. My heart squeezes when I see they are cairn forms, like the ones Isong taught to me. Isong, who lies captive somewhere in the massive Daol arc up there, half dead from blood loss. I ice the thought. Every second matters here. The diver fires again at my bloodborne, and I feel as well as see the sudden line of bubbles connect with the young man's body. The pain is excruciating, and I let the bond go, kicking hard for the last diver. This is my chance. The only opening I can make now that I've used my bloodborne. I get to him, or I die. He turns, calmly aiming the bow at my face. Not fast enough. Floods. In the bare second I have before he shoots, too close to dodge in the murky water, I lash out with the only weapon I have left. My mind. Left, I think, as strongly as I have ever thought anything, pushing the thought through our connection in water. She's going to dodge left. His hand twitches at the last second, and combined with my paddling rightward, it earns me a line of bubbles so close along my side I feel the ripple as the arrow passes. But it passes without hitting. I kick toward him, desperate to close the gap, to grapple even if I can't touch any of his craftology, but movement in water is so slow. He re-aims, and somehow I know I won't be able to push his thoughts off course again. Still I kick forward, committed, mind racing for options. He cocks the trigger mechanism, his own thoughts racing but steady in the water, confident. If only I had his blood. I narrow my eyes. That is another mirror I've already shattered. Blood is water is blood. I reach out through the bond, through seawater exactly as salty as the blood in our veins, and seize the muscles of his left arm. Seize them and push. The shot goes wild, line of bubbles bright in the sterile light from below, angling up toward the surface. I grin a feral grin, closing the gap between us, feeling the power of uniting the ways. His body opens to me through the water just as it would through the blood. Water is blood is water. One small piece of the bloodborne's mind filters through the victory pounding in my veins. The memory of stabbing a Perler man in the back in the dark recesses of a silt-covered room. I lock eyes with the diver, stock still now in the grip of my blood push. This is Tewo's killer. I snarl. The bow still has 3 shots in it. I raise it to his own throat, cock the trigger, and shoot. For Tewo, I push through the bond, taking cold pleasure in his panic and the sudden rush of seawater through a ruined throat, remembering only too recently when it was my friend feeling those feelings as he died alone down here. I drop the connection, wanting nothing more to do with this man, and feel a push back against me from the immersion, like the rebuke of my father and all my ancestors watching silently, not a blood or water push, but more like the closing of a connection. The water chills against my skin. The breath in my lungs is suddenly my own, fresh, but only one lungful, irreplaceable down here. They left me. Of course they would. The moment I've actually fought through the divers and can go and get the monocle. It's like they don't want me to stop the floods, no matter what they say. To the depths with them. I do. I kick down toward the lights, water pressing against my ears. I'm not stopping the floods for them anyway. I'm stopping it for me and for all my friends. All the ones left, anyway. The excavated chamber is like nothing I've ever seen. Pillars of inscribed metal surround a circular set of stairs leading down, the whole thing immaculately clean and glittering in the sterile light of the craftological lamps. I kick for the center. That is where the monocle will be, if it is anywhere. I have time to wonder, through my anger at God and grief for man, why the Dale cleaned this place so spotlessly. Was there some further test down here that they failed to pass? Maybe the ancients put some protection on the monocle, like a mechanism that needed you to have united the ways to even pick up the monocle, and the Dale were down here searching for clues. I wish I had read more in my Scholar Bloodborne before they died. I kick closer, noticing the strange patterns on the floor and stairs. It will be what it is. I have one lungful of air and have either progressed enough to take the monocle now, or I likely never will. I'm not Tewo to get down here on my own. There is a sunken cylinder at the bottom of the circular stairs, like a shallow well, all the writing and symbology swirling together toward it. I grab one of the craftological lights and swim down, breath beginning to burn in my lungs. At the bottom of the well, maybe half a pace down, is a shallow metal bowl with 6 indentations just the right size for the monocle in my visions. 5 are unmarred and empty. The 6th is scarred like a monster had reached down and clawed at the monocle there, leaving massive rents in the metal. It's also empty. I kick closer, squinting against the cold light, my lungs beginning to hitch against my ribs. Empty. How can it be empty? I reach in, rubbing at the empty recesses, sure I will find a monocle still there, a camouflaged one or a hidden chamber, something. There's nothing. They're all empty, like my lungs demanding that I return to the surface, that I breathe fresh air now or drink seawater instead. I claw at the bowl, at the sides of the well, kick up and raise the place with my eyes, looking for something they missed, for a single milky orb that will save the world. I see nothing. Nothing I can use, no symbols I can read, not even an open case or some day-old tool that might point me toward a monocle they've already taken. Only an empty well and a temple centuries dead. Lungs burning, heart crushing under the weight of disappointment, I turn and kick for the surface. 25. I surface to rain and suck sodden air like a newborn baby. I want to wail like one too. That, or stop kicking and let the tides carry me under. We're all going to drown anyway. No, I think, missing the comforting presence of my ancestors in the water, even if it's an illusion. We're not all going to drown. Not yet. I didn't find a monocle down there, but I did learn things. Things that were worth Tewo's death? A voice in my head asks. Things that will be worth Anon and Estrija and Esong's lives too? I take a deep breath, blood settling, trying to sort my doubt out from this new, crushing pessimism. I'm disappointed. Of course I'm disappointed and frustrated. But I need to look at my situation without the distortion of blind faith or blind despair. I need clarity. I take a breath, seeking it inside, feeling the emotions roil like currents of lava under a thin crust of rock. Anger and despair and frustration and worry. They feel so big, so powerful. I take another breath and let it out, wind cold on my face, trying to trace these emotions back to my heart, to let them go into the waters around me. They feel immovable, like too much rides on this. On instinct, I reach out to Estrija, the only real teacher I have left now that Yemla and Urte are gone. She's better at controlling her emotions than either of them anyway. Or not even controlling them. Allowing them without letting them control her. The connection is blank, of course. She's still blood pushed. So is Anon. Fighting against another wave of that hopelessness, I reach out to Isong and find him awake on the other side of the bond. Alethea, he thinks, mind lucid but tired. I smell sweat and blood and see a curving wood ceiling above him, the stern chase of the ark. The room where I left him before Anon and Tewo, where he fought all those guards and spoke to Yeolat before passing out. I suck in a breath, remembering that Yeolat is his sister, and the monk and Theracant we saw strapped to chairs in that very room, frozen in blood pushes. They're probably strapped to the tables we saw now, fueling Yeolat's craftology. I take another breath, trying to let go of the feeling that this is all spiraling out of control, that it's too much for me and it's too late anyhow. Are you okay? I send, my concern for him a solid rock in the churning surf of my blood. One thing, at least, I'm certain of. Just a little tired, he says. I probe his wound through the bond. It's still bad. You can't expect anything else from a wound this fresh. But the blood has clotted and the bones are back in place, and it seems infection-free for now. Good. If we don't drown, he might survive this. Why are you still there? I ask. Tied down, he says, trying to move his arm with a wince. The medic wanted to move me, but she said no. Well, I don't know how she feels about me, or what they're going to do. Floods. I'm sorry, Isong. I didn't know she was your sister. Everything you were going through makes more sense now. She's not my sister, he says, passion carrying through the bond. Not since she abandoned our father's legacy. If he could see this! He shakes his head, a move that sends lances of pain down his arm. I don't push him on it. Families are hard. And she hasn't been in to see you? To say anything about what they're going to do to you? There are more important things to talk about, like saving the world, but this is important too. One of the things I'm saving it for, the people. On impulse, I reach out to another one of the people I'm saving it for. Gaxana is still blood pushed, but the blankness feels more flexible than it did. Interesting. No, I don't know how long I was asleep, but no, not while I was awake. 5 hours, I send. Maybe 6. Isong, I say, unable to hold back anymore. I went after the monocle. You what? I tell him what happened in as few words as I can, staying with the hard emotions as they come up, letting them run through me and into the water. About Tewo dying, and Court's last words, and the immersion on my way here, and then the fight, and the monocle, or the lack of it. Are you sure it was empty? He asks when I'm done, heart beating faster. I recognize the same denial in him that I felt down there, the same feeling that it couldn't possibly be empty. Not after everything we've gone through. I am, I say, letting that emotion run through me, leaving just acceptance. Just the facts. It shouldn't be empty. I wish it wasn't empty. But the floods don't care how much we've been through, or Ujay or whoever. The monocle wasn't there, so we either need to find it or die. I exhale. Thank you, I say, feeling the torrent of emotion in me finally slow. For being here. Just talking to you helps a lot. You're welcome? I could explain, but again, there are more important things to talk about than how I'm feeling. More important things to do. I start swimming. What do you think they were doing down there if there's no monocle or they've already found it? The scrapes around the 6th cavity. Did they look like something you could do with craftology? Possibly, I send, falling into Silverfin stroke, my favorite way to swim. The metal was still raw around them, like they were fresh, almost sharp. So there probably was a monocle there, he thinks, straining to get a look at the bonds on his hands. The movement sends lightning up his wounded arm. And Yeolat probably has it now. That seems like the most likely thing, I think, spotting the diver's sleek longboat across the waters. I aim for it. I really don't think Narimes has one, or he wouldn't be bothering trying to lure me in, and we know Miara doesn't. Isong jerks at the bond over his unwounded wrist, but the leather strap is nailed directly into the floor. Leave it to Yeolat. She came in the weakest of them, and now she's winning, like she always does. Is that a note of pride in the bond? The machines, I think, remembering what Isong saw on the ship before the guards took him. We thought maybe they were using them to search for a monocle, but if she has one, they're trying to use it, he finishes. Ice runs down my spine. You were right, I say, remembering our conversation on the clipper headed to Sarante, about how every one of us seeking a monocle would try to unite the ways with our own methods. Narimes is trying politics, and Yeolat, craftology. He turns his good hand under the strap, seeking leverage. But how, exactly, is the question. It must involve the monk and Theracant we saw. Those 2 tables, I think, racing ahead of him, with the manacles. She must be hooking them up to the machine, trying to unite their powers through craftology. That's what caused that wave, Isong thinks, excitement at the pieces fitting together mixing with dread in his heart, just like it is in mine. Or maybe it's all mixing together. That must have been her trying to... He slows. What? To trigger the floods? Jateau, I think, and the thought is a lead weight on my heart. I remember the red-eyed man clutching his only surviving child, Jung. She flooded Jateau, an early success, maybe. Isong's fists clench, despite the pain it sends burning up his wounded arm. That's just like her, too. Kill a city full of people she doesn't care about to prove a point. To test a weapon. So what's her game plan then? I ask, the lead weight pressing against my whole chest. To flood Saray and watch from the Ark? No, Isong says, words slowing even as his thoughts spin faster. That's not her way. She might not care about her game pieces, but she doesn't waste them either. She doesn't want to end the world. She wants to end her enemies. I stare, like I can see through the rain falling in sheets around me, all the way to the red roofs of Surrey, climbing the slopes from the bay, to the guild house perched like a beehive in their midst, and the temple clinging to the cliffs above. And she'll drown a city to do it. She would, he says, and there is a sadness as well as an anger there. A brother who knows his sister too well. Destroy the other players, and you win the game. Surrey first and the peaks next? The monocle gives her unmatchable power, he thinks, pulling again at his bonds, despite the pain in his broken arm. And these attacks would put her at the top of every hierarchy, with no one else even understanding what that means. She has to have known she wouldn't have a chance with Saray otherwise, no matter how unpopular Narimes is in the streets. You're Ujayans. And Jayans, I say, the tendrils of her plan stretching out in my mind like a kraken's limbs, digging into the underbelly of a ship. She knows how we're divided, so she's kept the temple pointed against the guild house, and vice versa, each blaming their disappearances on the other, keeping them preoccupied while she searched for the monocle, Narimes with getting a new puppet into power, and Miara with our secret alliance in retaliation. I shake my head. It's just like the passage said, his passage, that we can't see past our own reflections to what's true. They've been at war for so long, they can't see past it to who might be using that old war to their own advantage. And with the guild house just as flat-footed as the temple, he carries on, neither one really has a plan for dealing with the floods, despite all their visions. And here she is with an ark, I think bitterly. Anger comes in the next moment, followed by determination, pushing my body through the water. But she hasn't figured it out yet, hasn't made more than a few waves since Chateau. She's missing something. That, or she's waiting for something. Like what? Whatever they were looking for down there, Isong thinks. Clues on how to use the monocle, maybe, or direction on how to stop the floods once she starts them. Why else would they still be down there after they got the monocle? The diver's boat is closer now, one head sticking above the bow. That makes sense. She wouldn't have the Chronicles, or if she does, it's a version Narimes let her have, and you have to read them pretty deep to notice what's really going on, especially without passage 213. I hate all over again that Narimes was the one to have the key vision to all of this. Why would Ujay send it to him, of all people? Then I remember Court talking about how maybe we need the hierarchists to win, that maybe God set them up to survive the floods this time, to see what will happen, since nothing else has ever worked. Blow air out, arms slashing the water in Silverfin. That, or God's just having fun with us, like we're a child's oil and water globe, and God just shakes it up every few thousand years to see what will happen. No, Isong says, apparently reading some of my anger in the bond. I don't think it's just that, no matter how hard this feels. That is my pessimistic doubt again. I know that, and still, it's hard to think through it. Why? He pauses in working at his bonds. I felt that same thing, organizing against Yeolat and her party members in the peaks. That it was hopeless, that the world was set against us, that everything I cared about was ultimately meaningless. I shake my head. So how did you keep going? Remembering it meant something to me and to the people I was working for. You know we don't believe in God in the peaks, but in its place we've probably put things like historical determinism or technological advancement. Whatever you name that bigger force, whichever personality you give it, it doesn't change the amount of people here and now that need our help, that will suffer and die if we don't stop the floods. Just like all the ones that suffered for what she did in the peaks, he thinks, and I feel the hurt in it, alongside his unshakable certainty in the work he did. I have never regretted what I did there, he thinks, even if it got me exiled, even if she won. It was still worth doing. And this? This is 1,000 times more so, even if we fail. Gods. It rips me apart thinking about what we've paid to even get this far and how far we still have to go. But we know where a monocle is now, or at least we're pretty certain. I duck under the water. Isong must sense it because he pauses in where he works at his bonds. What are you doing, anyway? I'm coming for you, and the monocle. I kick forward, longboat a shadow in the rain-beaten water above me, feeling all that doubt and despair wash away, bearing the bedrock of determination underneath. I can guide you, he says. I know the ship. Good, I think, and kick up in Dolphin's Crest, like Yemla and I once did, against a different Deo longbolt in Cerrante. Is that a gentle push I feel from the water around me? I shoot out of the water, arcing over the boat. The Dale man there has just a moment to look up at me, eyes widening, before my heel slams into his temple. He drops, and I land on the leeward side of the boat, almost capsizing it before I find my feet. That was some kind of push from the water. From Ujay? I press my thumbs into the man's head in diver's bind, and push my awareness back through the bond to Isong, sending him my thoughts and emotions like a stream suddenly running uphill. You'll need this if you're going to guide me. Isong gasps. What did you do? The woozy Dale before me drops, bind having done its work. I strip him and realize I can still read Isong's blood and water through the bond, even though I'm sending him mine. I didn't reverse the direction of the bond. I added a bond, like an artery to match the vein, a circulation instead of just a drainage. You can do that? I am doing it, I send, working the clingy fabric off the man's ankles. So yes, the two-way bond immediately feels more natural, like a true connection without the power dynamic of blood sight and water sight, like a human body. I pull off my own wet blacks, the same worn pair I've had since before the Gale Tower in Duran. The beating rain is cold on my skin, but it feels good. I was made for water. Isong gives the mental equivalent of a throat clearing. You know how to entertain a man. I almost blush, then lean into it. Figured I could at least give you a show in case something happens. Nothing's going to happen, he sends, and the certainty in his blood ripples into mine, like we truly share one body. Other than you finding the monocle and stopping the floods. And breaking you out, I add, pulling the Dale cloth over my body, like I did once many months ago in a Blackwater warehouse on a robbery with Gaxna. Back when the world was simple. Pull Tewo's bracelet onto my left wrist, because the world isn't anymore. I might get myself out first, he says, twisting at his bond, though his wounded arm is a constant throb. Don't, I send. You won't be much use with that arm even if you do get up, and Yeolat must have left guards. Save your strength for escaping with me. He keeps working at his bond, stubborn man. I find the oars and start rowing, sounds lost in the roar of rain, and we work out a plan to get me aboard the ship. The mask should go a long way toward hiding you, even with your eyes, he thinks. The trick will be avoiding conversation. I get a sense of disorientation as the arc looms ahead of me, and I also feel myself distinctly on board it. This is a deeper connection, even, than the one between Theracant and Bloodborne. You can translate for me, I answer, and I'll just nod. I'm going to need you to figure out where I'm going in there anyway. I'll be here, he says. Then I hear the door creak in his ears, as loud as if it were hanging right there over the waters to my left. Yeolat walks in, and my stomach sinks even as an old anger fills my heart. It's Isong's anger, but at least it offsets my sudden dread. I row harder. Seems your friends have taken an interest in our dive site, she says, closing the distance with impatient strides. Isong shakes his head. What friends? You always were a rusty liar. We killed one of them. Perler. She eyes him, and I feel Isong work to keep the emotion from his face. I already told him about Tewo, but it doesn't change how raw the grief feels, for either of us. So you do know, she says, eyes narrowing. Got your own set of vernicula, or is it your witch's blood magic? Isong stays quiet, left hand working insistently at his bond. Isong, this is not the time to attack. He doesn't answer, but I can read the response in his blood. It is always the time to attack when it's Yeolat. I feel the hatred like it's my own. Feel how it's mixed, still, with love. Like a barrel of blood with a single drop of rose oil threaded through. Yeolat chuckles. Fine, I don't actually need you to answer. We have tools for that. She turns to the men behind her. Sedate him, and get the bodies off the device. We've got a fresh one to use. 26. I watch as long as I can, rowing against the driving rain, as the guards come and hold him down, and the medic sticks something in his arm. Yeolat leaves, but I see them carry the limp forms of the monk and Theracant through the stern chase, hoods fallen back to reveal blank stares. I can't tell if they're dead or just unconscious. They unlocked the hatch Isong was beating against only hours ago and dumped the bodies over the side. My heart clutches, despite all my issues with the temple and the guild house. Those were two innocent people, whether political enemies or friends. A monk highly trained in the water site that keeps our city safe, and a theracant whose knowledge and powers over the body could heal hundreds. Whether enemies or allies, they are precious. I see them fall like corpses from 40 paces up as my boat approaches the massive, curving stern. I can't help thinking of my own fall from the top of the limestone cliffs where the temple perches, to what everyone thought would be my death, and was instead the immersion that started me on this impossible mission. I thrust my hand in the water as soon as they're in, and seek their minds through the sea. There, I read two human streams of thought in the incoming tide, like quiet brooks in a wide river. Blood in water sight tells me their bodies are perfectly healthy if exhausted, and yet they make no move to swim or keep themselves afloat. I steer the boat that way and haul them from the waves. I should be hurrying on, but I can't help it. I can't stand the idea of anyone else dying for Yelat's dream. Their eyes are open when I pull them up, the massive curve of the ark's bow shading this section of water from the wind and the rain. I push my awareness through the bond of our skin, making the woman cough up the seawater she swallowed. You are safe, I push into their minds, even as I feel Isong's fade out, the Dale's sedative taking effect. I can help his body filter it out, but it will take time, and I need to get up there now to stop Yelat from doing whatever she's about to do. How I'm going to do that without his guidance, I don't know, but I need to do this first. The monk rouses first, trickle of thoughts in his mind gaining current. Who are you? What happened to me? There is something childish about his thoughts, like the simple men who sweep the docks. Blood leaks from two cuts in his forehead. You were taken, I say, as gently as I can. Likely by Dale men. Blood pushed, somehow. I don't fully understand it. But Yelat was using you to try to control the floods. The city, he says, eyes opening wide. I saw it flooded, gone. I see it in his mind's eye too, like an immersion vision, only more stark. A city lit in the sterile light of a Deo lamp rather than the sun, swallowed in waves. How did you see this? While she was using you? He shakes his head, the current of his thoughts full of eddies and pools. I don't know. God was saying we should do it. No, yes, it was the woman, Yeolat. He sucks in a breath, some clarity coming back to his eyes. The Chosen's wife? How can this be? Do not ask how it can be, brother, I send, averting my own eyes, sure he will recognize them at any moment. If this man was taken from the city, he is one of Nerime's faithful, the ones who see me as a heresy. Accept that it is, and do what you can. He shakes his head, emotions a roil of sickness and despair in the bond. What can we do? Ujay has abandoned us. We do what we can, I say, recognizing that roil from my own heart just a few minutes ago. Grateful, I am beyond it. For now, that means getting back to the temple, warning the faithful there that the floods are coming, that the Chosen's wife is involved. Mobilize them, brother. This is the moment we have seen in our visions for years now. It is time for us to save our city, to be worthy of saving. He nods, gaze locking on me. You're Alethea. Thought you were dead. There is still a childishness to his thoughts, the after effects of Yelat's craftology, no doubt. Ujay send it's not permanent. I am alive and trying to spread awareness of Nerime's betrayal. I hope you can see it now, that he has been in league with Yeolat and working against those things we hold dear, against Ujay. He wants to start the floods? That is an oversimplification, but it's what he needs to hear, and I need to go. I nod and thrust the oars into his hands. Take these. Go. Do what you can. He looks from me to the theracant, light just beginning to come back into her eyes. He looks back to me. A witch? A sister, I say, adding a gentle push to his thoughts and emotions, a small taste of the unity I've felt since I brought the rebel temple and guild house together on Sarante, of the power of our faith when we unite. She needs to carry the same message to the guild house and to its new ninth, to warn them. We need her and all of them if we are to save the city. Okay, he says, looking from me to her, confused and afraid in the bond, but, crucially, no longer doubting my words. He has seen too much, like me. Go, I send, pushing the oars into his hands again. Ujay guide you until we meet again. I leap from the side and swim toward the ark. I have my own battle to fight. 27. Isong, I send as I reach the ark's loading dock. Isong, are you awake? How do I get in? Nothing. I focus through the bond, find the sedative in his blood, one Astresia hasn't taught me, and guide his kidneys to start filtering it into waste. The dose feels heavy, though. It will take his body a while to clear it. Long enough for Yaela to do whatever she's going to do. To damage him the way she did that monk in Theracant, probably. Which means I'd have to go now, without a plan. I roll my shoulders, walking up the sloped ramp to the loading bay. I don't even speak Dale. That's all right. I either do this, or we all die. It's been a long time since I had time to prepare for anything. The door is closed against the rain, with no kind of opening mechanism on this side. I thump my fist on the wood, hoping they left someone stationed here, then take a breath and exhale my tension, feeling the awareness of battle settle on me. Something scrapes on the far side. Ujay, if you're there, I think, keeping my breath steady, or whatever you want to be called, whoever you are, if you want these floods stopped, show me the way. Let me be your hands in this. The wood swings inward, and a man peers through the crack, pale eyes narrowing at the sight of me. I grab him by the neck. It's crude, but it's also the most exposed skin this man has anywhere. Before he can react, I shove my awareness through his skin, through the water, and into the blood. I grab it, and in the split second before his shout rings out, still his throat. I step inside and close the hatch. The hallway is quiet and dark, lit by the intermittent craftological lamps I've seen so often in Isong's awareness. The rain is a muted roar against the hull. I get another moment of disorientation, like I am simultaneously in his body and mine. I keep my grip on the guard and breathe till it's gone. Surprise is flooding through the bond. I ignore it, peering down the hall. I see no one, which is good, but I don't want to assume anything with Adele. Who else is down here? I push through the bond of our skin. The bond carries shock at hearing my voice, followed by a growing panic, but I read scattered thoughts of the shift schedule for the third-level cargo hold, inclement weather schedule. 3 more men in this hallway, 10 or 11 total on this floor, third lowest of 10. Thank you, I send into his panicked mess. This doesn't have to end badly if you stay helpful. I take a breath, feeling the tendrils of a plan form. I should be able to get through this and the next hold up, also all storage, with a little help from this man, Chav. I catch the name from his frenzied thoughts, which are starting to figure me out. A solitary Deo laborer with the wrong color eyes, a magical hold on his body through touch, an incursion in his mind. Infiltrator, his thoughts spin. Danger, have to warn others. You will not, I say, using the bond because it is silent, and our thoughts translate here in a way our speech will not. Not if you value your life. His eyes widen, maybe realizing for the first time that I can hear him think, that I have the powers of both the witches and monks of this city, and maybe more than that. Fear wells up, but Chav is trained well and loyal. You'll get nothing from me, witch, he thinks, the mental image associated with which something particularly Dale, like a dead thing crawling from a vent in the mountainside. I've been called worse. I will get your cooperation, or you will die, I think, pushing some of my impatience through the bond. I don't want to kill you, but there's something I need to do urgently on the 7th floor, and if you won't help, I'm sure I can find someone who will. Then kill me, he thinks, though the bond tells me he's not as confident as he sounds. Kill all of us. We'll never cooperate with you. Floods. I reach out to Isong, but he's still asleep, deadened body sending sensations of being carried, to those tables with the manacles, no doubt. Unable to help and in serious trouble. Chav is going to have to work. I'm sure there's someone you love, I push through the bond. It's not a question I would have thought to ask a few months ago, but I know the one thing that will get me to act now, and I'm starting to suspect it's the same for most people. An older woman flashes into his mind, smiling at him over a steaming bowl of something red and spicy. His mother, Yetla. Yetla, I echo back to him. You would take her son away? Have her end her days in grief? Pain wells inside, and I know I have him. I don't feel good about it, but it's better than killing him outright. And none of us are going to feel good if Yelat manages what she's been planning. I take his blood, so I don't have to keep skin contact, and he tells me the layout of the rest of the floor, grudgingly. We work out a plan to go together, he in front and me carrying a bale of clean laundry to disguise my eyes. His thoughts tell me they don't have North Coaster eyes in the peaks, but they do have albinos with eyes similar to mine. Good enough. I steel myself as we approach the first guard, footsteps echoing off the iron-banded wood walls. I am ready to blood push Chav at any moment. The problem is, I can't blood push him now if I want him to be able to explain what we're doing to the other guards we meet. Theoretically, I'm good enough at pushes now to get him to croak something out, but his blood-pushed pronunciation would be a dead giveaway even if I did know Dale, as would the stiff way my bloodborne walk. Chav greets the next guard as we pass, the two men apparently knowing each other, and if the exchange, as I understand it through the bond, is a little awkward, it raises no alarms. Good, I send to him as we walk on. Get me to the 7th floor and you can forget any of this happened. He doesn't answer, but I feel an anger rising in him, along with a shame. The thought of being known, after the fact, as the one who let an infiltrator into the Ark. Floods. Chav really does feel a loyalty to his people. Or no, I revise, as we walk and I focus on the shifting landscape of his emotions. A loyalty to his society, to the structure of it. I shiver. That sounds like the perfect kind of loyalty for a hierarchist. I wonder again who pushed Yelat out of prominence in the peaks, and whether they understand the power she and Narime seek. If they don't, if the Dale wasn't shaped by generations of hierarchists, their social structure is at least ripe for it in a way Saray is not. We get past the second guard, and Chav's thoughts tell me there is a narrow stairway up to the next level, just to our right. The stairway, I send. Take it. He snarls, that shame and anger growing stronger in him, though he opens the door and starts up. I check on Isong again. His kidneys are faithfully sorting out the sedative, but his mind remains a still pool. I don't know how much longer I can count on Chav, but I don't have time to find someone better. Isong's body tells me his wrists are bound again, and his back lies against something flat. The table in that second room, no doubt. The one where Isong used that monk and Therakint. It doesn't keep going? I ask as we get to the next floor and the stairwell ends. You'd think it'd be easier just to have it go all the way up and down. We're smarter than that, Chav sneers. This whole ship was designed to resist invasion, from within and without. I don't wish anyone on the ship harm, I try, as he turns us down a 4th-level hallway. It smells of oil and the herb Isong tasted in the water. Autumnum. The next stairwell is 2 guard stations away. Except Yeolat. You've heard of her visitors and all the craftology she has hidden behind locked doors on 7th floor? I see that he has, though he doesn't respond. She has my friend up there. Haven't you wondered what she's doing? Why none of the visitors she brings up ever come back down? That is elite business, he responds, thought stiff. Or what the divers she sends out are searching for in the ruins under the bay? We approach the next guard. Chav nods at him, his thoughts and emotions churning from my words. I can't tell in which direction they flow, but we get past. She was searching for an ancient craftwork, I go on, the translation coming naturally through the bond. Something that can trigger the floods. Impossible, he says, walking with an arrow-straight spine ahead of me. Her whole career has been devoted to surviving the floods, stopping them if she can. It can do that too, but that's not what she's after. And like I did for overseers in my own temple so many months ago, I send my memories through the bond. Memories of learning about the monocle, of the dive site in Drowned Saray, of the waves Isong and Tewo felt in the bay, of Jito. Coincidences, he scoffs, but I feel the resolve in him start to weaken. We approach the next guard, Chav in front and me with my bale of laundry. I think for a second he's going to cry out, read it in his thoughts, but he just walks by, head held high. I follow, ready to blood push and fight at any second. Because as much as I want to believe Ujay's going to come through for me on this one, I know the only things I can count on here are the ones I can control. My body, my mind, my skills. I can have faith about the rest or pessimism, but I'd rather just be realistic and do what I can. Which, right now, means making sure Chav doesn't set a shipload of sailors against me. I watched them dump 2 people from the 7th floor hatch descend, pushing through the memories of the monk and Theracant falling, of the things the monk said afterward about Yelat demanding they start the floods. They would have drowned if I hadn't pulled them out, and I don't think their minds will ever be the same. Chav shakes his head, slowing. That can't be. That's not who Yelat is. It is, I say gently. It isn't, he says, but I hear more denial than conviction in it. Hopefully, his fear stays stronger than his loyalties. We've got 3 more floors to go. He takes us past the storeroom where Isong tied up another laborer yesterday, and up the next flight of stairs. This is a habitation level, and the low hum of conversation fills the hall as a ship's worth of off-duty laborers pass a rain day. The next stairwell is on the other side of a long dormitory section, bunks stacked 3 high against the walls, men clumped around games of cards or bottles of spirits. The air stinks of sweat and damp cotton and that same bitter oil scent that fills the lower decks. My shoulders tense as we walk down the rows. I am in real trouble if Chav cries out here. And do you think, he asks as we walk, that Yeolat will flood the peaks too if she gets this device to work? Yes, I say without hesitation. She will flood everywhere she has to get power over it. The Dale will be no different, especially as I understand she's no longer the top of the elites there. He says, and a peculiar stillness comes over his thoughts. Resignation? Acceptance? The quiet of actually contemplating what I've told him instead of rejecting it out of hand? We pass through a wide doorway into the next section of cramped bunks, the sheer number of lanky, pale-eyed men here overwhelming. I hope the quiet in Chav's mind is any of these things, because I've shown him all the proof I have, and this place is a death trap without him. One of the lounging sailors, uniform stripped to the waist, apparently recognizes Chav and calls out a greeting. Something like, "How's it turning?" I read the words in his thoughts a second before he says them, words that would expose me in the middle of all these men. I freeze him on the spot, seizing his blood before he can speak. Getla, I push into his mind. Remember Getla. Is her grief at your death really worth another 10 minutes' work? His thoughts spin inside, but outside he's still frozen in place. The bare-chested man frowns, drawing lines down his unmasked mouth. Got a problem, Chav? He asks in Dale. Floods. I grab Chav's heart and clench all 4 chambers at once, as I once did with my own heart. The blood slows in his veins, and his panic spikes. Right now, Chav, I will kill your mother's only son right now, unless you answer this man and keep walking. More men look up, some of them at me. I take a breath and release my push, hoping love means as much to Chav as it does to me. He coughs, his vision swimming as his heart finds its rhythm and blood starts to circulate again. Just too much a rock last night, he says, still standing there. Walk, I snap at him through the bond, feeling the tension in the air tighten. The laborers know something is off. Chav walks, prays Ujay, and the bare-chested man laughs. Well, get up here after your shift. More where that came from. I'm shaking by the time we get to the next stairwell. I tell him to slow once we're inside, and take the chance to steady my breathing. I flush the fear out of my system, using my kidneys as well as my breath. I can't fall apart doing this. I can't think about how much rides on me getting up there and finding the monocle. I'm the only one left who can do it. Maybe the only one in the world. And all that depends on this slophole who is just about to call me out in front of a dormitory full of men. I can feel his emotions right now, simmering inside like a rebellious 6-year-old after a scolding. You gonna keep your head on the next floor? I ask him, once I've settled my own blood. Or do I need to leave your body here and let your mother live with the grief? I check in on Isong while Chav struggles for an answer. He's still on the table, liver still filtering sedative, still asleep. I clench a fist. If he was awake, I could just leave Chav here, tied up or dead, and do the rest under Isong's guidance. I wouldn't be able to speak, but we would get by. At least I could trust him. I will, Chav growls at last. I drop the bond with Isong. Maybe Astresia could tell me how long before he wakes up, but what matters is that it's not yet, and I need to move now. Chav it is. Then let's go. I adjust my grip on the bale of clean clothes and follow him out the door. It's another long floor of bunks and latrines, again buzzing with conversation, and full of pale-eyed men with nothing better to do than eye us as we pass. I keep my eyes down and my steps steady as Chav leads us through the middle of them. One more level, one more set of stairs, and I'll be on 7th floor. Isong's floor. The Monocle's floor. We pass through the first room, and I swear 100 eyes drill into my back as we pass. Another latrine, another long room lined with bunks and men. I breathe, trying to have faith, to replace the tension in my gut with confidence. I will save Isong. I will get the "She's a traitor!" Chav bellows, spinning and pointing at me. My stomach drops. I blood push him to silence, but not before the room goes dead quiet. 100 gazes turn to me. I can no more hide my eyes from them than the slight swell of my chest against these clinging clothes. "You!" a man barks, as mutters start around me about eyes and short and woman. He rolls off his bed, body full of command. "Show your face." If I do that, I'm dead. I know it as surely as I know there's no fighting my way out of this. Not against this many men. I freeze, my mind spinning through options. The man steps closer, muscles powerful against the clinging fabric of his shirt. "I said show your face, laborer," he barks again. The mutters die, and in the instant before there really is no getting out of this, I do the only thing I can think of. I make Chav punch him in the face. The man stumbles back. 100 breaths suck in. I run for my life. A man tries to get in my way, and I hurl the laundry bale at him, as I push Chav to throw another punch, to hopefully distract the men with defending their supervisor. Another tries to get in my way, and I dodge left. I know where the stairwell is, at least, from having read Chav's thoughts. A lanky man grabs for me, and I spin through it. I drop the next one with thunder's echo, but word travels faster than I can run. Bodies spill from the bunks ahead of me, filling the narrow walkway with men. It's just 50 paces to the next stairwell, but that's suddenly farther than I can fight alone. I take a breath. There's no time to make a plan, but I don't have to fight alone. I let the next man that grabs for me make contact. I shove my awareness through his skin, into his blood, and freeze him long enough to bite his finger and make the connection permanent. Then I send him into battle. As he fights, pulling a knife I noticed at his side, I do the same to the next man who comes at me, and the next, until I have a wedge of bloodborne ahead of me. I only give them basic commands: fight for your lives, push forward, but it's the best I can do, guarding against attacks from behind. I feel Chav finally go down in the bond, his distraction over as someone chokes him out. I would feel bad for him, but he made his choice. Men come at me, and I make more bloodborne as fast as I can, biting fingers and arms and whatever I can get a hold of. A bloodborne falls from my wedge in front, and I send another into the gap, the stairwell door just 30 paces ahead now. Men push in from behind me, too, and I get a second wedge of bloodborne up just in time to hold them back. The whole thing a bloody, confused tangle of bodies, dormitory echoing with shouts of pain and confusion. "Forward," I urge my bloodborne, pushing their bodies through pain and wounds. "Forward to the stairs." I am tempted to try to slip through in the chaos, to go under the beds maybe, but too many men press from every side, and the Dale words I make out through my chaotic blood bonds echo with "Violet" and "woman" and "kill her." I start having my bloodborne let the biggest men through, so I can take their blood and send them out to fight. Our pace slows, the sailors ahead getting a chance to prepare, but still we push from 25 paces to 20, 15. A bloodborne topples onto me, crossbow bolt through his eye, and it's all I can do to fight off the men who try to push in the gap till I can fill it again, all the while searching for the shooter. I spot him lying on top of a high bunk 5 paces ahead, calmly recranking his bow. Another archer slides across the top of a bunk on the far side and levels his sights at me. I curse and duck, and the legs go out from a thick bloodborne holding the rear of my formation. He collapses and I stay low, plunging my hooked ring into a wounded fighter on the floor and pushing him through his pain to fill the gap. Someone breaks through and I freeze him when his punch connects, then bite his wrist like some kind of feral animal. His bond blossoms and I send him over the shoulders of the bloodborne ahead, on a mission to kill those archers however he can. I stay low, making more bloodborne where I can, as more arrows fell my fighters. We lose all forward progress, and I get a flash of the melee where I lost Cephala in the Duran arena. At least there is no one here to lose but me, and the world, if Violet has the monocle. A fighter struggles through, jabbing at me with a dagger. I bond him, the blood of a dozen men running from my mouth, and send him after the other archer. More fighters break through my wedges, and I bond them as fast as I can, connections forming and dying in my mind like butterflies in a sandstorm. Both the bloodborne I sent die before they get to the archers. I send more, but understand with the cold clarity of a seasoned fighter that I am not winning this one. Not like this, not this outnumbered, with so much of my mind preoccupied with blood work. So I enter the fray myself. What else can I do? I grab a knife from a dead man underfoot, more of a kitchen blade really, and start jabbing at the throats and stomachs of the men outside my wall of bloodborne, all the delicate forms of the temple and the 7 cairns useless in this press of bodies. They fall, but more take their place, an endless stream of pale-eyed fighters. Bodies pile up on the floor, dead or dying. I stay low as more arrows fall, but no matter how hard I push my bloodborne, how many men I stab through the gaps, then bond, we can't kill the archers or start moving. My formation goes from 2 rows of 6 to 1 row and a ragged backup to a single ring around me. The arrows fall faster than I can replace the men they kill, and I feel the black tide of defeat rolling inside. The animal knowledge that at any moment the next body on the floor will be mine. Still, I lunge and slash and jab with my little knife, like a child trying to battle incoming waves. What else can I do? Your left, a voice comes in my head, like the voice of Ujay. There is a laundry chute on your left. Get in it. Not the voice of Ujay, some distant part of me notes. This one is much more familiar. Isong, I cry, feeling the first glimmer of hope in I don't know how many minutes or hours of desperate battle. It feels like days, the stink of blood heavy on the air. You're awake! I'm awake and you're in trouble. Go, Alethea, the laundry chute, while you still can. I see a small hatch with a brass handle in his awareness, then spot one on the wall. It is barely large enough for my body, but I understand with an animal awareness, another arrow sprouts through the back of one of my men, that it is this or die here. I open a gap in the bloodborne to my left. The men are thinner here, between the bunks, but there are still 3 or 4. I kick the first, stab the second, blood push the third through a hasty grab, and make him headbutt the last. I slip beneath their struggle and find the hatch. I open it and, men coming for me, jump in. "28. I fall into darkness, the roar of battle suddenly dwindling. Walls, come Isong's voice, urgent in our bond. Slow yourself down. A crack of light flashes past, the 4th floor hatch, probably, and I get an image from Isong's imagination of me escaping that battle only to break both my legs in a 5-story fall. Another crack flashes past, air screaming past my ears, and I ram my feet and hands out to either side, the walls close. My skin screams, abrading against the wood walls, but my feet find purchase, and I use my knees to press my back against the wall behind me. The Dale shirt bunches up, but protects my back as more cracks flash past. My palms and soles burn, and then I am in thin air. I thump into a half-full basket of laundry. Voices sound around me, but I make quick work of the 4 men down here, blood pushing and knocking them out before they really even understand what's going on. After the chaos of the dormitory above, they are almost an afterthought. Ujay, I breathe when they are down, catching my breath and getting a look at the utilitarian room around me. Tubs of water and long racks of clothes stretch away into the distance, lit by the ship's cold craftological lamps. The air smells of lye, and the rain on the ship's hull is a distant roar down here. It feels surreal, like I should be dead, and this is the afterlife. A sudden wave of gratitude rises inside. Survived. Keep moving, Isong urges through the bond. They will figure out where you went. As soon as he says it, a man thumps into the same basket I did. He immediately starts screaming, his left hip bulging outward. My stomach turns. I hate all the wounds and death that just happened. But I knock him out with the nice fingers rising and go. Isong first, floods first. Remorse is a luxury for the survivors. Okay, I say, prowling through the ranks of steaming tubs and drying uniforms. Blood push another guard and try again? I feel a moment of disorientation through the bond. Then Isong is back in focus. No, word will spread and they'll be waiting. Could you climb up a chute like that? I frown. It was narrow, and I'm not the climber Gaxna is, but I could probably wedge myself up with enough time. Do it, but take a different chute. There should be one on the far side of the ship around the same place, if you can make it across. He sounds disoriented again. Are you okay? Probably just the drugs. You filtered them out? Still am, I say, checking his body as I make my way across the cramped space, stepping over the massive metal bones of the ship that stretch across the floor. Have they tried anything on you? No. I'm still pretending to be asleep, but I don't know how much longer it'll work. They're fitting something on my head. My blood runs cold, remembering the wounds in the monk's forehead. Can't let whatever happened to him in that theracant happen to Isong. I hate to think of his mind made simple like that, if he even survives it. Just hold on, I'm coming. I find another chute on the far side of the ship and hoist myself up. It takes a few tries, but I get myself oriented and find an angle where I can push my back up, then keep pressure with one leg while I pull the other up. It's going to take a while and all the strength I have in my legs, but I can do it. Good. You should be able to take this all the way to 7th floor. Just count the chutes you pass. I push with my legs, sliding my back up the wall. Unless they guess I'm coming and start throwing things down. Unless they do that. I'm not sure if the pain coming through the bond is his worry for me or something else. Isong? You should focus on what you're doing. I'm going to see if I can learn anything while they think I'm asleep. Too bad for him I can read his thoughts in the bond. You still want to attack her? Yes. I read him wanting to hide that, and I'm glad he doesn't. It would solve so much. I push another leg length higher. It won't do a damn thing if they kill you, which is what's going to happen if you try. Just stay alive. I already lost one friend today. Friend isn't the right word, but I've never been good at words, and he can feel what I mean anyway. What he means to me. I will. Twin pains light up in his forehead like tiny stab wounds. The device sliding into his scalp. Just hurry, okay? I shove myself up harder. I will. The bond drops, and for a few breaths I just focus on my body, on the rhythm of push and slide and pull and lift. I pass the 2nd floor hatch and wonder if 5th floor will have realized how I got out, if they'll be waiting when I get up there. Push, slide, pull, lift. I have a way to check that, actually. I seek out the bloodborne I bonded in the fight. They are dead for the most part, like a patch of spring flowers wilted in a snap freeze, but a few are still alive, if full of pain. I hate all over again how much this mission has cost, in pain and lives, but I have to believe that it's worth it, that it is a drop compared to the sea of suffering Yaelat will bring. Push, slide, pull, lift. I get past the 3rd floor hatch. I'm just about to open the bond with one of my surviving bloodborne to see what I can learn, when I feel a pulse from an older bond. I turn to it, hoping against hope it's Astresia or Anon or, impossibly, Hewo. Instead, it's Neshma, one of the Dael sailors from our clipper on the far side of the headland. He's been stabbed through the chest. Floods. My blood goes cold, despite the sweat on my brow and the cramped confines of the chute. If something has happened to the ship, to Gaxna. I focus through the bond and through Neshma's blinding sheet of pain, to the cold deck he lies on and the ship rocking in the aftermath of the storm, heavy waves sending spray over the bow. Akifte stands above him, lava staff glowing a dull red, but he's not facing Neshma or any of the other sailors. He's faced away from him, toward... I almost lose my grip on the wood walls of the chute. Toward Miara? Try it again, witch, Akifte is saying. I will kill any of these men faster than your sorcery can touch them. You have no power here. Miara draws herself up, hair and embroidered red dress soaked, her body skeletal beneath. I have power you can't even imagine, she says, eyes dark and angry. If you knew half of what... Akifte kicks her feet out and she falls to the deck, shrieking. Ah! Power! Is this what the powerful do in your city? Is come swimming to the side of a ship like desperate rats begging for passage? Is that the stuff of your legends? You can't find the monocle without me, she growls, pushing up to her knees, wet hair hanging in her eyes. That, and I have Gaxana's blood, so I'm giving you one last chance. Give me your blood and surrender the ship, or you will regret it. His laugh is a full-chested bellow this time. The drowned rat now thinks to threaten me, then beg for blood she cannot earn in combat. This will make a good story indeed. The humor drops from his voice. But no, I will give you no blood. I will give no blood to any of your zombies here if your sorcery extends past Neshma. The question is whether I throw the rat back or kill it now. The monocle, Miara snaps, eyes darting. I remember to keep climbing and push up against the narrow shaft. You need me to get the monocle. Akifte cocks his head, lava staff glowing a brighter orange. Neshma's blood smokes from the tip. I do not think I do. My sister has that under control. That you are only ever. A dark shape tackles him, and the lava staff spins out of his hands, hissing against the wet deck. I recognize the shape as they tangle and suck in a breath. Gaxna? Floods. Of course, Gaxna. I didn't know Miara had Neshma's blood, but she's had Gaxna under her control this whole time. Still, a bloodborne is only as talented as its controller, no matter how you push the body, and Gaxna is not the fighter Akifte is. He flings her off with a two-legged kick, then rolls up and recovers his staff in a single, fluid motion. Now I will kill you, witch, he growls. Alethea does not care for you, but she loves this one, and I would not bring my sister sorrow. Release your control or die. Give me your blood, Miara counters, getting to her feet, or I'll keep attacking with her until you're forced to kill her. See how well Alethea likes you then. Don't, I manage to croak from Neshma's mouth, but neither hears me over the wind. Instead, Akifte barks a single laugh and cracks Miara across the face. Her head snaps sideways and she crumples. Not dead, I think, but certainly no longer conscious. I remember to keep climbing as I watch him tie her up and do what I can for Neshma's wound, which is serious but with some luck, not lethal. I should focus on my own surroundings. The 5th floor hatch is coming up, but Miara is unconscious and Gaxna's right there. I have to watch, to see if she wakes up. She doesn't, and neither does Miara, so I test my bond with Gaxna. It's still blank, still under Miara's command though she's unconscious. There is a flex to it now, like I could break through it if I just... Alethea, Isong's voice comes, urgent. I think they're doing something to me now. The bond lights up with pain, then goes blank. My blood goes cold for the second time in as many minutes. I know that blankness. It is the same one I was just probing. A blood push. I lever myself further up the chute, past the 4th floor hatch. Yeolat can blood push people with her craftology? That makes sense, though. How else would she have been controlling the monk and Theracant we saw in the stern chase? I can't imagine a Theracant working for her, not if it involved harming other sisters. But what does she want a blood push Isong for? And how does it help her with the monocle? Only one way to find out. I keep wedging my way upward, legs burning, sweat rolling down my face, trying to feed all my worry into the work, into the steady in and out of my breath, as the crack of light that is the 5th floor hatch comes and passes without incident. Praise Ujay if it's anything other than pure luck. Hopefully, it's not part of some more elaborate scheme to trap me once I get to Yeolat. I level with the 7th floor hatch and release one arm to crack the hatch open, peering into the dimly lit space beyond. I recognize it from Isong's memories, the chamber outside the locked door where Yeolat keeps her craftology and her guests, where she'll have the monocle. 10 men stand guard, but the wide room is still stocked like it was when Isong was here, with crates and barrels along the walls. Ujay send, that's enough. I push up one more time to get my legs level with the narrow hatch. I am either worthy of the monocle and God wants these floods stopped, or not, and all of this has been for nothing. Time to find out. I grasp the upper lip of the hatch and launch myself through. 29. The guards react fast, but I am faster. I grab the nearest of them, hand on his wrist, and freeze him long enough to bite his neck. I send him running as the other guards come for me. In the gap before they get here, I grab one of the barrels behind me, labeled Syrian honey beer. I very much doubt that's what's inside. I hurl it at the feet of the nearest guard, who jumps back. The barrel shatters and water gushes onto the floor. Perfect. I push my bloodborne to grab another barrel from the far wall, then a guard is darting toward me, lava staff held high. His shoes protect him from the water for the moment, so I duck under his overhead strike, then kick his feet out from under him and kelp wavers. He slips, a hand catching his weight on the wet floor, and I have him, mind tracing water to blood to control over his body. Keeping his hand connected with the water, I have him kick the next guard coming in, then hurl his glowing lava staff at a third. The men curse, realizing I am more of a threat than they thought, and I run my first bloodborne back into the middle of them. He clutches a water barrel, but I don't have him smash it down. Instead, he pulls the stopper and starts to spin. Water chugs out in all directions, splashing the guards as they try to make a plan. Their minds flicker into connection in the bond, water splashing down their legs and soaking their feet. One of them drives a lava staff through my bloodborne's chest, but it's too late. I push my mind into the water, as I learned to do so many years ago, and push the bodies I find there to fight. 1 against 10 becomes 2 against 8, my first bloodborne dying, but the other two engaging the guards still hanging back, trying to understand what's going on. Water soaks through the shoes of another, and it's 3 against 7, then 4 against 6. I grab a fallen lava staff and trigger the actuator, like Isong showed me. Heat radiates from the serrated metal ends of my staff, and I join the fight. The remaining guards fight better than my bloodborne, but my brood feel neither pain nor injury, and I cover what they miss. A guard darts toward me, pants rolled up and skin dry. He's understood what I am, then, and what I can do. Good. I meet his overhead strike and wail under the bow, the metal clack of our lava staffs muted by heat, both glowing a dull red. I remember how those ends hurt from the night I fought a gang of overseers in the dark of a Dale mountain, and shift my stance to slide the glowing tip of my staff toward his hands. He dances back in a sweeping left-hand strike, counters my shark's eye with a clever shift of balance, and then I read the subtle stances of his feet. 7 cairns. My focus sharpens. Foreign as the Dale once felt, I am beginning to understand them, this part of their culture best of all. He comes at me in a 4th cairn jab, and I understand it's meant to unbalance me for a real strike or a bone-shattering bind. Bloodborne fighting and dying behind us, I sway out of the way and counter with a 2nd cairn blown to the sternum. It does unbalance him, and I'm about to finish it when I glimpse a staff swinging for my head. Cursing, I roll under and find more mines in the water. I grab them, all of them, blood and water mingling on the polished wood floor, and clamp down. 6 men freeze, of the 9 still standing, every muscle in their body suddenly contracting. One of the 3 remaining darts in, but I meet his attack and thunder shakes the rooftop, and have the man I was just fighting drive a hot lava staff through his neck. He goes down gurgling, and my gang of bloodborne makes quick work of the last 2, who took the time to strip and dry off. 3 of mine take serious wounds in the process, instantly cauterized by the lava staffs. But in the end, I stand in a room full of statues and dying men, untouched, a tide of blood and water at my feet. Good, I say to the bloodborne still standing. 2 of them are unhurt as well. Thank you. And I'm sorry, but we have a flood to stop. I push the rest of them to lie down and stay. I want to run at the rear chambers, to strike Yeolat down and get Isong off that bench before they damage his mind, but I can't afford a mistake here. Instead, I drive my awareness deeper into the taller of my 2 unhurt men. Seeing through his eyes, feeling through his skin, I send him to the locked door, opening it with his own keys. He grips his lava staff, air warping around the metal ends from heat, but the door creaks open to an empty corridor. Did they not hear the fight? The whine of craftology is loud in here. The Bloodborne, Yegwei his name is, looks in the storage closet where Isong first hid. No one. Then the narrow room with shelves of craftology, also empty. I'm tempted to have him trash it. I doubt Yelat could replace it quickly, but I don't want him to harm Isong as it breaks. So I push Yegwei to the door that hides my lever and, if we've read the situation right, a monocle. A guard opens it before Yegwei can and rams a spear in under his sternum, then up to the heart. Cursing, I send my other Bloodborne in, hurling his hot lava staff like a spear while he's still in the hallway. It takes Yelat's guard down, burning away much of the skin on his face. My Bloodborne makes the doorway, and I almost lose my focus at what he sees inside. Yelat and some guards, yes, but also Isong, muscles rigid against his bonds, back arched in pain. Even in my shock, I do not miss the pearly orb that hangs between Yelat's breasts. I suck in a breath. The monocle. Yelat has the monocle. A guard swings at my Bloodborne, and I shake myself to action. I command my Bloodborne to fight, then return to my own body. I sprint for the door. My best chance to win this is to get in before they cut down my Bloodborne, while there's still some element of surprise. I dash through the door in time to see my Bloodborne stumbling back, an arrow sprouting from his eye socket. Floods. An archer, too. I come in low, jabbing my lava staff forward in Kraken's lash, taking the waiting guard in the neck. Smoke rolls from the wound, and I duck left. A bowstring twangs, and I strike out in that direction, over the table where Isong still arches, foam coming from his mouth. My strike earns a shout through the smoke, but I feel a sting in my own back, almost like I've hit myself. I spin and find a guard ducking back, pressing the bloody tip of his knife to a metal plate connected by braided wires to a rack on the wall. I have just a second to process what that could be, what that means. Then my body is not my own. The muscles lock up and down my spine. My lava staff clatters to the floor, and a woman chuckles from behind me. Ironic, isn't it, she says, in the sing-song accent of the Dale, to be controlled by your own powers. No, I am stronger than any blood push now, have broken through them in mind after mind. I sharpen my anger and determination into a razor's edge and ram it at the wall between my mind and body, like a diver plunging from a cliff toward the sea, blades in hand. The blades shatter, my emotions shatter, and my awareness bounces back, stunned and hurting, like a diver slamming into a sea of ice. We made some improvements to your design, Yelat says, coming into my view, where it is locked on the back wall, if you call your beliefs a design. Some fail-safes and some additional reinforcements where necessary. No! I can control bodies through water, stop poisons in the blood, have almost broken through Narime's blood block, with all his hierarchist power reinforcing it. I can do this. I gather myself again and take a breath, only my lungs don't respond. They feel like someone else's body, immune to my command. Flood it. I don't need my lungs. I take a mental breath, honing my awareness to a glittering spear point and ram it into the wall around my mind. The spear point buzzes, and my whole mind jitters like Tewo grabbing that diver's mask. The wall doesn't even flex like when I attacked Narime's. It's like I'm trying to impale a marble slab. It is a good system, Yelat says proudly. Took us a long time to build, but no system is any better than the people in it. Hierarchism, then. Court said I have hierarchic powers now, too, because the Rebel Temple and Guild House believe in me. That's what allowed me to push past my boundaries like it does my enemies. They said it could let me do the impossible if I just let go of the thought that it is impossible. I shake my head, or try to, as Yeolat says something else. Possible. It is possible to break this blood connection she has with me. It's just craftology, after all. A bunch of copper wires and glowing boxes. It's not even real. I slam my mind against the wall. More pain and disconnection. Floods! I howl, only my mouth stays frozen, my vocal cords silent, which is even worse. You will damage yourself fighting like this, Yelat says, looking up from a craftological slate. I have seen it in the others. Rage rises just as thick as my growing fear that anyone would try to do this to me, that I can be this close to the monocle and not be able to take it after searching for so long. It glitters on her simple chain necklace, looking exactly as it did in Yemla's vision, round and translucent with veins of amber, like a pearl plucked from an ancient clam. Delicate metalwork clings to its sides. It pulls at me like a lodestone to metal. The monocle is right there, and I can't move. Again, I throw myself at the false barrier between my mind and body. Again, I am thrown back, awareness raw and throbbing, like the used end of a battering ram. Beside me, I can hear Isang jerking against his bonds, breathing in ragged pants. You have spirit, Yeolat says, fingering the monocle. I will give you that. You had to survive under my husband's rule as long as you did. But spirit will not help you here, any more than it will float a dish in a desert. I just stare at her, unable to even pant with the lock she has over my whole body, to say all the words burning on my lips. After a moment, she clucks her tongue and nods at the man holding the slate with my blood. I think she's going to unlock my mouth, let me answer her, but she just takes the slate and adjusts something. To work, then, she says. Time is wasting. My heart slows in my chest, against my will, and I feel the flow of blood slow to my head, like a fish caught in a drying stream, like the thoughts I have read in so many dying minds. The thought is a line of ice down my back. She wouldn't kill me, would she? Blood slowing more, thoughts growing sluggish in my head. I remember I am not alone, that I have a whole army of Bloodborne I can call on, including 2 or 3 in the chamber outside who are not so wounded they can't fight. She moves out of my vision, saying something in Dale I might be able to understand if I concentrated. I send all my fading awareness into the men I left outside instead, summoning them to come and set me free. I find only dead flowers. They've all died somehow since I came in here. My stomach clenches. Murdered. It's the only possibility. I was a fool for thinking there was any element of surprise to this. Yeolat was waiting for me. She must have read that I was coming in Isong's mind. But I have Bloodborne beyond those 6. I think desperately and stretch my awareness out again. Anon and Astrija are still the blank of blood pushes, as is Gaxna. But I have men on board the ship, Dale sailors, Neshma. My blood slows to a trickle, and like a kite kept aloft by a dying wind, I tumble back to earth. 30. I wake to cold metal jabbing into my temples. My eyes snap open, and for a moment I'm just so grateful they open that I have control over my body again, that I don't realize what the pain means. I suck in a breath. The craftology. You're awake, Yeolat says. Good. We had to put you out quickly, and I hoped we hadn't done any damage. Like you did to the monk and Theracant you dumped off the ship earlier today? I spit, because I realize where I am, and anger is better than fear. Strapped to one of their operating tables, with a craftological crown in my head. I jerk at my arms, but they are chained down, cold steel biting into my wrists, my legs too. Panic rises up then, and I stamp it down. Filter the emotion out of my blood. At least I'm not blood pushed anymore, though I don't doubt there's a reason why, and that I won't like it. They were not damaged by the blood push. No, that was because they fought the process itself. Something we might be able to engineer out if we had more time, but we don't. I suddenly remember Isong, back arched against his bonds, and twist to look at the other table. He's still there, still chained to the wooden surface, which I see is pitted with gouges near the handcuffs, but peaceful now, chest barely breathing. I catch my breath. Or is he? Not dead, if that's what you're fearing, though his wound has opened again. She clucks her tongue, in the Dale word for shame. I described the entire process to him, but he always had to fight, even when it was hopeless. Especially when it was hopeless. I notice lines of blood on his scalp, where the crown went in. Are you going to throw him off the ship now too? Your own brother? He left the family by his own choice. But no, I think he will still be useful here. She steps into my line of sight, carrying a thicker slate covered in glowing boxes and intricate metal lines. with a braided cable trailing from it. "We believe that has been part of the issue with our recent failures. The monks and thericants of your city carry such an enmity that they seem to work against each other even within the system, where such differences should be neutralized." "And Jateau?" I ask, partially because I need to know and partially because, hopeless as this seems, the more I understand what she's doing and how she's doing it, the better chance I have of getting out of this. Because I think I know why she took the crown off Isong's head, and why there are two on mine. "Our first attempt with the latest version of the device," she says, sounding satisfied. "The monk and thericant we used were taken from a guest house in court. Lovers, despite all the divisions in your city. We took them because they were accessible, and only later theorized their relationship to each other was one of the reasons for our success." "Success?" I spit, anger driving the words despite the need to be delicate here. "Thousands of people dead and half a city destroyed? How is that a success?" "With the other half of the city ready to bend to my will," Yelat murmurs, adjusting the device on my scalp. "Would you rather that, or an entire world drowned?" Something vibrates under my skin, like a trapped insect held up to my brow. I reach out when our skins touch, trying to read more in her thoughts, but see nothing. My water sight, it's gone, like my skin has gone numb. "That's not a choice we have to make," I argue, waiting for another touch. "We can stop all of it." And let the world continue as it was." Interesting words coming from a former monk of the temple, or nun, or whatever you called yourself. Aren't you the ones who believe your God is sending the floods? We believe Ujay will save us from the floods, but yes, that if we are not worthy, that's God's will too. And so we need the floods, and so we must be drowned. The words of Narimesa's immersion come unbidden to my mind. So we must shatter the mirror warped in the casting, rather than believe what it shows. Yelat triggered a flood, if a small one. Has she seen through the mirror somehow? Or is her craftology a way around all that? I remember my own test, my attempts to gain power over even the highest and mightiest, by breaking through Narimesa's blood push. I reach out now, not knowing what I'll even do if I break through. Maybe it would be better to tell Narimes what Yelat is doing, and bring the temple down on the ark. Desperate times call for desperate allies. The four tiny daggers sticking into my scalp come alive, like a nest of ants crawling into my skin. "Don't," Yelat hisses, twisting at her slate and looking up to bark orders in Dale. "You will damage yourself before we even get started." The ants die down when I stop reaching out, but the lead weight that has been growing in my belly gets heavier. "Because you want to use me to trigger the floods," I say, knowing it's true as soon as the words come out. "Because I've already unified the ways inside me. How long have you been planning this?" "Not long," Yelat says, making a slight adjustment to the thing on my scalp. I again read nothing through her skin. "We only put together the relationship hypothesis yesterday. And it shouldn't matter as we've built things, but when Isong showed up and I understood he was working with you, well, the chance to try it with a medium that wouldn't have the same internal conflicts was too tempting. And time is running out." "The divers," I say. "You weren't looking for anything down there. You were waiting for me." "I still had hope we would uncover something else useful. But yes, mostly I knew you would be working from the same information as I. The Chronicles, like everyone without access to the Divinculus. And that, with a little deduction, it would lead them to the waters of Saray. So you set a trap for anyone who might be a rival, as you played Narimes off Miara, to keep them from noticing that you had found something." "A simple trick," she sniffs. "It wouldn't have worked in the peaks, but your people are so preoccupied with their genital identity that I thought I'd give it a try. Now, you will have noticed your body and mind are your own, but you don't control your powers." The lead weight that's been sinking through my core crashes to the bottom, like a ship plummeting into the ocean. I can't use my powers. Can't reach out to Narimes through the bond. Can't read her through her skin. A cloud of fear roils up, like the silt from that ship hitting bottom, invading my thoughts. I have always had my powers to rely on, even in the worst circumstances. They've always been my edge, the way I survived even in the early days. The reason everyone hated me, and the reason they couldn't get rid of me. Without them, what am I? That is by design, Yeolat says, oblivious to the panic welling deep inside me. I breathe through it, I filter it, I do my best to ice it. I need clarity right now if I want any chance of turning this around, of being the one who stops the floods instead of starts them. Your powers will only work when I add the monocle, Yeolat goes on, and only safely to use the monocle. So long as you consent, you should survive no worse for the wear. Good luck getting that, I spit, seizing on my anger for strength. I will lie here till I die, or you burn my mind out before I start the floods a day early. Admirable, she says, unperturbed, but I don't intend to let you die or burn your mind out. That is what Isong is for. Dread knots in my stomach. Even if you hurt him, I say, with the anger frays in my hands, falling apart like the rest of me. Another one, dead for my cause. It's like Ujay has to take every last thing from me to make sure I am worthy. If it isn't already too late. If this has even been Ujay at all. The thought makes me suck in a breath. This hasn't been Ujay. The floods at Jito, the waves we've seen, even the lack of a monocle in Drowned Saray. Yeolat just admitted to doing all that. That was her, not God. The thought brings immense peace. This wasn't Ujay. It's like a summer rain on a burning city, dousing the doubt that has been smoldering in my core for weeks now. This was just people, which doesn't mean we're worthy or that God, whatever their name is, whoever they are, if they are, is going to help us stop the floods or doesn't want them to happen, or really mean anything except that it isn't too late. What happened at Jito was not the start of the thing that drowned Sarante and all the ages before them. It was just Yeolat. And Yeolat? Despite being chained to her table with craftological spears in my skull, Yeolat still feels like someone I could beat, even if I can't call for help, even if I can't use my powers. I narrow my eyes as Yeolat confers with one of the people wearing green stripes. Technicians, I guess, or scholars like those I found under the water. She didn't say I can't use my powers, just that they won't do anything. And fighting it is what damaged the monk and Theracant I met below. I let out a long breath. If it's watch her torture Isong and help drown the world, or damage myself so bad she can't use me, I know which one I'm choosing. I reach out again, not towards Narimes. I have no illusions, with the added challenge of the giant device trapping my powers, that I could break through his block, but to someone much closer, someone who stands just a hair's breadth chance of stopping this. To Yellen, the second-year Thero whose blood I took, against her will, 6 months and a lifetime ago, here in Saray. She is still here. I can feel her through the bond, and could bring the kind of help I need if Jalenla and whoever runs the guild house now will believe her. Ants swarm as I reach out, crawling deeper into my scalp. I grit my teeth and ice the pain, not wanting Yeolat to see, to get through before she notices, to see if this is even possible. I break through, opening the bond with Yellen, seeing as though through a haze one of the tapestry-laden upper rooms of the guild house, the heavy incense smelling strange, but connected nonetheless. I waste no time. Ants burning, crawling deeper in, I grab her fingers and push, index, middle, thumb. Help. What are you doing? Yeolat snaps and punches something on her slate. I black out. The ants are gone when I wake up. Isong is awake, though I don't think I've been out very long. Still, I can't help smiling. That is a few minutes longer that the world has. And I know I can use my powers now, even if it comes at a cost. My temple aches where the crown fits into my skin. She's back, Yeolat snaps, or something like it. Isong, say your piece. Isong glances at Yeolat, still strapped to the table, then locks eyes with me. My love, I am sorry. This is not how I wanted this to be. Not. I was a fool. I should never have gotten caught. Tears glisten in his eyes. I shake my head, losing my determination for a moment in the overwhelming desire not to see him suffer. No, I say. She would have gotten us anyway at the dive site. I'd already be dead if it wasn't for you. So many times. No. I reach out, but my arms rattle against chains. I curse, but I can see him reaching too. It's enough. Endearing, Yeolat says. I can see how she reminds you of Yeja. Now talk. Isong glances at her, and I see that old anger smoldering there. Feel it, I think, through the bond. Let them kill me, he says quickly, looking back to me. No matter what I say, no matter what I do, it's not worth it. You know. Yeolat curses. A guard clamps a hand over his mouth, but it's too late. His words ignite a steel resolve inside me, despite the tears rolling out of my eyes and the pain clutching my heart. I know, I say, meeting his eyes. I've always known. It's one of the reasons I love you. One of the many. If he can die for this, I can too. No matter how they torture us, no matter how she tries to manipulate what we have. His words have set me free. Now, all I have to do is die or get to Yeolat. We've calibrated enough, she snaps. Start the sequence. A high whine fills the air along with a wave of heat. The metal prongs under my skin sing with a high, sibilant note, like the hiss of waves from underwater. Pressure comes from all sides, and I feel a subtle lurch in my belly, like I am sinking. My thoughts lurch too, like suckerfish detaching from a tortoise that drives too deep. The prongs sing louder, and I realize I don't know where I am. I shake my head, looking at the wavering walls. I know this sensation. This awake but asleep, underwater sensation. The immersion, I breathe. Am I immersed? Some of the monks called it that, Regiana says, stepping into view with the Dale slate in her hands. Her white hair floats in a cloud around her head, and her neck is still ringed with bruises from her death. The witches call it one of their bloods. It doesn't matter, which is one of the advantages of the device. I cock my head. Something's off about Regiana. Why would she have a Dale slate? My thoughts are muddy. Someone else steps into view, adjusting knobs on a device against the far wall. When they turn, their skin is covered in the lesions of the sleeping pox. I suck in a breath. Mom! She ignores me. Medium seems prepared. Mom? Alethea, a voice says from beside me, from where we both rest on the ocean bed, on tables risen from the ruins under the silt. I turn and see my father, skin still the sallow color of the drowned, as though all his blood had been replaced with water. This is not real, he says. You are still on the Ark. The Ark? I remember the massive Dale ship. The kitchens with their steaming racks of clothes. Basements. Why are kitchens always in basements? Remember Yeolat, he says, pushing into my thoughts. The craftology. She has the monocle, Alethea. She... He cuts off in a wail of pain, and Regiana comes back into view. You will feel a power inside you and all around you, she says. Like an ocean tide, but under your control. I need you to call to it, to bring it in. I do feel that force. It's the same one I harnessed on my way here, riding the currents from our ship around the headland and out to drown Saray. The same one I've always felt, holding me under in the immersions, replacing my breath, animating the corpses of my ancestors. Only this is broader and deeper, vast like the ocean, like I had only been immersed in ponds before. The water buzzes with that same insect song I feel on my brow, disturbing the peace of this place. But yes, I can feel it. It's under my control, now more than ever. Euphoria rushes through my system. My control. I can call these waters and send them anywhere. My hands are the hands of God. Synchronization high, my mother says. 88% and climbing. Regiana sucks in a breath. Blessed girl. You're better than a pair of star-crossed lovers. On your command, my mother says, and my arms stretch into the far reaches of the ocean, the water my body, the tides my blood. Go, Regiana says, then leans into my face. I need you to call the ocean in, as far as the Blackwater and part way into the upper city. Not so far as Quart or Old Saray, if you can manage it. We need some of the city left standing. Alethea, no, my father says again, and his voice is like an unseen reef dragging at my current, slowing the power rushing through my limbs. I hear Reggiana's words again, as though for the first time. The Blackwater? I ask. But that's where Gaxna's from. It's a stupid thought, tiny compared to the power I have to end whole cities, whole peoples. But I cling to it like a patch of reef in a shipwreck, feeling that there is an unseen mountain below it, that I should know that landscape, but it's been drowned. Scraps. She thinks he's her father, Reggiana says from behind me. Won't that work just as well? Someone else asks. Safela, I think. I wonder how her boys are doing. And in an instant I see them, laying bricks for an opulent palace in Duran, strong and healthy, if still only surviving day to day. We should have left Ravas for them, I think, my thoughts again being pulled by the humming current inside, back to the power it holds. I resist it, feeling for the rough coral beneath me. Something is wrong here. I just can't focus enough to see it. Listen very carefully, Alethea, Reggiana says, embroidered dress drifting in the current. Only it isn't Reggiana. I know that, even if it looks and sounds and feels like her. I need you to call on your power and flood the lower half of Saray. If you don't, I'm going to hurt your father. No, I mutter. You wouldn't do that. Reggiana heals people. I wonder if I can call the waters up here and sweep away this annoying thing pretending to be Reggiana. I try, and the water responds, that hum rising in my ears, but it's too big to be so precise, like trying to thread a needle with a blacksmith's hammer. Still, the ship lurches at my thought, everything skewing sideways for a moment. I feel the tide rushing in, past us and toward Saray, and my heart clutches, trying to pull it back. This hammer is far too big to use. She's trying to attack the ship, Reggiana yells, as the room rocks sideways and implements tumble off the walls. Abort! The waters go dark. When I awake, I am still in the immersion, though I know it is not a real immersion. Reggiana leans over me, though she's not Reggiana, one bony arm pointing toward my father. The floods, girl. Call them or we twist his broken arm. I suck in a breath, not wanting that from my father, although my father never had a broken arm. I shake my head. What did he say? That we are on an ark. To remember the craftology. Not real, I breathe, looking up at the woman above me. This is not real. You're not Reggiana. Fine, the woman snaps. I'm not Reggiana. I'm Yeolat. It doesn't matter. Your man is there. Isong. You love him, and I know you love him because I've read it in both your heads now. You remember his broken arm? I am going to twist it like a blade of sweetgrass if you don't call the tides. I look at the man next to me, and his face ripples like the mirages on the hot plains outside Duran, like the immersion did on my way to drown Saray. Behind it, I see Isong, his face drawn in hard lines of determination. This is an illusion. My thoughts start to clear and the shimmer to fade from the air, but the flush of relief is short-lived. Yeolat's right. It doesn't matter what I see. I care about Isong just as much as I did about my father. More, probably. Fight it, Alethea, he says in a voice that is both his and my father's. I'll fight it too. We'll do this together. Yeolat, that's who she is. She's not Reggiana, no matter what my eyes want to see. Clucks her tongue. Aiga, do it. Someone who isn't my mom snaps the restraints off Isong's far arm and twists. He howls and goes rigid, and I jerk against my chains, heart-rending. You can end this, girl, Yeolat says. Call the tides. Call the tides and I will make sure you and Isong live. You're safe as long as you're on board the ship. It was made to withstand the floods. Aiga, who is not Safela, twists Isong's arm harder, and I scream right alongside him. He goes limp suddenly, unconscious, and I gasp in air. This is worse than seeing my friends in danger. Worse than watching Tewo die. Yeolat turns to me. Call them, girl. Call them or we wake him up and do it again. We have ways to do that, you know, to keep him awake no matter how much it hurts. Blood work, but not limited by human minds. All my anguish turns to rage in a quicksilver moment. I shake my head so violently one of the barbs in my forehead pulls out. Get flooded, I spit, blood running into one eye. Yeolat clucks her tongue. Alan, get that crown back in. Even better. The moment his hand touches me, I reach out, ants kicking to life under my skin, and seize control of his body. It's hard, harder than it's ever been, and the ants burn tunnels into my skull, but I have him. I have him. And in the second before anyone realizes what's happening, I pull his arm back and hurl the slate he's holding at Yeolat. It smashes into her face, and I grin. They haven't taken all my powers. I have him grab a tool from the floor where they are still scattered. Yeolat curses, stumbling back into a rack of craftology, then jabs at something on her slate. Blackness. Blackness that feels like it's lasted a long time when I wake. The ants are still under my skin, if sluggish, and my head is bound to the table with new straps. Yeolat's face is inches from mine, shimmering veneer of Reggiana moving in time with her words. You are awake? Good. I am about to remove your lover's fingernails. We can do that, or I can send him to the medic to see what we can salvage of his arm. The choice is yours. Bandages cover a purpling laceration along her cheek, matching the dark scar on her other, and I smile. I smile even though it cuts me apart inside to think about them hurting Isong more, because I know this is what he would want, and it's what I want too. To win at any cost or die trying, even if the death is painful and long. Do your worst, hyena, I spit, using the Daranese word for beggar reduced to an animal. She snarls and waves an arm. An attendant, wearing the shimmering face of my dead ally Lathius, removes a wedge-like knife from the wall. You won't be able to do your little trick again, you know, Yeolat says. And the more you try to use your powers outside of the device, the less you'll be able to use them after, though the device can harness them just fine. Are you ready to stop fighting us? You're lying, I say, watching the attendant approach. Dread and pain and rage all churn inside, but my determination is a bedrock of stone beneath it all, focused on finding any way I can use this, any cost I can pay to stop Yeolat, even if it is my lover's hand, even if it is my own power. The attendant grips Isong's limp hand and extends the pointer finger. I ram my awareness through the bond with Isong, ant suddenly boiling beneath my skin, past his unconscious mind and into his body. Gritting my teeth against the lines of fire burrowing under my skin, I send my awareness down his healthy arm and into the hand, into the one extended finger not Lathius grips. I know I can do this. I've seen Miara do it, or something similar, and believing that with every ounce of my being, I shove my awareness through the bond of their skin. The connection is tenuous, a bare trickle of information where there should be a flood, but it is enough to get the message across. Still holding Isong's finger, the attendant jabs the knife into his own leg, then jerks it across the aisle toward me. Aiga! Yeolat barks. What are you doing? Too late. I lick the blade and the full stream of his body and mind blossom in my heart, even as the ants rage through my ribcage, currents of fire tunneling for my core. I blood push Aiga at Yeolat, raising the blade in his hand to end her and take her monocle if I can still use it. Yeolat dodges, yelling out orders, and men leap up and instruments rattle. I rake the knife sideways in Aiga's hand, lodging in her shoulder, and pull it back for another stab. Pain blossoms in Aiga's chest, an arrow sprouting there, just as the ants worm into my heart and I lose grip on the bond, lose grip on consciousness even, and plunge again into that black sea. When I wake, my head and chest ache, where the ants had been, and Yeolat is seated on a stool at the bottom of my vision, listening to a string of Dale from one of the scientists. I can't make it all out, but I catch mechanical access and obviating consent and a few more technical terms, like echoes coming through the bond I can still feel with Isong. Craftology. I don't understand it, but I know enough of this game to know I have two ways to win. Kill Yeolat and take her monocle, or damage myself so badly they can't use me, and pray she never finds another monk and theracant that work. Or at least doesn't before the messengers I've sent get to the temple and guild to stop her. That Or I could use the massive weapon I feel extending from me in all directions, that sense of the immersion still overlaying my reality. Only I know it would flood Saray, too, maybe trigger the final floods, and so I can't. I won't, even if it means these ants burn away any power I ever had, and Esong and I die here, chained one pace apart, and the rest of my friends, too. Better that than the floods, right? My attendants tell me, Yeolat says, a pleased gleam in her eye, that the device is behaving differently with you than any of our other mediums. Beta, that because you have already done whatever you've done to unite the blood and water visions inside yourself, that all your fighting is letting us harness your powers more easily. So thank you. I stare at her, the confidence I'd started to feel fracturing. Is this some ploy to make me trigger the floods? Or just another way her craftology is circumventing how the monocle works? I wish to Jay and Jaya I had her blood so I could read if she was lying. And kill her, so I could kill her too. Her face splits in a smile. I always knew we had made the greatest device in the world. We just needed a real medium to prove it. Now, are you going to do this for us? Or will you burn yourself out a bit more, and then we can do it ourselves? Neither, Esong croaks, and I startle at his voice. I can't see him with how my head is bound. She'll do neither. They can't do anything to us if we just refuse, Alethea. Just lie here. But that's where you're wrong, Yeolat purrs. I would think the pain in your arm would be proof enough. We have barely begun to do all the things we can do to you, little brother. And if you turn out not to love him that much, she looks to me, well, we have never had anyone refuse us after Aiga does some work. It turns out the body is more powerful than the heart or mind, to a certain point. That we are all just animals. But you likely know that from your time with the Theracants. I grit my teeth, thinking through the options. I can lay here and watch them torture Esong, then me. Or fight her and lose the ability to stop them from using my powers to trigger the floods. Or weaponize the floods myself and accept Saray as the cost of stopping Yeolat. I hate all of them. I take a breath, sinking my concentration deeper than the anger and frustration and smoldering ants in my chest. Surely one of these has to be better than the other, to offer some way out. Time's wasting, Yeolat snaps after a moment of me thinking, and Esong drawing labored breaths. Aiga, the snips, I think. Floods. That churn of emotion in my chest gets bigger at her words, like a storm building offshore. I don't know what they can do with snips, but I know I don't want them to do it to Esong. I push through those feelings with the focus I learned on the sands of Duran and the streets of Saray, the concentration I learned in the halls of the temple itself. Ujay, I call out inside, as Aiga lifts a heavy pair of scissors from the wall. Ujay and Jaya, if you exist, if you want these floods to stop, if there is a way I can still embody your will, show it to me. The answer comes to me as Aiga starts to cut away Esong's clothes. The one option she didn't list that will keep them from using my powers and likely save Esong too. An option Astresia taught me weeks ago on the rolling bow of a carrack headed for the Sarante Isles. An option I have always been ready to use, but never wanted to. To stop Yeolat, I have to die. 31. I take a breath, wishing I could tell Esong what I'm going to do, that I could say goodbye to him, but I can't risk Yeolat figuring me out. She has control over my body, too, using the device, so she might be able to reverse what I do, if she acted fast enough. I run over all the things Astresia taught me not to do, as Aiga cuts the shirt away from Esong's chest, and Yeolat makes more threats. Interesting, some small corner of my mind notes. She's still trying to delay the process of torturing him. Still cares about him in some way, even if she's willing to hurt him to achieve her goals. We're not so different in that, I guess. May Gaxna forgive me if she ever gets free of Miara's blood push. May they all forgive me. I did what I could. Now, what I can do is stop my heart. I did it on board the ship with Astresia, but I'll have to add a command to hold the squeeze after I lose consciousness, to be sure brain damage occurs. It's something I've done in the Bloodborne plenty of times, if never on myself. I could also contract all my blood vessels at once, encouraging any weaker walls to burst, especially in the brain, causing permanent damage. A good option for quiet assassination, Astresia had told me, if we practiced such things. Had that been a gleam in her eye? Still, that option is better for older people, in worse health. I might not be able to squeeze hard enough to do more than knock myself out. The other, more traditional options, like jumping from something to break my neck or falling on a sword, are off limits because of how I am bound. The slower options, like letting toxins build in my kidneys and liver, then pushing them back into the blood, are off the table too. The hard it is. So what'll it be, girl? Yeolat asks, leaning over me. Her nose almost touches mine, as though daring me to make the connection and attack her. To burn myself out enough that she can use the device against my will and kill half of the people in my city. You still love your brother, I say. You love him despite everything that's happened, or you wouldn't be trying to stall right now. Have you asked yourself what kind of a life you will have if you get this power only at the cost of everyone you love? Her eyes widen, then narrow. Don't lecture me about the costs I have had to pay. You have no idea. I might, I say. Then, be strong, Isong. I'm doing this because I love you. Yeolat's eyes widen, thinking I am condoning Isong's torture. Very well, then, she says. I ignore the rest of her words, pushing my awareness into my flesh, into my streams of blood. The fire ants come awake, buzzing and burning and burrowing deeper in my chest. They shadow me as I sink my awareness into the 4 chambers of my heart and the ceaseless, smooth muscles that pump them. This is your body, Alethea, I remember Astresia saying, on the rolling rear deck of the Clipper. Your heart, a muscle like any other. Use it. I never imagined using it this way. I have 100 other ways I want to use it and people I want to use it with. But this is what the world needs. So ants burning, emotions churning, I clamp down on all 4 chambers at once, commanding them to stop. It's like a dam suddenly slammed into a speeding river, the current of my blood pushing against the clamped muscles of my heart, stretching the vessels there, then sloshing backward in an awful sensation, like a river suddenly pushing uphill and then, worst of all, coming to rest. Animal panic rears from my glands, and the ants only get angrier, tunneling into my head and heart and stomach. I keep the agony from my face, trying not to give outward sign. It feels wrong that I should have to put on a false face as I die, when all I've tried to do my whole life is embody the truth, but I at least do not have to hold this push. I don't think I could hold it, not with how awful this feels. Focusing my will, I command the muscles of my heart to stay locked, no matter what I say, no matter what I do, no matter how wrong it feels for the river of my blood to lie still in my veins. Isong screams next to me, and my tense heart aches for him, even as I know this is what he would want. To be tortured to save others. That is who he's always been. I feel that steel-strong solidarity between us, knowing we are both willing to die for this, even stronger now. Hopefully, once I'm dead, Yeolat will have no reason to keep hurting him. But for now, whatever they're doing to him, thankfully I can't see, gives me the cover I need for my own work to finish. My tissues keep going, taking what they need and excreting what they don't, though the air in my blood rapidly turns to waste. I can feel myself fading with it, holding tight to the rein on my panic. It feels a little easier now that the blood is stopped. Fear is just a substance in the blood, like any other, and with my heart stilled, it can't spread through my veins. A small gift from Jaya if I am still doing her will. The room grays, Isong's cries fade, and a strange kind of peace wells in my chest. I have done what I could, I send into my blood, as though it were a connection leading out. Done it in the hopes that it is your will, that it will make this world a better place than I found it. It has not always been easy, and there are so many more things I want to do. But if this is your will, let it be done. A darkness descends, thick as the blankets of my childhood, and I roll in. 32. I wake to the rush of water, to the pounding of blood in my ears, but more so the deep rushing of waters in me, under me, all around me. I see the 4 wood walls of the Deul Ark and know in a second what has happened. I am not in the immersion mind, and this is not the afterlife. Alethea, Esong croaks beside me. I thought you had... I tried. She stopped me? Thumps sound against the hull, and people shout in Dale. Yes, they... He coughs, and the ashen tone of his skin makes my stomach twist. Blood runs from an awful wound on his chest. They saw you were unconscious and used the device. Said you had pushed yourself enough that it could override your desires. Which meant it could override my desire not to call the floods, I whisper, feeling the roar of water beneath me like blood in my ears. And they kept me alive so they could do it. Yes. Despair is an icy wave, robbing the warmth still returning to my limbs. After so much work and so much effort and so many good people dead, the floods have still happened, and I was the one who triggered them. I couldn't even die to prevent it. I get that feeling again that this is one of Booker's plots, scripted to go against me at every turn. I search for blood and water sight inside, but all I find are ants, armies of ants, legions of ants clogging my veins. They are dead now, their corpses covering the connections where once I read blood and water, a fertile field buried in ashes. 2 Dale men run into the room and grab tools, and I hear Yelat barking orders outside. The world of men rushing around me as the waters do below, beyond my control now. Maybe it always has been. Alethea, Esong says, and I feel for our bond, the one so deep I nearly got lost in it sometimes, and again find only the corpses of my mistakes, a graveyard where once a garden grew. Alethea, Esong says again, urgent, but I am still in that field of corpses. I wonder for a moment if I did die, if this heaviness and defeatedness I feel is only the stillness of death. But no, my blood pumps and my limbs are my own. They're just useless. I can't even fight strapped to this table. I have lost. What did I do? I whisper under the roar of water and the shouts of men. Whisper to the God I once believed in, because I can no longer feel them inside. What did I miss to lead us to this? I gave everything. Tears sting but refuse to fall, like a dam below a river that's run dry. We can still stop this, Esong says, but I know he's wrong before he can finish it, before he can spin the kind of daring strategy I would have fought for once, the kind of strategies I've had to use my whole life. No, we can't, I whisper, knowing he can't hear me, unable to find the energy for more. If we get out of here in the confusion, we can get the device back on your head. You can order it to stop. Even if we could, even if they somehow left the device ready, I know it's hopeless. My powers are gone, used up trying to stop my heart or start the floods. It doesn't matter. It's all the same. Alethea, he calls, his voice concerned now. Are you still there? I wish I felt concerned. I just feel empty now, too defeated to care. All I want is to lie here until the floods take us or the Dale kill us or my heart stops working of its own accord. It all feels the same. Yelat comes into the room, talking urgently to a man in green stripes. She pauses when she sees me. You did well, girl. The waters are halfway up the Blackwater now, and it looks like they'll go about to the border with Lower Surrey, around Sayan's fountain. Not that you actually did it, but you should still be proud of yourself as a medium. There'll be more work for you when this is done. Sayan's fountain. I know the place. Can remember a sunny summer afternoon when Gaxna and I smoked clove twist there, her pretending to be a laborer and me a Blackwater girl out with her lover, trying to be anything other than the temple's heretic daughter. The memory stirs something in me, imagining the waters suddenly up to the fountain's worn gray cobblestones. Not a plan to change this, or even a will to fight, but a longing, at least. A longing for Anon with his ever-ready cloves, and Astresia with her dry humor. Kifte with his boasts. For Gaxna, the real Gaxna, the one I sat with at that fountain so long ago. The one I did all this for so long. Now that it's done, now that it's too late, I just want the people I love back. I reach out to her, knowing it's impossible, and the ants kick to life in my veins, knowing I will only run into the blankness of a bloodborne if I even manage a connection. Still, I reach out because I have nothing else to do, as the waters rise and my city dies and the world I fought so hard to prevent comes to be. I find something, not blankness anyway, a warmth. I push harder, focusing my concentration to a spear's edge, though the heat of the ants turns white hot, like a lava staff searing through my veins. I need to know what that warmth is. It sharpens to anger. Anger and pain from a dozen wounds, and a gray sky and a howling wind, and a rowboat that tips dangerously on rough waters while two women fight with their bare hands. Gaxna? Thea, busy at the moment. She chops at the woman attacking her, at Miara, at her wrist, where Miara clutches a fistful of her hair. Gaxna lands a kick to her gut that sends the Therakint stumbling back, gasping, as the boat rocks on the churning water. I stare, ants burning black lines into my vision. Miara? A rowboat? I don't know what's going on, but it heals something forever broken in my heart to feel Gaxna, the real Gaxna, alive and fighting and in control of her own body. Fighting to keep control of it, I realize. The connection starts to burn. I love you, I send, slop for words as ever, and I miss you. As the vision blackens, I see her look my way, toward the ark in the distance. A second ship speeds toward it, a clipper, leaving a wake of white that leads back to Gaxna. The breath catches in my chest. That's our clipper, and it's headed for the ark. Maybe Yisong and I won't die up here, at least, while the world drowns. Maybe I will see my friends again. Then the ants burn everything black, and all I can do is lie there and breathe for a moment as the fire in my veins cools and the warmth in my heart spreads. With it comes the life I thought had gone from my body, like a new flow of blood to my limbs. Alethea! Isong calls over the shouts and thumps. What is it? What happened? I find myself laughing as the tears stream out of my eyes, a flood that is relief and sadness and everything else, finally bursting from that dam inside. It's Gaxna, I manage, and Akifte, I think. He's bringing the clipper to save us. Process one more shred of information I caught in the stream from Gaxna. No, not to save us. To ram the ark. Isong sucks in a breath. Ram us? But that clipper's as full of gunpowder as the ones we destroyed in Sarante. I have a bare second to understand what that means. Then thunder roars and the ship lurches and a howling wind eats my words. 33. Debris fills the air. My ears ring and my body slams backward against its chains. The far wall rips away, revealing storm and sky. The ship lurches back the other way, toward what must have been the blast, and my body slides the other way on the table. Splinters of hull and tools of torture and bits of craftology raining to the floor around us, until the missing wall shows only sea. The chains hold me in place, looking down on a churning mass of white water and smoke and wreckage. Burnt gunpowder stings my nose. Kifte, I think, my heart clenching. He must have understood, somehow, from my last desperate push at the bloodborne sailors. Dropped Gaxna and Miara off and rammed the clipper into the ark. He was always talking about dying a legendary death. May you be reborn a legend, my friend. I pray, as everything loose in our room slides toward the blasted away wall, now the lowest point, and joins a hailstorm of wreckage from all over the exposed starboard side of the ark, raining down into smoke and white water. Isong gasps in pain, his chains no doubt biting into his shattered arm. We have to get out. We have to get out because this ship can't stay afloat with a hole that massive in the side, and I don't intend to die here while my friends still live. My heart clutches. Some of them, anyway. A voice separates from all the shouting behind us, and the groaning of the ship and the roar of debris crashing into the sea. Have to get them out. The girl at least. Go, go. I know that voice. Yell at. The ship rocks to port again, its massive inertia like another kind of gravity, and the view out of the blasted away wall lurches skyward, though not so far as last time. Dale soldiers rush into the room, two holding spears to our necks as another works at the chains that hold me. I hold back a laugh, a wildness taking hold of my heart. The ship rocks to starboard, and one of them nearly tumbles out the side. Spears! They hold spears at our throat after all the ways we've cheated death? I don't know how we're getting out of this, but I'm suddenly certain we're not dying here. I wish I still had a connection with Esong to make a plan, but there are only corpses where my powers once lived. We'll have to improvise. I hope he's well enough to fight. Or to walk. The guard gets one side of my body unchained, and I force myself to wait, to look docile, as he works on the other. The urge to fight is an animal thing in me, as powerful as my despair was before the blast, like a tidal wave coming in after the waters pull back. He gets the other side free, ship lurching under us again, and opens his mouth to give me some kind of order. I roll sideways, under the spear to my throat, and kick the groin of the guard nearest to me, then land on my feet and twist around the other one's spear strike in kelp wavers. He pulls back for another jab, but I step in, unbalancing him with a third cairn strike, then finishing the job with tidewall breaks. He topples backward out of the ship, screaming as he falls. I wrench the spear out of the hands of the first guard, on his knees and coughing, and use it like a staff to block the attack of one of the guards watching Esong. Our staffs lock, but rather than fight a strength battle I can't win, I step left and scrape the tip up his shaft to gouge at his fingers. He screams, dropping his weapon, and I knock him out of the open wall. His scream fades into the cacophony of shouts and groans. I disable the last guard with diver's bind, then search for the key he was using. The ship lurches again, finding an equilibrium, but one that is noticeably tilted toward the blasted outside. That's only going to get worse as water fills the ship. We need to climb, I say as I work at the lock on Esong's good arm. Can you manage that? I'll be fine, he says, but his voice is weak and his skin is gray. Floods. I don't know if I can carry him. If I could still make Bloodborne. I banish the thought and the frustration. I can't, and I never needed to before. We'll find a way out, I say, getting the lock free and working on the next one. You know where the stairwells are? Near enough, he says. The ship is pure pandemonium outside our room, to judge by the shouts, but we are both dressed like Dale at the moment. It should be enough in the chaos. Drop it, comes a flat voice, and I turn to see Yeolat, leveling a crossbow at me while three guards step into the room behind her. Get flooded, I curse, pushing the key into Esong's ruined hand and turning. You can't shoot me, or your monocle's worthless again. Who said I was shooting you? She snarls, swinging the weapon toward Esong. Floods. I was ready to accept that Esong had to die, that we both did, when we were still trying to stop the floods. But now that it's too late? I leap across the narrow space, coiling my body for a drop that breaks the dam that will leave her choking if it doesn't break her neck. The ship moves under me, and my feet connect with her face instead, but it's nearly as good. She goes down, crossbow bolt thudding into the wood of the ceiling. I land awkwardly, feet sliding on debris, but get her in a bind before the guards can react. Step back, I shout. Step back or I break her neck. They look at each other, uncertain, and Yeolat coughs under my grip, blood bubbling from her crushed nose. I spot one of Aiga's torture tools on the floor, a razor-sharp barbed blade, and shove it against Yeolat's throat, hard enough to draw blood. Try anything, I mutter to her, and I kill you like I've killed so many before. Esong won't mind. Now order your guards off. She snarls and says nothing, so I slash the blade along her ear. Shallow, but it will hurt like hell and make a lot of blood. She hisses in pain, body going rigid. Back off, I shout at the guards. Drop your weapons and back toward the far wall, now, or I slit her throat. The ship has begun to lean to that side, toward the blasted out wall, like the sea is trying to pull us all in. Do it, Yeolat croaks. Now! Go! They drop their weapons and back up. That's it. I say, keeping the knife tight against Yelat's throat. Now jump. They look from the hole to me, for all the world like scared kids. It's water, I snap. Plenty to grab onto down there. Now go. I don't mention the tide I still feel rushing in my blood, and the wreckage I see down there that is far too ancient to be the Clipper. The waters are coming in so fast they must be pulling up the ancient city. It will not be easy for anyone to survive in that. They jump. They jump, and in the split second of relief I have, knowing we'll be able to handle the rest, Yelat rams something cold into my stomach. I gasp, the sensation deeply wrong in my core, and lose my grip just enough for her to pull out and slash at me again. Instinct responds, deeper even than the shock, and I block her stroke with downward cuts the tide, adding a twist to disarm her. She spins with it, out of my reach, and I recognize the play of her feet as a fifth cairn stance. Cursing, I get to my feet, footing treacherous with debris, the whole room slowly tilting further toward the missing far wall. My stomach burns, waste and bile mixing with the blood inside, and I don't need blood sight to know the wound is bad. She knew exactly where to strike to hurt me. We can still heal that girl, Yelat says, circling around the far side of the table where I was bound. I have witches on my side. I will get you a position of power in the city. I circle with her. Can be the medium for the next city you need to flood? The next 10,000 you need to kill to prove your power? I'd rather die. She faints in, and I recognize the move, a sixth cairn lead up to a backhanded bind. I counter it, but the move is masterful, as good or better than Isong. I know you would, she growls. I saw you try. Idiot girl, do you really think a society under me is the worst thing possible? I'm with Quart on this one, I say, circling the table on the far side of her. My stomach throbs. I'd rather see it all drown than any hierarchist stay in power. And you think that all of us are here, in this one little city, chasing this one monocle? Idiot. The monocle. I had forgotten it in my haste, but I see it now, hanging between her breasts, soaked with blood from her gash. I could have grabbed it when I had her captive. Floods. She faints again, and I respond, feet sliding as the ship tilts further starboard and more debris slips out the side. The sea is covered in it below us, a churning mat of fresh and ancient wreckage that rolls with the waves, pale bodies tangled in the mix. I should probably feel afraid, but I feel only rage. And are any of you going to stop the real floods when they come? Or is that just power consolidation to you, that everyone not under you is conveniently killed and the world is yours? I will stop them, she says. We just have some work to do first. She strikes again, rolling across the table at me. I counter with ice and summer rain, but my motions are a fraction slow, my limbs a touch too heavy. I get her off, but not without another cut to the stomach. The wound is slowing me down, bleeding the speed out of my limbs. I need to finish this and get us out of here, fast, or this woman really will win. Not to mention that if the ship tilts any further, with everyone on board trying to climb to safety, we're going to have a hard time even getting out. I have the fleeting thought that maybe I should surrender, at least long enough for her to get us off the ship. But no, I know where that path leads, and I would rather die. Rather we all die. Yeolat and I continue our circle around the table, my every sense trained on her body. I need to attack, but she gives no opening. The Divinculus said this would happen, you know, Yeolat says, arms wide and feet sliding in second cairn, the most stable of the stances. She knows she can wait me out, command sailors to carry me out when I collapse. But there was a good chance we would lose the Ark in our first real flood. I have a plan for this too. I attack at her last word, hurling the knife and following it with a glacial calve, sliding across the table with both feet bunched for a blow that will knock her unconscious. She reacts, despite the ruin of her face, despite the blood soaking the front of her dress, and I remember in a flash how it was to fight Nerimes, how impossibly fast and strong he was. Hierarchism. Yeolat slaps the blade from the air, slides to the side of my kick, and slams a fist into the wounded mass of my stomach. My vision blurs, sickness and pain erupting from the wound, and then she has me on the table, that shard of glass at my throat. I still need you, girl, she growls, or you would have been long dead. But I don't need you with eyes or ears or anything other than a steady heartbeat. So hold your hands out, nice and slow, or I'll leave you helpless as a babe. I barely follow the words, a deep wrongness rippling through my body from the wound in my core. My belly feels wet and cold, my limbs made of wood. I understand, in a flash, that I am not winning this. The ship groans beneath us, tilting further toward the open wall, and we both have to grab something to keep from sliding out. Well, girl, are you coming with me, or am I dragging you out of here blind? I see in a flash what I have to do. Neither. I grab the monocle hanging against her chest with one hand and let go with the other, sliding out into open air. "34. The dead are with me before I even hit. They call to me in the air, like the roar of the tides, pull at me when I plunge into the water, drag me past a surface churning with shards of ship and sail and human limb, through a boil of new and ancient silt, the blood from my belly leaving a ribbon of red as we go. You have used it, my father says, silt swirling around him like an underwater storm, the device of the ancients. Yes, I say, minds of the dead and dying loud in the waters around us. I don't care anymore if this is my father or something else. I need him, but not to stop the floods, to trigger them. That does not matter, he says, drifting closer in the churn of silt and water and blood. You have used it. Other figures appear out of the thick water. Urte, Regiana, Safela, Hewo. They speak together. You have used it, and you have it now. I suck in a breath, the water like air in my lungs, looking at the monocle still clutched in my hand. Blood drifts from it, Yeolat's blood, and a fine crack runs down its face, marring its smooth surface. But they are right. I used it, and I have it now. I am dying, and the black water is gone, but I can still stop this flood, stop all the floods, if I survive. I take another breath, drawing in blood and water and wreckage, and focus my will. Grip the monocle with both hands and reach through it, even as the lifeblood drains from my stomach and the immersion darkens around me. I reach through it and call the tides. Nothing happens. Silt swirls around us, and thousands of minds call out in the water, dying and drowned, caught in the waves still swallowing the black water. I can feel those waves, like a living extension of my body, just as clearly as I could with Yelat's machine pressed into my scalp. But they are dead limbs, something I can no longer use. I slump back, failed again, while my family and allies and ancestors form rings around me, watching. Why? I whisper, not really asking. I know they know, somehow, and can't tell me. That they are another mirror for the truth, because reflections are the only way I can look at it. Because, like Nerimes wrote in his chronicle, I am not strong enough to see past the reflections. Or maybe not wise enough. The new device helped you cheat, Urte says, his voice echoed by all the spirits around me, as the old one does. If you want to use the old without the new, there is still more you need to unlearn, a deeper division to unite. What else is there? I ask, voice smaller yet, determination leaking from me as surely as the blood leaves my stomach. I united the temple and guild, the rebels at least, united their powers inside myself, male and female, blood and water, even if I've lost it now. It is not about your powers, girl, Regiana says, grandmotherly voice coming from 100 throats. It is about your perception. Clear that, and all will become possible. I find a small current of anger at their tone. Ever the teachers, still, even if I've done more in the last year than they managed in their entire lives, come closer to stopping the floods than anyone. I look up, drawing on that anger. Another task after all this? How do I know there won't be another after that, and another? Am I not already worthy? Have I not given up enough? We are all worthy, a new voice says, and none of us deserve it. I look up to see Yeolat, blood a cloud around her, roiling from the wound in her chest, and a new one that cuts clean across her throat. My stomach clenches, knowing in a moment what happened. "Isong," I whisper. "Yes," she says, anger and pain and I don't know what else working across her face. "He lost his mind when you fell, attacked me when he should have been thinking of saving his own skin." She shakes her head, knows a ruin from my earlier attack. "Care for my brother if you survive this. He deserves some happiness in his life." I remember the look she gave him, the love I saw she still bore for him under all her schemes, and tears start from my eyes, tiny points of warmth in a frigid sea. I want to tell her I will, but I don't think I'm surviving this either, not with the wound she gave me. The whole thing suddenly feels so pointless, all this fighting and scheming and killing and dying, when still the floods come and still the world drowns and no one learns anything, and we give up everything we love for what we think we want. I feel a sudden kinship to Yaelat, a shared pain of failure after sacrifice, and I get the urge to swim to her, to embrace her there in the darkness. I think of Miara too, and the power of the immersion shows her to me, to her rail-thin face held under the water by a snarling Daxna, all her hierarchism gone, her bloodwork useless, being killed by one of the many she hurt. Instead of vindication from my friend, all I feel is sorrow. That Miara will die never seeing the mistakes she made, without a chance to try to make things right, to try for happiness. Miara brings me to Narimes, the immersion mind racing up the temple's waterfall to the deepling balcony. Narimes is there with all the seers of Ujjayi arranged behind him, trying to keep his face together, trying to make a plan, as they watch the waters roll into the city. It is Ujjayi's final judgment of their piety. The current carries me deeper into his mind, into his past, into the scared novice who almost chose to stay under in his first immersion, to die rather than accept what he saw, and emerged with such fear of it, of this end that was coming, that he spent the rest of his life running from it, trying to deny what the waters had shown him. "For I was not strong enough to see through its reflections, and neither will be this world." "How much easier our lives would have been if we didn't fight," I whisper, the tears a hot flood from my eyes now, as my blood mingles with the blood of my friends and enemies in the water around us, and the ocean makes its way into my wounds. Yeolad is weeping too, the ruin of her face twisted in sorrow, sharing this pain, and all I want to do is relieve it. It's all I've ever wanted to do. "I wish I could have given you another chance," I whisper to her, the wails of 1,000 dying Sarayans in the water around us. I wish I could have given them all another chance. A stray shaft of light catches the monocle where it glitters in my hands, and the waters slow around us. "What did you say?" Yeolad asks, her voice the voice of thousands. "I wish I could have given you another chance at it. You and Narimes and everyone here. We may all be broken and unworthy, but if I could give us one more chance to find happiness, I would." "You would save the world for your enemies?" my father asks, brows stern as the visage of Ujjayi. "Give them another chance to destroy it?" "They are not my enemies," I say, feeling the life leave my veins and the cold of the ocean come in. "Not now, not anymore. They're just people like me. I see that now. Fallible, mistaken, and no, I would give them another chance at life." The tide stirs around me, and sensation creeps into my dead limbs. I look down and see the storm around me, the blood and water and silt of the floods flowing back into the wounds of my stomach, joining their circulation to mine. "Then you have your chance, Alethea of the Viola," the immersion says, and that circulation brings sensation back not just to my arms and legs, but to those longer and deeper limbs I first felt in the grips of Yeolat's machine, into the waters themselves and the power I have always felt down here, into the tides. I breathe out, and my mind spreads into the waters, seeing the 1,000 lives currently afloat in my waters. The sailors of the Ark clinging to wreckage and battered by waves. The laborers and blacksmiths and criers of the Blackwater, trapped in flooding buildings and caught in swirling currents, battling for every breath. Esong fighting to stay afloat with his shattered arm, Anon drowning in a temple pit as the water rises around him. Gaxna still tangled with Miara in the silty, churning sea. Miara dying, full of anger and regret. I see all of them and I lift them up. It is as easy as moving my fingers, as pushing 1,000 bloodborne, only I am pushing the waters themselves now, pushing the bodies through them when I need to, coughing out seawater as heads crest the surface, drawing breath into unconscious bodies and those bodies back to dry land. I pull the tide from the black water as I do, even as I push a wave of struggling bodies over it, toward land and the salvation of fresh air, toward another chance. 35. I walk the sea bottom toward land, treading the wreckage of 2 civilizations, weeping water and blood. My body is one with the currents of the world, my heart connected to every man, woman, and child still in them, struggling to stay alive. I am like a theracant who has taken the blood of a city and opened all her connections at once. It is a tide of grief and suffering and an ever-growing sense of hope, much like it would be any day, maybe. I feel for each of them with the same compassion I felt for Yelat, her plans ruined, slain by her own brother. We have all made mistakes and all lived under the burden of them, suffered and denied our past when we might have made a change, and we deserve one more chance to do it differently. Maybe this is what the floods are for, I think, as the first waves I send begin to drop living bodies on the ruined shores of the Blackwater, and the receding wall of the tide rushes closer to me, to remind those who survive how precious this all is, or to push us all, once we realize it is coming, to make the most of what we have, because more is not guaranteed. Because there's no reason not to try to mend our mistakes, to transform our relationships with the living and the dead, to not live in suffering when there is still something we can do. No matter how hard it may feel, running from it is ultimately harder. The edge of the water is close now, like a wall of air approaching, offering a wavering view of a ruined city beyond it, but also a growing tide of people who might have drowned, coughing and crawling and weeping to be alive. I know with the clarity that comes from deep breathing and from the immersion mind that for the past few minutes or hours has been my mind, that when I step from it, I will step back into my own mortal body. I am ready for it, ready for my own second chance. I will leave my will in the water like I have so often done in the blood, that the rest of the lost be saved and drawn back to shore too, that the waters return to where they were, and I try, in the last moment before that shimmering wall of air hits, to keep the floods from ever coming of their own accord. They refuse. The wall hits, and I suck in air where there was only water, and the wails of the desperate in the water are replaced by the calls and cries of 10,000 people back on land, shocked and grateful to be alive. I see, with fresh tears starting in my eyes, a legion of women in colorful skirts passing among them, tending to the worst off, working their power over bodies as they have for centuries. One of them spots me and hurries over, and I cannot believe my eyes. Astrisha? But you were... I was waiting for my chance, she says, a gleam in her eyes. I knew my sisters well enough to know they would soon see through Jalenla and look for better leadership. Breaking the push was no difficult thing after our lessons. You should have known that I would use it when the time was right. Amazing, I say, tears still rolling down my cheeks. Some of the women stride past us, offering Astrisha quick curtsies and casting strange glances at me. I turn to see where they are going and find the waters retreated 100 paces more, the muddy slope of the black water washed as clean as their toes. Only Serays are covered in coughing, weeping, living people, like a final gift of the sea. Astrisha sniffs. This was always a dirty part of town. Let's build something better here when this is all done, yes? Yes, I say, taking her hand on impulse. I do not feel the bond through our skin and may never again, but we are connected all the same. Let's. 36. I am still gazing in wonder, breathing in the collective gratitude of a city saved from the floods, when one figure catches my eye in particular. He walks with a limp and clutches the ruin of one arm close to his chest, but he walks unerringly toward me. Isong, I shout, running to him, wanting to hug him close after all those hours chained to Yeolat's tables and unable to touch. Whoa, he says, holding up his free hand. I might pass out again if you touch this arm. I'll see to that, Estrija says, coming and dipping a finger in the blood that seeps from the wound. You two take care of each other. We kiss, then, long and deep, and the tears that come to my eyes are as much for the pain I felt between him and his sister as for the relief of being safe. Maybe all honest joy is mixed with pain, like this. Maybe, like the tides, it's the same force, coming and going. All I know is a part of my heart that was missing, that has been all worry and guilt since he got on board the ark, is back where it should be. I nearly tell him what Yeolat said beneath the waves, but there will be time for that. Instead, I clutch his hand as another voice calls my name, and we turn to see a shaven man in monk's robes. Sister Alethea, he says, and those simple words are enough to take the strength from my knees. Never in my life did any of these men call me sister, just novice or girl or, more often, Sturgjohn's heresy. I search for his name, but I can't find it. It's been too long. Brother, you've come from the temple? We have all come, he says, chest heaving, and gestures behind him to the men spreading out on the beach. I was just the fastest. To do what? I ask, stomach suddenly tightening. We are not prepared for a fight here. Whatever we can, he says, to help the city, as is Ujay's will. As is Ujay's will, I repeat, and for the 100th time today feel the waters come to my eyes. Maybe taking all that water into my wounds means I'm going to cry more often. I'm okay with that. Then I remember Narimes. And the chosen? Licked, comes a new voice. I look over the monk's shoulders and see a sodden man in servant's robes smoking a clove. I licked him, or more like you licked him with my body, and then he kept living anyway because of whatever cheater hierarchy magic he had. And then the whole temple heard you being all holy in the waters and decided they didn't want to worship him anymore, and he lost the magic and finally got licked. Non, I cry, running over to him. Him I do wrap in a big hug, like I want to snap every bone in his body. You're okay. I am now, he drawls, pulling on his clove. After that little ride you gave me out of the pits. And I stole this, he waves the clove. You know how hard it was to stay there? At least they sold us smokes in the gale. I laugh, like I always do with Anon. Can feel Isong about to call him out on it, on something, even without the magic of water sight through our skin. I don't need it with these people. I have friendship. He's right that we heard you, the monk says, watching with a reverent expression. You spoke with the voice of the waters. I look at him, realizing what that means, understanding now the weird looks everyone has been giving me. You mean everyone heard? Everyone in the water, the man says. It was a miracle, as we saw in our immersions. You are the chosen of Ujay. And right there, he gets down and prostrates himself in the sand, like we do in elevation ceremonies. Get up, I say, grabbing at his hand. Please, we have a process for that, becoming chosen. Chosen elect, then, he says, voice still reverent. He looks down. I am sorry for all the things I did to you when we were still students. I recognize him then, finally. Meldon? Meldon Byadder? The same, he says, still gazing down. Though with your permission, I would take on a period of solitude and fasting, and a new name when it is done. I just stare at him, then swallow. Well, if Meldon Byadder can change, then probably anyone can. Of course, I say, may Ujay guide your work. It sounds so chosenly that I startle, and then realize who it actually sounds like. My father. I think I can feel him there, inside. Like the water I drew in carried some of him, too. Or maybe those are the waters that have always been me, that came from him. Anon blows smoke. Where's Akifte? He can't have missed out on the action with all his talk about glory and killing people all the time. Estrija looks over at his question, her hand still tying a second layer of bandages around Isong's arm. He didn't. I say, grief mixing with gratitude and something deeper in my chest. A connection with him I will carry even if he's gone. He did that, I say, pointing further out to sea, where the retreating waters have shipwrecked the ark, half sunk, against the metal dome of Ujay's fist. Rammed our clipper right into it, black powder and all. He's the only reason Esong and I got out. Coffers, Anon breathes. Guess he got his legend then, but he just looks at me, and I nod. He was with me in the waters at the end, and Tewo. Floods, Anon says, all his bravado gone in an instant, back to the fragile soul I have always known him to be, one that loves rarely and deeply, and holds the few he does close. It's what he wanted, I say, my heart hurting just the same. Come here. He comes, and Astrija and Esong do too, and for a long moment we just hug as best we can on the muddy shores of the Blackwater, with 1,000 people returning from the sea around us. My heart feels almost full, but there's one more person, or maybe two, though I think I know what became of Miara. Astrija, I say, when the worst of our tears have died down. You can still feel Gaxna? She smiles, cheeks wet with tears. She's been coming this whole time. That way, she says, nodding toward the headland. I turn and see someone in the distance. It's too far to make out an eye patch or a set of shoulders or even a saunter, but I know it's her anyway. I cross the distance almost without noticing, running down the long curve of the beach, heart churning like the waters of the bay, with fear, with guilt, with curiosity, but mostly just with longing. Thea, she says as I get close. Just that one word, but I know it's her now, the real her. Yaxna, I say, stopping short of hugging her, unsure of what we are, what she wants us to be. You killed Miara? She grins. Blood and right I did. Gave up on trying to break her push a long time ago during the hard times. A darkness passes across her gaze. Then it got weaker around the time she came on the ship, and Akifte slapped her around some. She grins. I think maybe he knew I was about to get out of it. Could tell Miara wasn't who she'd been. All the Dale sailors woke up, so he threw him over the side, and then put me and the witch in that boat before he left. She glances at the ark, shattered belly rolled up to the sky. That him? I nod. I know you didn't always get along, but yeah, that was him. She waves a hand. That was all the witch. I always liked him. Was dying to tell him more of my stories, him and Anon both, but, well, couldn't really pick what I was saying back then. I take a step closer. Are you okay? After killing the witch? Better than okay. She frowns at me. Can't you feel that anyway? In your bloodwater thing? I shake my head, and for the first time feel some tears come up that are just for me. For all the connection and power I held inside that's just ash and corpses now. I could have, but it's gone. Ah, Thea, come here. I come, and in her arms feel like I can let go deeper than I have before. Can cry not just for the friends I've lost and the allies and all the suffering I touched during my last moments in the waters, but for me, for all I've given up and how much I've lost and how hard it's all been. How worth it and how hard. I don't know how long I stand there, weeping into her shoulder like a baby, but the tide of sorrow that just a few minutes ago felt like it might be endless, like it might take me a lifetime to cry out, starts to recede back to sea. When it does, I feel washed clean and, after everything, just lucky to be here with the woman I love. We have a lifetime of things to talk about and more things to do that don't need any words, and lots of that could still go wrong, but at least we have the chance to do it. That's all I've ever asked for. Author's note. Thanks for reading. I have loved writing every word of this series and have some grief over saying goodbye to Alethea and her world. The truth is, there's more to her story, but other books need to get written first. If you'd like to leave her story wrapped up in a bow, please skip this next section, the postlude. But if you want an idea of what happens next, read on. I would love to write more someday, but that depends on enough people reading this first series and asking for more. For now, postlude. Postlude. I draw deep on the clove twist, ignoring the looks on Begdil and Phelan's faces. They've been cajoling and threatening me about having a meeting since the day Narimes gave his blood, and this morning, 3 days later, is the first time I've even felt remotely capable. So if a clove-smoking girl in her pajamas is not the newly minted saint they were hoping to see, I don't really care. The upper guild house is, anyway, Phelan is saying, her flinty eyes lingering on the way I lean against Gaxna, my free hand entwined with Isong's. Not the saint she was hoping to see at all, but that's part of the point. Our expectations are a lot of what got us into this mess. And while that's obvious to me, these people need a little shock, especially the ones who have been in power, well-intentioned though they occasionally are. I blow smoke, catching rays of morning sun angling through the high windows. Astrija's apartments smell of jasmine and bergamot, steam rising from delicate cups set around our loose circle of cushions. Begdil? I assume the temple is wanting the same thing? Both temples, he says, voice calm but eyes flat on me. The Loyalist Temple has always held you as chosen elect, and after the Blackwater flood, the Sarayan Council voted nearly unanimously for it too. Nearly. Interesting. Though I should be pleased any of Narime's goons want me for their chosen. I shift against Gaxna, her body like a thick blanket against mine. And so you have come to ask me to choose to rule guild or temple? Good. Even this much, a female chosen of Ujjayi, and a single leader for both temple and guild, is a big step for leaders raised in the quiet war of the last few decades. But it's not enough. That much I've gotten clear on, at least, during these quiet days and nights closeted in Astrija's apartments. I would rather, I say, putting the clove to my lips again, that it be only one role, not two. A chosen as head of the guild? Phelan says, just as Begdil barks, the ninth, in charge of the temple? No, I draw smoke. One leader for one religion. Call it what you will. Impossible, says one, as the other barks, ludicrous. The council will never stand for it. I exhale. This is what the waters have shown me. The reason I was able to pull them back at all in the final hours. We have to see beyond our divisions. To do any less risks inviting the floods again. Change cannot come so quickly, girl, Phelan snaps, reverting to the tone she used with me in our first days at Cerrante. And anyway, the floods are over. You took care of that. My heart twists, and I glance at my friends, arrayed to either side. Anon with his smirk and clove twist, Astrija with her back straight and skirts arranged, picture of an in-control ninth. Isong with his quiet confidence and sharp eyes. I can't help seeing the missing faces in this circle, but that grief, still raw, pushes me to say what I've been avoiding since I first stepped out of the floods. They are not stopped, I say. Everyone looks at me. What? Phelan barks. The floods are not stopped. I pulled them back from the Blackwater, yes, but in those last moments, when I felt the entire ocean at my command, I tried to command them to stop. To push my will into them as you would a body that needs to continue clotting its wounds and filtering its blood. The waters refused. Begdo closes his eyes. So he has judged us unworthy. I set my twist on the porcelain tray we use for ash. I'm not sure the floods are a thing of Ujjayi or Jaya, or that their coming has anything to do with our worth or lack thereof. He opens his eyes, gaze drilling into me. What then? It is about your perception, I remember Reggiana saying in that last immersion, though I am no longer sure that was Reggiana either, just as I'm increasingly sure it was whatever we have been calling Ujjayi. I purse my lips. Better not to say until we have more time to look into it. More immersions and more bloods to investigate for ourselves. Our traditions have given us the tools. We need to use them. Anon lights a fresh clove from his last. And anyway, if it floods before you figure it out, you'll just send him back again. I exhale out the dread I've had for this moment, too, and reach under my shirt. The monocle, Yeolat's monocle, I've come to think of it, catches the light as I pull it out, highlighting the flaw I saw running down its face aboard the Ark. It has become a jagged crack, almost as though the two halves twisted apart or were cast by an imperfect hand. Breaths suck in around the circle. Even Gaxna tenses behind me. Does it still work? Astrija asks, teacup frozen in her hand. I don't think so, I say, staying in touch with my breath and the mixture of fear and dread and, strangely, guilt swirling in my veins. I can still feel the tides. Whatever connection I made with the ocean that day, it's still there. But without the monocle, it's like a bloodborne feels their limbs, or the sensation amputees talk about. I can feel it there, but I can't move it. So we glue it back together? Anon asks, raising an eyebrow. I hate the silence that follows. This is the last thing I've wanted to tell them, to tell anyone after what we've been through. But I could only put it off so long, and the sooner we face it, the better. Could it be the craftology? Isong asks. You can feel it on your own, but needed the technology to actually affect the tides? I would think so, I say, but that was only what she used to call the floods in, using me like a tool. I called them back on my own, in the waters, after I fell in. A feral attendant against the wall mutters a prayer, probably thinking of the way my stomach wound was healed at the same time. One of the miracles they're attributing to me, and they don't know the half of it. And you broke it in the process? Phelan asks, always the critic. I felt it breaking more, yes, but I don't know if from the craftological workaround or how the monocle works. They may only be single use. Isong's free hand rolls ghost shot. There is a lot that we don't know. What we do know, I say, wanting to pick up the clove and taking the teacup instead, is that Miara saw a monocle in the Dale Peaks, using one of her bloods, and remained certain of it till her death. I don't mention that I can hear an echo of her even now, insisting on it inside. That when the waters entered me, something of the immersion did too, whatever they are. Begdil frowns. You're suggesting we attack the Dale? Lot easier to slip in and steal it, Anon grins, fingering a silver necklace I recognize from the temple. Isong holds up a hand. We've talked about this before. There's no way we could get into the Dale and find a monocle without getting caught. The peaks are not as loose as things down here. Not even if you use your family connections? I ask quietly. The past few days have given me time to think this through, too. And if news of what you did down here spreads ahead of us? Isong flinches. A subtle thing, but I know him well enough to read it. We haven't had a chance to talk about his sister's death, but I know from her in the waters. What I don't know is how he feels about it now. If any of his love for her remained under all the hate I felt in him in those last days, like it did in her. The flinch tells me now is not the time to ask. We know she left the peaks because she was ousted by a rival there, I go on. And the history between you is, I assume, well known. It is, he says quietly. Phelan narrows her eyes. And so the enemy of your enemy becomes your friend? A dangerous path to walk. I'm open to alternatives, I say, and I am. I just haven't thought of any in the many cloves I've smoked under the stars, or the slow hours in my lover's arms, or the immersion dreams that have troubled my sleep these last 3 days. I'm relieved to see, at least, in the grim faces around the circle, that they agree we have to do something. For me, it's almost visceral, like that giant body of water I feel out there is holding its breath, ready to exhale destruction at any time. Miara's vision, Phelan says, looking to Astresia. It was truly one of her bloods? The third, Astresia nods, lips thin. She shared details I do not doubt. Still trying to tell me about it while I drowned her, Gaxna drawls behind me, and I don't need a connection through our skin to read the satisfaction in her voice. I'm glad it was her, in the end, though part of me still regrets Miara had to die. My gut says she could have been a powerful ally with time. Still, her passing doesn't ache like Tewo and Akifte's do, though I no longer feel Akifte in the waters. Phelan eyes me. You're sure you could use another monocle if we manage to get one? As sure as I can be, I say, feeling the tides out there like I once felt bodies through my blood, massive and powerful. I feel some kind of intelligence there too, like I would in Watersight, something beyond the immersion minds, like they are only a translation or an echo. What I'm sure of, I go on, is that anyone with access to the Immersion Chronicles will have worked out that the monocles exist. And I think we can assume, if Yalat managed to find a craftological way to use one down here on her own, that someone in power in the Dale will be able to do the same. So if we don't get the monocle in defense, Begdil says, it may be used against us. Or against anyone, I say, clinking my cup down, or used at all. I believe they were made only to stop the floods, and the whole idea of calling a flood is perversion. I roll the Alat's monocle in my hand. Maybe that's why this one broke in the first place. A silence descends across the circle then, Phelan pursing her lips, and Esong rolling his trot, and Begdil retreating into his breathing. Anon stubs his clove out. So, when do we leave? Epilogue 1. Screams and cries and ululating shouts echoed through the damp forest. Men painted in ochre and ash clashed against warriors clad in dark-dyed furs, spears flashing, blood spraying from wounds. Dogs ran in their midst, howling and biting and clashing with the enemy, and arrows fell in a deadly rain from archers who ran across branches, seeking to fell the enemy. In the distance, thatch huts roared with fire, belching smoke into the sky. And in the midst of this clash of blood and death, in the most heated knot of fighting, a thunderclap sounded, and a sudden wind blew, and a figure appeared where no one had been. Muscular, naked, his every proportion perfect. The fighting stopped. The cries died. Every man, woman, and child in Bomani knew what this meant. And in the absolute silence that followed, the figure found his feet, body wrapped in tattoos detailing the glory of his former life. The feats that had made him legend enough to be reborn, battles and bravery and explosions at sea. He did not know who he was, but he knew he had been reborn for a reason, and he needed to find his tribe. Epilogue 2. On a grassy headland above a narrow, sparkling bay, an old figure sat watching the waves. They had seen them come in the afternoon before and knew what it meant, though the water kept them from following much of what was going on. They saw them go out again, along with the smoking ruins of a Salem Dale ship, and knew what that meant, too. It meant there was a chance. They had watched those waters for 2,387 years, neither eating nor sleeping, reading the events of the humans who lived in the area through the ground, from the first grief-stricken survivors learning to work the soil, to the bustling trade city of Surrey and all its intricacies of politics and culture, including the old sickness that survived the floods too. The waters retreating did not mean that sickness was cured. Hort was not sure the sickness could be cured, but after watching it worm its way through leaders and institutions for 2,000 years, they had become sure it was what had to be cured if the floods were ever to stop. The floods were not stopped. Hort understood that as well, reading the 1,000 conversations of the city through soil and stone. They were not stopped, they were slowed. The next end of the world was pushed back, and the hierarchists, as this generation called themselves, defeated in their plans. The social body had learned of the floods and the sickness, at least in small part. More than the last age could say. Birds called in the air, and a damp breeze blew through the cottage, as it had for 2 millennia. It was enough. It wasn't the dying wish that had given the figure birth, but it was close enough. With Sturgeon alone, or Alethea, he could not be certain. There had been many good-hearted people before, even here on this one peninsula tip, whose work had not been enough. But now the city was becoming aware of its condition, the society, and that was something new. A part of them still wanted to stay, not the part that demanded the floods never come again. It was too late for that now, technically, wasn't it? But the part that was still curious. The part that wanted to fulfill its promise to wait for Alethea, to see what she did next and help her if it could. It was just outweighed 1,000-fold by the part that said this is enough, that had longed for death, for an end to this same tableau, day after night after day, for centuries and millennia already, that said we were foolish to wish this at all, and now our foolishness has played out, and let it finally be done. And so the ancient figure went still, a final breath wheezing from its chest, and as they had always hoped, it was not a sigh of defeat or even simple exhaustion. It was the sigh of someone leaving when they were ready, having seen what they hoped one day to see. The breeze carried it away and out to sea. Epilogue 3. Turns out the Theracans make a pretty good breakfast. Toasted rice cakes, pan-fried river trout, guava and mango and pomelo cut in artful shapes, and tea. Pots upon pots of steaming, perfectly steeped tea. It helps when you're friends with the Ninth, of course, and if you've just saved the city from being destroyed by a Dale woman and her corrupt allies. And if, apparently, half the city heard your thoughts in the water while you were doing it. The Therals that come to check on us and bring fresh pots of tea keep glancing at me. Apparently, people even heard my voice in the rain. At the moment, I'm too exhausted to care. We all are. I'm sprawled on cushions in Estregia's airy apartments, never mind that they were Miara's yesterday. With Gaxna on one side and Isong on the other, Estregia and Anon cuddled up nearby. This is how we slept last night, after the last of the survivors were pulled from the water, and we joined the stream of wounded and homeless climbing the streets to safety. Normally, the entire top floor is the Ninth's, but all the other rooms up here are stuffed with people, as are all the other houses in the city. That's the other thing the Therals are doing, is bringing messages, and Estresia's fingers drum nonstop with code. It would bother me. All I really want to do is eat some more and fall back asleep in the arms of my lovers, maybe after a few rounds of clove twists. Except we're all getting a good laugh at how fast Estregia can go from lazily cuddling Anon to being head Theracant when the Therals walk in. The woman never ceases to amaze me. I do a pretty good job of ignoring the outside world otherwise, even though a lot of those messages are about me, about whether I'm here and if I'm safe, and what I want to do about the million things that need attention in the city, as if the city's normal leaders are no longer capable of making decisions. There's shouting from outside, too. I made the mistake of looking out the window once and saw a pack of townspeople down there, building some kind of shrine to me. I'll have to deal with that eventually, just not this morning. And then a message comes about the Chosen of Ujjayi, or the former Chosen of Ujjayi, since that's apparently my job now. It says he's here at the guild house, and he's dying. We descend the 6 levels of the rose gold palace, stepping over the bodies of people who have nowhere else to sleep, many of them bandaged or blank-eyed with grief. I could be hard on myself for not saving more, but I stay grounded in the miracle that we saved anyone at all, that I'm even alive, though I have bandages around my middle too. There was no way I should have survived Yeolat stabbing me in the stomach, and yet here I am, with memories of the ocean flowing into my wounds like it was blood. I twist Tewa's bracelet on my wrist. We meet the procession on the lowest floor, in the blood and citrus-smelling halls of the infirmary, these corridors just as full as the ones above, and crawling with exhausted Theracants. The former Chosen of Ujjayi looks like he is dying, skin a deathly pale, hair matted to his scalp with sweat, breath shallow. Overseers stand to either side of him, stony-faced. I have to give credit to the Theracant who examines him, Farron, I think her name is, for being quick and professional, and doing her best for him despite this being the man who brought her sister so much pain, who hated her for something she never chose. He's dying, she says briefly, her own expression drawn from exhaustion. I doubt any of these women slept last night. The wound has gone septic and been that way a while. There's a chance we can save him, but it will take internal work. Blood work, you mean, one of the overseers says. Hemlin, the one who greeted Anon and Begdil at the front gates. He glances at me. I do, she says, and a hint of asperity comes out. And I have 50 other wards in similar condition who do consent to giving blood, so I'll thank you for making your decision quickly. If you refuse, the best we can do is ease his passing, and we're running short on Boswellia. Nurimes draws a shuddering breath then, and his eyes partially open. Is she here? He asks, voice a whisper. It's a guild house full of women, but I don't need to ask who he means. I am, I say, stepping forward. The overseers holding him look to me, as though I'm the one who should make this decision. Maybe they think I am. A wan smile plays on his lips. You win, Viola. Very good. Your father would be pleased. There is no winning in this, I say, feeling only cold anger for this man, only surviving, which is what you will do here if you're smart. And give them my blood? He tries to laugh, but it comes out as a cough that racks his body. Blood seeps through the bandages in his side, and even my limited knowledge of healing tells me it is too dark. You'd like that, wouldn't you? It's a jibe more than a question, but I take my time answering. To be honest, I say, I wouldn't. If you heard my thoughts yesterday, then you know what I saw down there. What it was we had to unlearn to stop the floods. The mirror we had to shatter, to use your words. The waters even showed me your immersion, how scared you were when you saw the floods were coming. So yes, if I were my best self, I would say that I want you to get healed here because even you deserve a second chance at life. I take a shaky breath and let it out. But if you're asking whether I would like it, you're still the man who made my life hell, who split my temple, who murdered my father. So no, I don't want you to be healed. But overseers, if you brought him here for judgment, I refuse. This is his choice to make, not mine. To die clinging onto his beliefs, or to accept what Ujay is offering, even if it doesn't look like we expected it to. I'm starting to think it never will. They shift uncomfortably, and Narime's eyes dart back and forth on the stretcher. Well, Farron snaps, I'm not letting someone else die because you wanted to lie there and prevaricate, no matter who you used to be. Out with it. I'm sure her words are true, but I catch a gleam in her eye, too. Good. She deserves a little enjoyment after what Narime's put the guild through. He's the reason Miara took power at all. Life, he says at last, the word almost too soft to hear. Give me life, if you can. Farron glances at the overseers and the friends standing with me. Duly witnessed? There are others watching too. Everyone in the hallway, actually, with more faces sticking from doors. We nod. Farron pokes her ring into his arm, grimacing as she touches the drop of blood to her tongue. It is an ordinary moment, just one of 1,000 times today a Theracant will take someone's blood in order to save their lives. But I feel a sea change in it. I see it on the faces of the overseers, too, and the solemn expressions of the men and women watching from the infirmary wards. The former chosen of Ujay giving his blood to one of his sworn enemies, accepting their help in saving his life. It brings me a sense of peace, as much as I would like to see this particular monk dead. There are still so many things we have to do. Rebuild the city, bring the rebel temple and guild back, heal all these people, and find an end to the city's old war. But this feels like the first one, the deepest one, the unity of ways Saray has been missing for so long. The temple and guild working together. Our two faiths reunited. Man and woman seeing beyond what they've been taught about the other to what's actually there. I guess that's what this whole thing has been about. Farron gets about her work, unraveling his stained bandages even as her eyes go distant, focusing on his body. Gaxna squeezes my hand, and the crowd starts to look more to me, some of them shouting out questions. All I want to do is go back upstairs, to just be a regular human for a day instead of the chosen or the Tidecaller or whatever this crowd is calling at me. But a young girl steps forward, and I can't help but stop on seeing her face. Yellen. Miss Tidecaller, does this mean we were wrong about Ujay? I turn back because it is the question that has been in my heart since Jito. Since before, if I'm honest with myself. Turn back and take a deep breath and call on my father as much as my own experiences to give her the answer she needs, that the city needs right now. No, I say in the silence that falls at my turn. This flood was not Ujay. This was someone seeking to use Ujay's gifts for her own benefit. A lot of people seeking to do that, not least of all the heads of the temple and this guild house. So no, we were not wrong about God. We just let the wrong people be in power. The crowd looks mollified, but I'm not done. That doesn't mean we were right either. What I experienced in the waters yesterday, what I have been experiencing in them since my first immersion, is not what Ujayism has described to us. Nor, I expect, would it fit into Jain teachings. We have been too quick to understand our experiences through the lens of our teachings, of our beliefs and our culture, rather than experience them directly. To let our experiences be the lens through which we see the world. A mistake like that is what drove Narimes to seek power years ago. It makes sense. It's easier. Easier to believe we understand or to have faith in someone else's story about God than to seek to write our own. But that is what we have to do, as my father once did, though it cost him his life. Let go of those teachings that have divided us, that have made us see the world as male and female, rich and poor, friend and enemy. Let go and instead look for yourself. See who is in front of you in all their unsimplifiable complication. The temple offers you many ways to do that, as does the guild house and many of the world's other traditions. Let your own experience teach you. It's what I've had to do because the teachings never fit me. I was angry about that for a long time, but I think now it was a blessing as much as a curse. A fresh wave of exhaustion hits me, and I nod to the girl, to all the faces watching down the long corridor, and turn again for the stairs. I can be their chosen or prophet or whoever they need me to be tomorrow. Today, I just want my people around me, and for once to be no one at all, except someone who is loved and who loves her fullest in return. The end of the Tidecaller Chronicles. Author's second note. Now that you really are done with the story, thank you again for reading. It means the world to me. Though now that I think about it, there is at least one more story, a novella featuring Gaxna, in this world that you may not have read, available only to anyone who subscribes to my newsletter. They also get early access to in-world ephemera, like maps and character or culture sketches, in addition to sneak peeks of the book I have in process, and my occasional thoughts on the strange experience of being an author and a father and a fruit seller. It's also the best way to get in touch with me, as I've sworn off social media. You can sign up for that at www.levijacobs.com/free. If I was to ask for a favor, it would be for you to recommend these books to a friend. I find most of the books I love through my friends rather than faceless algorithms or top 5 reads articles, and I still think it's the best way for people to find my books. If you don't have a friend handy, you could also do the modern equivalent and leave me a review on Amazon or the platform where you bought this book. They are immensely helpful too. Thank you again for following me and Alethea all the way to the end of this journey. In her words, currents carry you till we meet again. Acknowledgements. Every book takes a village. A series of books? That takes a medieval city. Closest in and most important to me in this has been those in my own house. Bree, ever patient with my writing. Mac, ever curious and wanting to hear the story. And Juliet, ever mischievous and spinning tales of her own. I hope you'll someday read these words. Our neighbors in this city are all the authors and early readers who have helped me make these books be the best they can be. Debbie, my first and most dedicated reader. Phyllis, my gem of a beta reader. AJ, my eagle-eyed grammarian and book recommender. Connor, whose professional eye helped the first 2 books shine. Val, for reading and rereading and then reading again to answer my questions. And all the beta readers who checked those early drafts for holes and errors and the things my big picture and never mind the details brain missed. For Queen, those were Jackie and Sarah and Kenneth and AJ and Val again. Thank you. I could make an Oscar acceptance speech out of this, but I'll just point to the rest of the population of this city, the ones who actually keep it running. You, dear reader. Without readers who care enough to spend time in my books and come back for the next one, then invite their friends, I would still be out in the wilderness. So thank you. As long as you're reading, I'll keep writing. Levi, Englewood, Colorado, November 2023. We hope you have enjoyed this presentation of Queen of Blood and Blasphemy, Book 4 of the Tidecaller Chronicles, text and audio copyright 2023. For more information on Levi Jacobs and his other series, please visit www.levijacobs.com. Or for a free audio prequel novella featuring Gaxna in the months before the start of Book 1, go to levijacobs.com/free. If you enjoyed this book, please consider leaving a review on Goodreads or the store where you purchased it. Thanks for listening.